Hi. I'm so sorry. I did the thing again. Save is playing Rivals, and I was watching him play Rivals. Sorry, I have to confess. I confess my sins. Ah! Thank you so much for the Palatax, cuties. I'm actually gonna give that boy a shout out. If you guys have any interest in Marvel Rivals or Hearthstone, right now he's literally playing Marvel Rivals, so please go check him out if you haven't yet. Also, massive thank you to Awesome Ozzy for gifting that sub to the tremendous Zelrog. Oops, whoops, sorry, my hand looks absolutely broken. 1 second, please. I may or may not have ripped the cord out of the, there we go. Holy shit, thank you so much, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Awesome Ozzy, for the very generous gifted sub to the exceptional Zelrog. And Zelrog, hey, I see you with your plugs. Thank you so much for plugging the merch. Very much appreciated. Let me see here. Thank you so much for the pal attacks. Awesome Ozzy, Incredible Eisen, Lovely Nix, Meadow/Jam, Incredible Eisen once more, Exceptional Engage, Zealous Zalrog, and Incredible IC. Thank you so very much, my darlings. Sorry, I am simultaneously watching Save a little bit. I don't know what's going on in Marvel Rivals, but the art style in Marvel Rivals is fucking sick. I would totally try that if you guys ever wanted me to do that for, I know it's like technically a third-person shooter, but we count it as a first-person shooter if you wanted to. Yeah. Anyway, Zalbrok, thank you so much for the head pat. Thank you, my darling. Let me see here. Need more fourth-person shooters. What would a fourth-person shooter be exactly? Oh my god. Sorry, I keep on hitting the cord and it's breaking my hands. 1 second, sorry. Did you happen to see my message before stream? No, I did not, but I am going to make some certain announcements, including our storytime stream, and also, if you guys wanted to, it'll be your last chance tonight to upvote the Alabaster Dawn to 10 votes if you want me to put that on the poll for next week. Save says hello. He asked me to say that. Dearest David, thank you so much for saying hello. Please tell Suda Save to kick the butts of all of his enemies. And thank you for saying hi. I appreciate it, sweetheart. Let me see. Oh, and we're also gonna make an announcement for spoiler stuff, because I literally didn't look at chat for like 30 minutes yesterday, sorry, a week ago, because there was some questionable stuff. It might have been spoilery, and I really don't want spoilers, so I'm gonna make a very serious announcement before we get started, but we'll get to that. At the moment, I want to sorry, David, I actually do have Save's chat up. I appreciate you directly translating my message into written word, honey. Thank you. Also, Magnificent Muck, welcome on in. I like Rivals, but I played it far too much. Is that possible? Hold on 1 second, all right. I'll give you the, this is Mobster Tao. You get the, here you go. I hope you're enjoying it, all right? You got 5 more minutes of this. I hope you're excited. You got Mobster Tao on the Request the Storm. Y'all better watch out, all right? All right. Also, welcome on in, Storm. How you doing? It's so good to see you. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Let's see. I was referring the spoilers. Oh, excellent. I already had it in mind. Don't you even worry about it, darling. You just sit on back and relax. All right, doll. All right. Let me see here. Dearest David, welcome on in. How you doing? Incredible Eisen. We got some uppies. There you go. Good job, Eisen. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sweetest Storm, welcome on in. I had a good time watching you provide some samples, Magic the Gathering the other day. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I understand it marginally more. I didn't get to stick around for too long, but I did get to see some of it. I hope you had fun teaching. Precious Politely, how you doing, babes? It's so good to see you. Hey, what a dame, am I right? Nix, Toast Slice, Jam Slice, how you doing? Hubbies for you. There you go. Engage, how you doing, sweetheart? It's so good to see you, darling. It sounds so funny to say these words in this accent, but hey. Lovely Lith, welcome. Hubbies for you. Yay, hope you enjoy those. Ozzy, hubbies for you too. I'm making myself laugh with this accent, whatever this is. Solar, thank you so much for contributing to the movie night. Much appreciated. Engage, you want some uppies too? Here you go. There you go. Saturnus, hey, welcome on in, darling. It's so good to see you. Thanks for contributing to the Body and Game Challenge. Hey, appreciate that.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. For those of you who want to know where I got my sick hairstyle from, it's actually directly from the save file himself. He lent me this PNG permanently. It's permanent lending. Let's see here. I didn't even realize it was at a minute. My pallet deck is ready. I know.
Yugi,
I
don't
didn't see it
understand
either.
how to play
Oh
this
shit!
game.
Here we go. The barrage. Thank you so much, Gundam. Appreciate the pallet deck as well. Ah, more pals. Hey, oh whoa. Thank you so much. Radish, welcome on in. How you doing? Radish, oh shit! Thank you so much for the 215 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Dime, welcome on in. I need you to be real careful about spoilers today, all right? I'm not gonna hesitate to ban people for spoiling stuff today, all right? All right, we gotta get into that more, but you were my main concern last week, so please be careful, be cautious, be conscious, be conscientious, all right, all right. Let's see here. Waras, hey, welcome on in. Thank you so much for contributing to the movie night. And Shimmy, welcome in too. How's everything going? Let me see here. Joseph! Oi, Joe! Hey, welcome on in! Hey, how's it going? Tausita probably gone, but gonna prepare action, and you did! I appreciate the preparation for action. Much appreciated, much appreciated. How you doing? It's so good to see you. Cloak, hey, cutie Cloak, welcome, welcome. How's it going? It's so good to see you as well. Thank you so much for coming in. And Perry, hey, thank you for contributing to the 40 in Game Challenge. I don't even know what a filler word would be for this accent. Doesn't sound right. Nah. Feel like I just gotta go, Ryoko, I was just about to say, hey, how's it going? It's so good to see you. Delicious, hey, delicious. Thank you for the sticky hearts as well. How you doing? It's so good to see you. I think there's only about 60 seconds of this voice left, so I hope you enjoy it. Hey, Frostbite, hey, how's it doing? How's it going? It's so good to see you. Hey. Let me see here. I let Save know that it took about 2 seconds for someone to redeem the Joey hair. That is a big hit. It is. He's really helping out the stream. Appreciate him. Appreciate him greatly. What a doll. What a doll. Let's see here. I have no idea how far in you are anymore. That's all right. I think we're fairly far in. I don't think we're crazy far in, but fairly far in. You come into Tao's home. You disrespect her with spoilers. You will be rubbed out. Storm, I love it. That's funny. Timer's up. Thank you so very much, hon. Let me remove my Joey hair. Hold on. Perfect. That was great. Thank you so much. Let me see here. I have 665. Wait, like a stream streak of 665, David? That's crazy. Were people getting bad about spoiling things? I tend to listen more than watch, so I missed out. Oh, that's all right. Yeah, no, I literally just didn't look at chat for like literally half an hour because I was like, I really don't want spoilers. So, And we didn't have a mod here who was like paying attention to what was going on, so I was like, okay, either I might get spoiled or I just don't look at chat. Pretty lady. Joe is one of the best characters in the Yu-Gi-Oh manga, but they dumbed him down way down in the anime. Really?
Surprise communism!
What was his personality like in the manga, Gundam? I love some surprise communism. Let me see. Can't stay alone tonight, lovely little bit. Oh, that's all right. You like the New York accent? It's sharp. Hey, thank you so much. I want to know, actually, I would like to know, because I actually did that for my parents this morning, because, you know, I talk to them on Sundays. Should we rename the Mafia, redeem? Should it be, keep Mafia? Or, do you want, change it to NYC? Or Brooklyn? Or to, change to Brooklyn? I actually don't really know what the accent I do is. I just know it sounds really fun. So, let me know, please vote. The poll is live. I don't want to like offend anybody either. I just think it's a really fun accent and you guys seem to like it. So, I kind of figured Mafia was like the least offensive way to go about naming the accent. I don't know. For those of you who you are probably more well-traveled than me regarding like New York, Chicago, etc. Yeah, let me know what you think there. Your accent kind of reminds me of Brooklyn/Mafia. There you go. Okay, cool. Yeah, currently it's called the Mafia. It's the Tau Mafia accent. Is that what I called it? Hold on. Mobsta. It was Mobsta. It was the Mobsta. Not Mafia. My bad. I guess I might have fucked that pull up a little bit. Lovely Lope. Thank you so much for these 7 streams straight, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you. Ooh, the pals! Lovely Thank you for the pals. Also, hey sweetheart, how's work going? I hope that you got your little heart bug figured out. Let me see. Yeah, with Neo Greg, that is actually outstanding, David. I admire that. Wow. I am 1 day behind Max because of a glitch. Wow, there are people that are 1 day ahead of me? That's crazy. I love that for Greg though. That just speaks to what an outstanding streamer he is. Let me see if I might not be able to give him a shout out, but you guys, I know that, okay, like I also want to clarify something.
Mama Tau, the Mafia doesn't exist, remember. Stop putting that little stipend at risk by naming them. I like my pal food that I can megabyte.
Fair enough, Storm, fair enough. There you go. You guys, listen, I want to make something very clear because I've noticed a little bit of kind of passive aggressive animosity towards my friend's save file. If you don't appreciate my friends, whether they're a VTuber or a Fleshtuber or a real person or whatever, I don't want you in my community, okay? If you are going to disrespect people, whether that's passive aggressively or just aggressively, you don't belong here, all right? My friends are my friends. They are precious to me. It doesn't mean that you have to like go spend time in their streams, although I suggest you do because they're great. But if you don't like my friends, whether that's because you don't like their content and they're a VTuber or you don't like that they're a Fleshtuber or whatever, get out, okay? I really, really do not appreciate people being disrespectful to the people I care about. Understood? Thank you. Great. If I notice, I have been kind of quiet about it recently, but if I notice people doing it, I will start calling you out. Understood? I will call you out publicly in front of everybody. This place is meant to be a comfortable and safe space for everybody. And that includes my friends, okay? It includes my friends, it includes me. Do not be disrespectful, whether that's passive aggressive or aggressive. If I ever see flat out aggression, I don't care if you've been here since the start of stream. I don't care if you've been here for 3 years. You don't belong here, okay? You need to check yourself. Got it? And again, if this also goes for other pals. If you are feeling like, oh, maybe it's in my head, but I sure don't feel welcome here because these people are behaving this way or I'm being excluded this way or whatever, reach out to me, okay? And I will have a chat with some people, and if it's blatant bullying, they are out. This is not a community for exclusion, okay? Thank you for the care package company. when you come here, you are expected to be respectful and kind, and everyone around you is expected to do the same, okay? And again, that goes for everybody. It's not just for me, it's not just my friends, but for you guys as well. And it's certainly for me and my friends too. SafeFile17 is my friend, okay? You will be nice to him. You will respect him, and you will not be doing any passive-aggressive bullshit. Thank you, Vash, for my pal hat. Thank you so much, sweetie. All right, let me continue. It looks like you guys like the keeping the little mafia. Should I maybe call it mafia instead of mobster? Mobster mafia. What do you reckon? Oh, Boston. That's another good one, actually. Jersey. Joyzy. It's a Joyzy accent. I think it might be a little bit different. I'm not sure. Let me see here. I just hit my 48 months sub to him. And I asked him to play his Disney playlist, and we listened to 5 hours of Disney. That's amazing, David. Anyway, sorry, that actually reminds me. I got on a sidetrack with save and stuff, but like, NeoGreg is a sweetheart. He is also a Vtuber, but I still recommend you check him out. He's got banging playlists going. He's been so supportive of the stream. He's a sweetheart, and he does a lot of sponsored content as well. So please go check out lovely NeoGreg. I did chat him out just a couple of minutes ago. And I would love it if you go and say hi, okay? Just a heads up, you gave me the free Valley Girl voice last Thursday, I think, since that was the Art Make Tao Cry stream. So it's been more than a week. Though if we just want to leave Valley Girl permanently, I won't complain. Also, if it's all right, I'd like to redeem it last time. Lovely life, of course you may, sweetheart. And thank you so very much for being honest about it. Go ahead and redeem it, and then I'll turn it off for the week, okay? Work is work. Oh, fair enough, lovely laugh. I hope it gets better, honey. Swedish Shadowgun, welcome on in, how are you? And Mac, welcome. We love our save, it's true. And again, you guys don't have to like love save as much as I love save, but you cannot be disrespectful to him. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Okay, here we go, bitch. Let's go. I'm back. I'm so fucking back. Yippee, Tao's live. Yippee. BX, bam, how are you doing? And Busty, thank you for requesting me. Even if I'm not able to like stick around for the whole week, I appreciate it. So fucking cool. I just gotta find okay, there it is. Thank you so much for being so honest. I think I'm gonna give you guys like, if you guys remind me when I fuck up and like don't have like if a week-long redeem if you remind me that, oh, hey, it's actually supposed to go offline today, but can I do it one more time before that? If you tell me that, you can totally do it. I'm actually debating letting you go. Okay, man. Never mind. Don't worry. You don't have to say goodbye to me, bitch. Let's fucking go. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Shadowgun, how you doing? Sounds good. Let's go, Aisan. Thank you, babe. I appreciate ya. And Gecko. Oh, gorgeous Gecko. Welcome. Oh my God, did I miss a laugh streak? OMG, I'm the worst. Thank you so much, Lovely Laugh, for a 255 stream streak. That's fucking crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you, babes. That's fucking amazing. Thank you for your amazing dedication and support. Thank you. I saw a clip where you thought I was razzing you. I told you Greg missed you. I was being super serious. I love Greg. Oh my God, he's such a cutie. I did think that you were fucking with me, doing some that trolly shit, you know? But like, I appreciate that so much. I'm so humbled that he was like, where's Tao? He's such a sweetheart. I want to see more of him, for sure. I have like a 5-stream streak with him. I forgot if I shared it yesterday or not. I've been to more streams than just that, but like he keeps on ending before I wake up in the morning. Mogran, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak, babe. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me see here. I may not be active in Save's chat as of late, but I'm always happy to pop in even for a moment. Want to get that streak going? Hey, that's all right. Again, I'm not saying that you guys have to check out Save. You totally don't, but you have to respect him, all right? Because he's like my friend. So I defend my friends with the ferocity of a fucking rabid animal, all right? It's the same ferocity I defend my precious pals with. And I'm basically mama bear. So you fuck with my friends, you get out. Get out. Gigs, thank you so much for the 55 stream streak. Well done, bears. That's fucking amazing. I do appreciate it. And I think you deserve to sleep. It was such a fun session yesterday. Thank you so much, Yags. Sleep well. Sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in. When I first hear you say save file, I thought you were talking about the game save file. I know, it's a little bit confusing. Got it. Let's go, Mike. Thank you. Let's see. Hope you're doing well. Having a wonderful day, weekend, and next week as well. I hope you're all safe during the heat wave for all of you who are experiencing it as well. Tao, I want to say you're amazing and wonderful, and I'm super grateful to have met you and happy to be part of this community. Oh my god. OMG. Mogram, that's so sweet. No worries, darling. I'm so grateful to have you here, sweetie. Thank you so much for the abbies. I hope you take good care of yourself as well. My ears hurt now. Someone left the coral door open, and the alarm went off. Owie! And they left it running for like a minute. Bruh. That's some shit. That's some bullshit. I hate that. That's so unreasonable. Yucky! Exclamation point, yucky! I'm sorry about that live. I hope that it didn't ruin your hearing, babes. How was your Sunday going? Is it Sunday or Monday for you? It's Sunday for me, Mac. Thank you for asking. It was all right. My parents kind of drove me a little bit crazy, but it's fine. Does me telling Save you won the shout out after you, wait, hold on. After you say someone, tell him this? Oh, wait. Does me telling Save you won the shout out after you say someone tell him this? I'm sorry, Ryoka, I don't understand. Can you rephrase? Save is referred to me by me as the card master. He is the card master. He is. Save is Balatro, Magic the Gathering, Hearthstone, Uno. Save File is genuinely amazing. Every time I visit his channel, he's made me feel welcome and included. Honestly, can't imagine anyone not liking him. One of the kindest people I met online here on Twitch. Right, Lit! I'm so glad that you feel that way. That's how I feel too. That's why he's my friend, because I feel so nice when I go visit him because he's so down to earth. What an angel. That's the one, Maid. That's the one. Thank you so much for the Valley Girl lovely lith. And don't worry, it's not gone for another week now. Maid has ensured that. Magnificent Ancient Mac. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? It's so good to see you. How have things been? I've missed you. You gotta head out, lovely lab. I hope you have a good one, darling. And Mogram, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. In case I forgot to say it, I do appreciate it. See you on my 30-minute. All good, lovely lab. Much appreciated. I do like Save File 17. Fun to talk about card games and sci-fi. He is very fun to talk to. Greg is absolutely amazing. I call him almost every weekend. Actual number, he always answers. That's so cool. Is that how you guys, did you guys meet before or after he started streaming, David? We'll always have Saves back here. He's a precious pal just like the rest of us and always will be. That's exactly it, right? He is a precious pal just like all of you, and I will defend all of you the same way. If you are doing this voice, I need you to try to make fetch happen. I gotta make fetch happen. Hey, I got up. Sorry, Tao, my heart can't be stolen. Oh! Is that a challenge? Just kidding. That's all right. Keep your heart then. I'll just massage your heart from the outside. Whatever that means. Fetch with Ruffman. Wait, what is that reference to? When you say passive aggressive, I want to make sure that when I have sent that message after you say someone send that to him in chat, does that count? No. When I'm talking about passive aggressive, I'm talking about, like, for example, requesting music on art days that are clearly intended to be like, fuck this guy, or like, I'm sick of you, or like I got a few of those last week when I was talking about Save, and it really annoyed me. Yeah, shit like that. That's passive aggressive, or or like, you know, using like sound commands like yucky when I'm talking about Save. This is passive aggression that I'm talking about, right? It's the stuff that's very clearly like, I don't like this guy, but I'm not gonna be obnoxious about it. It's pretty rude. Magnificent Mockrim, thank you for the thank you. Thank you so much. Let me see here. Ruffman, he's a dog. That's a great name for a dog. That's a great name for a dog. I joined his channel, chatted. I did something right, I guess, somehow. But yeah, now I can just fully text and call him. That's great. That's so cute. I love that, David. All right, you guys. Scowy lady. Scowy. Button. All right, you guys. Wow, I caught up pretty quickly. I'm good. It's Omega hot here, but that's just how it is here. And I know it's been so long since I popped in. Hope things are going great for you. Going great, lovely Mac. Thank you so very much for asking. I hope you're staying cool. I really do hope you're staying cool and finding lots of fun things to keep you busy and making lots and lots of friends. I can say the first day I visited his stream, I requested a lot of Michael Bolton. Good choice. Good choice. I know he ain't here, but send a hug his way. Let's go! That's the way. That is the way. All right. Let me, you know what I just realized? I just realized I actually don't have my controller. Hold on a second. Let me, okay, you know what I'll do? Because I know that, it can be a bit boring while I run away and, my model freaks out. I will just, oh wait, sorry, that's right, wait, okay, 1 sec. I'm gonna grab my controller, but I do have those, announcements that I wanna make. Sorry, 1 sec. I just had to go and grab it. It's just behind me, but it's not, it's far enough behind me that I have to get up from my chair. All right, so, oh, okay, I see, thanks, just wanna make that, make sure, yeah, absolutely. No worries, hon, I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, my hand cam just uninstalls itself from life whenever I sit down or get up. Okay, couple of things. Most of them are very cool. We will finish up with the most relevant and least cool thing. Okay. Okay, I don't have Discord open. 1 sec. So, you guys, I do believe we are going to be having our storytime stream a week from yesterday, okay? So if you would like to contribute to that, I would love it. Let me show you guys what you can, where you can submit if you would like to. You will have to submit by the morning, a couple of hours probably, maybe an hour or two, before stream starts, which you will have in your local time later on tonight. Why is this not, hello? Hold on. That's, no, that's the right, why is it not showing up? Marshall! Hi there, Magnificent Marshall. Welcome on in, sweetie. Thank you so much for the raid, hon. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to scrum, we'd love to have you. How are you doing? How was Death Stranding? Ooh, very exciting. You guys, this is the Magnificent Marshall Silver, who's written in from the realm of Death Stranding, Director's Cut. Sorry, I don't know why you get the Queen voice, but, this variety streamer and cowboy at heart is all about the first playthrough life. From Gears of War to Banjo-Kazooie, they're serving up retro gaming goodness with a side of voice acting and viewer participation. Don't miss out on the Star Fox hype. Welcome, welcome. Dinner's ready. All good, you take off then. I was gonna ask when your next stream will be and what you might be streaming, but that's a-okay. Enjoy your dinner. And thank you so much for bringing your lovely community in. I promise to take the best care of them. Let me see here. If tonight was a song request night, we would be listening to Go the Distance by Michael Bolton. I love that song. It's so good. Got a massive dental bill to deal with next week. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, hon. That sucks. I hope it's, you know, deal withable. I don't want you to be, you know, in the hole for thousands of dollars. Ugh. Sorry, honey. Maid, thank you for contributing to the movie night and the Faudian game challenge. Oh, you're on a payment plan. Okay, good. Been enjoying Death Stranding more and more. It continues to add more conveniences. That's great. And you'll stream tomorrow night? Awesome. More Death Stranding, I take it? All right. Let me figure out why I am... Oh, wait. Okay, sorry. I just realized that was the sound one. I don't know how... I'm so sorry. I don't know how this works. I don't know how to play this game. Oop, okay. Check it. Oh! Wow, it's
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
It's true. How does Discord even work?
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Precisely. If you want a wonderful version of Go the Distance, look up the Greek version. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Mokram, if you want to put that in the music channel, I would like to listen to that sometime. Awesome. Well, Marshall, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. You guys, Marshall will be doing some Death Stranding tomorrow night if you'd like to go and spend some time with him. And you enjoy your dinner now. Sorry, I didn't mean to keep you. All right, you guys. So if you would like to participate in our writing stream, our storytime stream, I should say, you will go to the writing channel in the Discord. Friends? Storytime stream, okay? Now, how do you submit? Well, you just go here. You make sure you go to the tippy top, or actually, sorry, you don't even have to go to the tippy top. I'll make this even easier for you. You just go up here to the pinned, and this has the rules. I'm gonna read through them just this once, okay? Right up here. And if you would like to participate, you are more than welcome to. Keeping in mind, you do have 6 days left. Okay, you got 6 days left to submit to this, all right? And then we will be doing it a week from yesterday. So, if you would like to submit to Storytime, here are the requirements. No AI-generated content. That means you don't tell ChatGPT what you wrote, you don't ask it for editing, you don't ask it for anything. I don't want any ChatGPT or other AI-generated bullshit. Please, please, please. This is a very friendly and welcoming community. If you need assistance with editing to make sure it's readable, just reach out, okay? Just put it in the writing channel and say, can someone please edit this for me, all right? People will help. If you are submitting something that you did not write, please ensure that you either have explicit permission from the original author or the pieces in public domain. So we're talking about, like, let's say you read your friend's awesome story, right? And your friend, you can ask your friend, can I have Tau read this on stream? And if they say yes, then I will read it. Or alternatively, it needs to be in public domain. So you could submit Edgar Allan Poe, for example, right? That's most of his stuff is, or all of it? Something like that. It's mostly in public domain, so I can read that, all right? Again, no AI stuff. Me saying what you didn't write is, or what you did write is not me saying, like, you know, AI is okay. The first rule is, it is not okay, okay? So I'm literally just talking about if you personally know somebody and you want me to read their story, ask them. Or if you really enjoy something that's in public domain, let me know. And as long as it's in public domain, we will read it. Potentially. I will be prioritizing PAL stories, which is also in here, but please abide by our usual TOS. The mods are gonna go through your writing before it is read to ensure it's appropriate. We don't want anything that's like really triggering, okay? We have had no problem with reading things about like the Grim Reaper or like even some darker stuff, but I'm talking like triggering stuff like, let me see, where is it? Body horror, descriptive gore, SA, stuff like that. Just use your best judgment. Things that like people will be like, I literally can't read that because it will cause me to have a panic attack. That's a little bit different, you know, from just being like, oh, I wrote a story about, you know, the Grim Reaper or something, because those have been great. But yeah, just please avoid stuff that's like, you know, and his glistening bowels as he ripped out the, no, don't do that. Please only post here when the piece you want to present is ready to be read. So do not post multiple parts over multiple days in multiple posts. What I mean by that is not that you have to like have your entire novel done, right? You don't have to do that. But all I'm saying is if you mean to submit, let's say 5 chapters of your novel, please don't post chapter 1 and then 3 days later post chapter 2. And then 4 days later, you post chapter 3. Don't do that. Don't do that, okay? Just post when you're ready and it's edited. Post what you want to share, okay? So even if you've had the first 2 chapters ready for the last 2 weeks, don't post that if you want to post chapter 3 as well. Does that make sense? So please, yeah, just do that. And then only post 3 short stories, which is a page or less, or 1 long story, which is 2+ pages per person. And we are gonna put a limit on the sheer number of pages. I'm gonna say if it's like, unless I've given very specific special permission, which I have done to like 2 specific people, don't make your story more than like 10 or 11 pages. Unless it's like, you know, double-spaced, size 15 typeface, like something like that. And oh my gosh, please, please, please do not have everything in a singular, like, massive block of text. I can't read something that's 6 pages of just what should be, if it should be in 10 paragraphs and it's in 2, I probably can't read it because the readability is just off. It's not great. Pouch Pal written stories are going to take precedence over unoriginal content. So even though you can submit something that your friend made or that's in public domain, I want you guys to know that I am going to be prioritizing the Pouch Pal written stuff first. And if we run out of time, then that means that we might not get to your friends' writing or like the public domain writing or something like that, okay? No triggering content, as I said. Please self-edit or ask for help from friends, family, or the community. If I struggle to read your writing due to a lack of punctuation or readability, I may have to pass it over. And I will be getting more and more strict about that as we get more and more pals who want to submit. Because like 4 or 5 storytime streams ago, we only had like 3 hours worth of stories to read. And so I was like, you guys, what folklore should we read then? But now, like our most recent one, I think it took us right up to the line just reading the Pouch Pal submitted stuff. Like literally, I think I went over by like 5 or 10 minutes from where I intended to or something like that. So please, please, please get your stories in. There will probably come a time, hopefully not anytime soon, because obviously I would love to read these. But, you know, if we've got 14 hours worth of writing, I will have to go with the first, 7 hours of them. These are pretty long streams. I usually do them for about 6 to 7 hours. But, sometimes if it gets super popular, which I love, this is one of my favorite streams for the record, then I might have to do a culling, not a culling, but I might have to just stop and be like, I'm so sorry, I couldn't read all of them, Okay, so there's that. The other thing is, we have our demo days, right? If you would like to suggest a demo for us to play on Tuesdays, which is just day after tomorrow, by the way, game and schedule chat. This is a forum thread here. You will, if you go here, it is the top thing here. Demo day suggestions, clicky click. And then you will be able to put your recommended demo in the corner here. Alternatively, if you guys really enjoy a demo that we play on stream, you can also go put it in the is it in here? Hold on. No, wait, it's game recommendations, that's right. If you put it in here and it gets 10 reacts or more, I will put it to a poll. And if you guys vote to replace demo day with whatever the demo was, like Alabaster Dawn, you guys really enjoyed that. I had a great time with it. If this were at 10, I would put a poll up for it, okay? Does that make sense? Otherwise, please, please do feel free to go and suggest stuff in demo day, all right? Yeah. I think that was everything that I wanted to do. Let me see what you guys have said real quick. Hold on, I'll just minimize this. Hey, I know we're not supposed to promote other channels here, but have you guys heard of this Saved File 17 guy? He's pretty cool. You should check him out sometime, too. You know what? I'll think about it. That's a pretty good name. Hey there, Radical. Welcome on in. How are you? Thank you for contributing to the Movie Night Challenge. Look at all those files. There you go, Tao. Whenever you get the chance to listen, hope you love it like I do. I bet I will, lovely Mokurum. Thank you so much. Do people not use zip files? I'm confused. What would the zip files be for, Caution? Still waiting for Geek's 30-page story for story time. I know. Me too. Geeks is one of the only exceptions simply because I'm slightly narcissistic and I know for a fact that he's writing something having to do with our D&D campaign, and it's gonna give me more information on like the world at large that we're running around in, and we've spent like 25 plus hour, like real-time hours in, and I really want to know more. So BRB, deleting all punctuation from the most recent chapter, so targets to read the greatest pages long read on Saturdays, no too bad. No! Don't do it, Red! No, even for Geeks, I probably would draw the line. 30 is too much for anybody. But when I say I give special permission, I mean like if it's something like the D&D world that I really, really like genuinely have a personal interest in, I will probably be like, oh, maybe an extra like 2 pages on top of the 10, maybe. Meta, uwu. Thank you for the googly woogly eyes, cutie cushion, and thank you for the balding, Alzea. Once upon a time in a land far, far away, there was a girl who was chosen to defeat the Dark Lord. No, just no. Exactly. That's exactly right. Let me see. So many cliches. My eyes. Maybe we should come up with a system so folks who write something and it doesn't get read get precedence for next story times. I think that's a good idea, Red. I think maybe we will do that. I think that's a very good idea. The only issue I would probably be concerned about is if those pals are then like oh, okay, well, you didn't get to read it this time, so I'm gonna write more for next time. And then they wind up submitting it a little bit late, and then it winds up being like further down in the list. And then they're like, wait, no, but Tal, you said that I could be first at next story time. I'm like, oh shit, well, that was if you kept the previous writing, you know what I mean? But yeah, hopefully we can figure something out, because I obviously fairness is quite important to me and to this community. So I really would like to make sure that nothing like that happens, where anybody feels left out or anything. Let me see. Jet, welcome on in. Evening, Run. How are you? Speaking of D&D campaign, are we gonna recap today? Ooh, if you guys want, I would love to. Speaking of long stories, I'm in like the designing phase of a massive story, kind of the generic magic story. Nice, Jet. I hope you enjoyed writing it. What a sight to walk in. Hey, magnificent man, Navi. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you. Okay, I have a recap. Hold on, I gotta grab my notes. There's like 2.5 pages of notes here. Okay. So, if you guys haven't heard what's happened the last 2 or 3 D&D recaps, you might be a little bit confused, because we picked back up where we left off, in the Kelvel Conservatory, which are like the ruins on this planet. This is the planet that we help, like, get water back to and stuff like that. Yeah, no, Ancient Mac, oh, good, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much for popping in. It's always a pleasure to see you. I hope you feel much better soon. My submissions this time are lots shorter than the one from last time. No, I loved reading your Storm Talon. That's all right. We will enjoy the ones that you have submitted, I'm sure. But yes, so we left off in the Kelvel Conservatory and have decided to fill one of the basins, because that's something that the Vayari kind of left behind. They have like some kind of like magic that allows the land to be infused with water if only the right person comes in with the correct like authentication key and stuff like that. So our final conversation with the virtual interface is to discover that we are the first visitors to the site in 49,000 cycles, which is crazy. No response when we ask why others were not permitted. That just the VI just said unknown, and we were like, okay. Additionally, no response when we ask why others were not permitted in there before us. Additionally, we find the Neem core that's been teleporting around, like our ship and stuff like that, is actually an authentication key, which is probably why people haven't gotten in before, because, not everyone has the Neem core. No one had been here in 49,000 cycles. I reiterated that for some reason. We leave the ruins and head to the shore side. After we have, we've said, okay, please refill the basin, like one of the basins. We want to test it first, because there's like 3 major sites of of habitation, that are near these massive, dry, like, craters, that supposedly can be refilled using this interface that the Vayari have left behind. So we say, okay, let's test it first. And so we have a mini beach episode that poor geeks did not properly prepare for. So naturally, because he was like, oh, I've got the perfect, we're gonna go do this thing, we're gonna do that thing probably. But of course we're like, wait, beach day. So we went to the shore side. And I also paged Sabra Real. She's the one who got really beaten up last time. She's the one who's trying to help the people who are horribly dehydrated and malnourished, to alert her of the development, and she's on her way. And once Valor, which is Politely's character, dives into the water. She doesn't need to breathe, by the way, because she's an Undian, so she's able to just dive in there, and there's actually already like life in there, so clearly it's like magical, very magical, because water is just in the last like 5 minutes refilled, and yet there's like little fish and there's like kelp and stuff like that, so magic. Anyway, so we return to the ruins for the final time to refill the other 2 Sylvale basins. Meanwhile, Trevor, who is Blue, our tech gnome, he steals a very powerful rock from the wall of the ruins. As we turn to leave, the hologram that was previously very helpful stutters, and we all seem to be kind of like suspended, like mid-time, like like time just kind of pauses, which is crazy and weird, and we have no idea why. And then it mutates into like a monstrosity, and it says Neem Sorayel Nemo, I think it's Nemocene. And we're still learning about the Vayari language. Geeks has done a great job developing the whole language. It's pretty cool. But we don't know what that means exactly. After that weirdness, we return to the Beggar's Choice, that's our ship, without any incident. Trevor goes to his workshop, and I go and speak to Codex. Codex is our ship AI, portrayed by the Magnificent Geeks, and I think, honestly, one of my favorite characters. She's so much fun, and she's so sassy. Can someone redeem censored song? I'm tapped. Purrs. I suppose if people want to, they can. Welcome on in, hun. Codex tells us that she has only found one reference, because we remember we had a bazillion documents from the compound last time, and I gave them to Codex to sift through, and she was not thrilled. She was not thrilled. But she found only one reference to Nemos 9. Lynn, thank you for the 6 and 7 biddies. There we go. Ooh, thank you for the bleep doppel. Welcome on in. How are you? Let's see. Yeah, okay. So there's only one reference to Nemes 9 between the hegemony officials, and it's in a system called Sundance. She thinks this leak may have actually been deliberate, though, which is interesting. And then let me see. It's a planet in the outer rim. It's very nearly mid-rim, though. And it'll take 5 solar cycles to reach it. So we get like a long rest, and during the journey, I check in with the crew. Umbra! Hi, amazing Umbra, welcome on in. How are you, hun? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing, darling?
Oh, girl, dirty onto my lunch. Jesus.
Thank you for my song, Doppel. Yes, during my checkup with Valor, she actually tells me that she understood a substantial amount of the Vayari language and lived 200 years as a Vayari when she ate that little sparkle from last session. Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Aussie. So I got some translations. I won't read them all to you, but there's a lot of references to like Hall of Weaving, the Great Weave. These are clearly like religious references I perceive. From what Valor says, there is a theme of weaving. As we arrive in the Sundance system, Codex does some more scans. She can tell us that there's no orbital satellites at all. There is a hegemony fortress called Fort Resolute. It's this particular this particular planet is largely farmland. We land at the municipal sky field in a little settlement called Brasswater. The mayor is named Olivon, the sheriff is named Quill, and there's little crime, but hegemony technology, or the Silver Rail, is slowly obliterating the land around the Maglev, is what it's called. Upon arrival, there is an unmanned booth for customs. A lovely steel-born, or aka a half-orc named Pell greets us. He's so sweet and very cute. Ernest drifts a buggy that he found. And Valor, because the last thing that I did was, how I greeted somebody was on a previous landing pad. I flipped them off because they were being really obnoxious. And Valor has taken that as, oh, that's a traditional greeting. So she's flipping off this guy. And I grab her hand, I'm like, ah! And then, let me see. Ernest drifts that buggy. Valor flips him off, thinking it's a greeting. We're making great first impressions, clearly. Pell more or less volunteers to be our guide around Brasswater, and he takes us to Greta's Knickknacks. We have been collecting magnets, and politely, his character Valor has been collecting little knickknacks, and so that was our first stop. We met a lovely couple, Greta and Bjorn. Bjorn makes adorable little horse figurines. You better believe I got one of them. And also, Briggy does a very fun Scottish accent. He says that the last campaign he did was with a Scotsman, and they were not thrilled, but I thought it was great. He also mentions that the liaison office is manned by a hegemony worker, so we're gonna go and talk to that guy. No one actually runs this town, which is different from the other 2 settlements that we've been to on the other planets. And he suggests the big breakfast from the dog and the duck. So we do head over there. We go to the pub. We meet another couple, which is Bron and Etta. Neither are particularly fond of the hegemony representative at the liaison office. They reckon we should visit Tasman, who works at the railworks. They give us a legitimately bomb menu. Dude, Briggy made like an actual full-fledged menu, and everything on it is amazing. Let me actually tell you. Hold on. I should probably turn this off. Let me just read you guys this menu that he made. He clearly put work into it, and fuck, it sounds so goddamn good. Let's see. So we have the... Yeah, okay. So we have the prairie stew. Slow cooked for hours, contains whatever vegetables are available that week. Mountain root potatoes, prairie onions, chunks of local beef. There's the railman's pie, a thick meat pie, essentially a steak and ale pie, served with mashed mountain root, gravy. The Brasswater Big Breakfast. This was Bjorn's favorite, right?
Motherfucker.
Hey there, Nexus. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Hello, motherfucker. We're just doing a recap of my D&D session, as we traditionally do for Nolly. 3 fried eggs, 3 cured prairie bacon, grilled mushrooms, fried tomatoes, thick bread, baked beans, black pudding, hash browns, 3 sausages. There's also the smoked prairie ribs, cooked slowly over hardwood, served with roasted vegetables, a little sweeter than expected because the local glaze uses prairie berries. Shepherd's cob, basically a shepherd's pie, except made using local grazing animals. There's crystal corn! You better believe I got that! The crystal corn has large roasted cobs, slightly blue kernels. They're not magical, they've just evolved that way. And then the big cheese, a huge cheese board containing the many different, but ultimately similar, cheeses of Sundance. Served with freshly baked bread, cold cuts, and a spicy jadeweed jam. And then some drinks, including cherry sparkling water, which is imported. I'm Gucci, currently dealing with a messed up sleep schedule and my body being wonky. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. Well, hopefully you can come and vibe with us. Maybe get some sleep as well. I'd love to order the big cheese. I think you would. Oh, I want that pie. Yeah. Right? Yeah, I was like, he actually wrote all of this stuff. I was like, damn, that is immersive. I love it. I love it so much. Okay, so, let me see here. So they give us this legitimately bomb menu, and we get a few things. We find out that the sheriff comes in often to get the ribs. The mayor only comes in every so often. There's often conflicts over water rights locally. Etta brings Valor crayons and paper. After trying to eat them, yeah, Valor tried to eat the crayons, and I was like, wait. No, it's all right. We color with this. After trying to eat the crayons, she makes actually an incredible piece of artwork that almost directly replicates the mural in the ruins that we were just in, which is very cool. We've got to put that drawing up on the fridge with magnets back on the ship, so I carefully removed it, and we're gonna put it up with magnets. Bron and Etta jointly have owned the pub for the last 30 years. Bron saw robed individuals about 10 or 15 years ago carrying a crystal onto the Silver Line. They glowed blue, had insignia on their robes, and it hasn't happened since. Also, everyone just thinks he's crazy. He's the only one who saw it. He mentions, quote, that Jasper fella, and we don't know who that is, so I'm gonna ask about that next time. He recommends going to see the Marshes for Jadeweed. Get it? No, but the Marshes are a couple. They're a halfling couple. And then to go and see Truck-kun. Truck-kun on that slave! Holy crap, hi! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid! We're just reviewing D&D before we get into Persona. Welcome on in! We were just talking about you. Believe it or not, we were just talking about you. How are you? Oh my gosh, how did Marvel Rivals go? Did you have fun with Jubilee? Jubilee! Let's go! Oh my god, I would be flattered if someone wanted to draw me as Jubilee. Just saying. You guys, this is the sweetest Save File 17 who hath graced us with their presence fresh from a raid of Marvel rivals. This Hearthstone arena aficionado boasts over 50 times on the leaderboard. We're not slaying it in the arena, they engage in delightful nerd discourse. Their recent streams have featured a plethora of games, including Assassin's Creed and even physical card pack openings. Truly a diverse realm of entertainment fit for royalty. 100%. This is the guy I was talking about earlier. A personal friend of mine, an outstanding streamer, a total sweetheart. This says 2 times, 2! Count them 2 times in a row! You've rated into us. Thank you so much, sweetest Sam. I really appreciate the amazing support. Okay, firstly, how did Hearthstone go? Secondly, how did Jubilee? I saw you playing as another character who was like big and muscly as well, but how did Marvel Rivals go as well? You guys,
Whoa,
please
they
do
made
check
the
out
same
Sweetest
icon
Save.
in real life!
Liv, thank you for coming in with the raid. I do appreciate it. Yes, that is the safe icon in real life. He is there, in the flesh. Despite, I know, he is a flesh tuber. I am but a Vtuber with my pixelated fingies. He is a true vibe. Go hang out with him. I guarantee you will very much enjoy it. Whether you're lurking or chatting with him, you will have a very pleasant time. I will say I highly recommend chatting with him because he's very interactive and he's very chill, very grounded, very fucking funny. Sorry, I'm trying not to curse because I know that you're probably clipping these. He has about 75,000 clips of me. I think that's a fair assessment. What do you think, Sam? Yes, Mate, thank you for also coming with the raid. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Safe, when is your next stream? It's like in, is it 18 hours? No, 18 hours is on Friday. Many losses in Hearthstone, but did not let it get to me too much. Good, excellent. As it shouldn't, because you know what? Your nemesis just suck and you rock, and they, just because you may have lost to them, they're probably cheating. They probably had yogs. Yogs and squelches and bah. Have a cool deck running now at least. That's sick. Okay, great. Are you feeling confident for tomorrow then? And yes, had to play big muscly Punisher for one round since someone else picked Jubilee first. But they did have the vampire skin, so you forgave them, right? Bah, yes, always. Bah/bah. Some would say that was an excellent decision. Everything okay, Aussie and engaged? But yes, Safe, please let us know when your next stream will be. And you guys, like I said, seriously, you are missing out if you weren't hanging out with Save. I spent, for those of you who were in his stream yesterday, I was really busy, but I was lurking for at least half of his entire stream yesterday. And I saw some very sweet pals being very sweet to and about me and being lovely to Sweetest Save. And you all get extra points in my book for being lovely to the Sweetest Save. Next stream is in 14 to 15 hours. Hope it's gonna go well. Hope it's going well here. It better, because I can now swing a sword around. You can now swing a sword around. That's true. You can. You guys may notice we have a new mod. He's unfortunately, tragically lost his VIP badge because he can't have both. But Save is our newest mod. So thank you so much, Sweetest Save, for accepting moddom. I really appreciate it. Tau sees all. Tau's vision is extreme. It's true! It's true! It was huge! My vision is huge! Vivi! Hi there, Valiant Vivi. Welcome on in. Yeah, we're good? Okay, cool. All is well. I thought Blood Rage could hear me as I needed to exit VC, but my mic was muted. Fair enough. And the bah! Hey Merly, welcome on in. Congrats on the green sword. It's true. So yes, please play. I can't talk. Please play Marvel Rivals with Save. Please pay extra respect to him. He is my newest mod. He is a very busy man, so he won't be here all the time, obviously. For the time that he is here, I know that Strat needs to take a little bit of a step back. And I don't always have a mod online, so I was like, hey, just, if you want to, when you're occasionally around, feel free to enforce the rules of the pouch. Save can't be important anymore. I mean, I suppose some would say that being a mod is the most important. role in a chat. But who am I to speak about this? I don't even know. I'm not a mod for anybody. Wait, no, I am. I think I'm a mod for Snivy. That's it. That's it. Sweet Sarah, thank you for the 15 stream streak. How are you? But you guys, please go check out Sweetest Save. He's gonna be doing some more Hearthstone in about 14 to 15 hours. And Save, do you have any sponsored stuff coming up as well? You guys, Save does do like I said, other like sponsored stuff, but he's played like Forza and Arknights Enfield and Marvel Rivals and Angry Birds 2 and Roamstead and Walk of Life with me. Do you like how I always forget to bring that one up? Yes, we played Walk of Life together. Like, was it once or twice? I feel like I've been on your stream twice. I forgot. But those days are gone now, tragically, but they will live in perpetuity in my heart. Also, Save is the one responsible for my for my Joey hair. Oops, it's not, oh shit. It's off center. Anyway, that is his PNG. So thank you for the PNG, Sweetest Save. You were also, oh, that's right, Talbion! I'm so sorry, I have the worst memory. Yes, oh, I also got to play Talbion. That's why I was remembering twice. I'm like, did we play Walk of Life twice? No, it was once, and then we also did Talbion. That's what happened, thank you. When did that happen? That was a few months ago. That was a blast. We had such a good time. Even though I was I was a pain in Talbion online because I kept getting lost. He had to come and retrieve me like 4 times, but as Save is known to do, he was incredibly patient and very kind to come and chase after me. And be like, all right, Tao, I don't know how you wound up on the other side of the map, but follow me now. I did have secret mounts. Ooh, it was the upset of the century. I didn't mean to have a secret mount though. It was just because I forgot about how I had previously played Albion Online, and I guess from that I got like a secret mount. I think it was a mount. Was it a mount skin or was it a mount? I forgot if it was a mount or a mount skin, but it was secret from myself too. I genuinely had no idea. Does this mean you need to mod Save's stream? Just kidding, that's not up to me. I wanna get the VIP mark first. It was a horned thing that was a skin for a horse. That's right, it was a horned thing that was a skin for a horse, that's right. It was Tao's idea that Save Catgirl file existed. Sorry, Save, I have converted your species. You did a great job on that, by the way, Sweetest Sunny. But yes, you guys, please do check out the Sweetest Save File 17. He's just rated in twice. He rated in on Friday for us. He rated in today for us. You guys, I really appreciate it. Sweetest Save, you are far too generous with your time and your community, but I hope that it always feels worthwhile to come in here. We do love a Sweetest Save here in the chat. VIP and Tao is all I need. Well, Precious Ball, you certainly deserve it, darling. If Tao not a mod on the Corn subreddit, I assume one actually is. I'm sure it does, but I am sadly not. I don't have the time to mod a Reddit. Yummy. But yeah, Save is gonna be doing some more streaming in just a few hours, and by a few I mean like 14 to 15. And if you happen to know when or what your next like sponsored stuff will be, so that hopefully anybody who's like, I don't know about Hearthstone, but I do love Riding Star, or I do love Star Stable, or I do love Animal Crossing, or I do love Stardew, you know, in case any of those really big franchises sponsor you. I am cleared out on the sponsors after doing Marvel Rivals today and a gory movie trail. I think I heard you talking about this. Was this the Ice Cream Man or something? Ice Cream Truck? Ice Cream Truck-kun? There's apparently a Halo sponsor floating around, but I haven't been offered it yet. Keeping an eye out. Let me know if you need a recommendation. I'll write one for you. Trust me, this guy's great. He's the best at Halo. I've never seen you play Halo, but I bet you'd be great. He's also been playing some Black Flag as well, and also some Star Wars Outlaws on his variety channel. Which reminds me, I should shout that one out. Hold on, save. Oh God, I always fuck up and write. It's save E-I-L-E. Save file variety. Variety. Did I do it? Did I do it? Okay, good. Younglings with hacksaws, knives, and other implements. Yay! Save convinced me to play Enfield. Oh my Someone needs to tell the sponsors that Save is in fact a very good person to sponsor. He got Sedu into Enfield. Hello, that's the whole point of sponsors. Let's go. Save has been integrated into the pouch as our Yoda-like elder pouch with lightsaber. Yes, that is, yeah, in fact, I know that it looks like a regular green mod sword, but Save's sword is actually a lightsaber. What color lightsaber is it? Feather! Hi, Fabulous Feather, how are you? Welcome on in. That Save File variety guy is pretty cool. Has nothing on Save File 17 there. You know, I like them both equally. Thank you for talking about Tenchi Muyo. Oh, Ryoko, I'm so glad he was able to chat with you about that. See, that's the thing, you guys. Save is such an outstanding conversationalist. Like, you could bring up Tenchi Muyo, for example, and clearly he'll talk to you about it. You could bring up almost anything as long as it's not like politics or, how do I always forget, or religion, and he'll pretty much talk to you about it. Even if he doesn't know about it, he's often quite interested in your perception, you know, of the world, of games, of media, etc. Probably want to break soon. Yeah, you're right. We will need to do that pretty soon. I'll finish talking to you guys about the D&D game. It's almost done. The session's almost done, and then we'll go on a quick break. But especially with the most recent update, you'll be working for a bit to catch up, Sedu. Oh, that's awesome, Feather. I'm so excited for you to enjoy the cosplay session. I dropped into Feather's stream last night about some Final Fantasy-ing, Final Fantasy 14. How many of you have been watching the live stream for that? With the new Beastmaster class and stuff. But yes, you guys, please check out Sweetest Save File 17. He'll be live again in the not too distant future, so don't panic. And yeah, I really appreciate him. His content, his friendship, his hilarity, his callback humor is exceptional. His absolutely immense, almost scary knowledge and memory. It's good. It's good though. It's good. It's just a little intimidating for someone who has the memory of a goldfish. But yes, please go check him out. And Suda Save, thank you so very much for the raid. And if you get that Halo sponsorship, let me know. I'll shout you out even more. We do have a shout out war brewing, and I apologize, Save. I really appreciate the raids, but I am still winning. Let me see. I still can't believe you dropped in the one day I was shutting up. It's okay, Feather. I'm sadly so busy. I really don't have a whole lot of time, so I try to drop in for like 5 or 10 minutes, but I tragically cannot even, I very tragically cannot even, like, afford, like fucking 20 minutes for things. Let's see. Can I have some of your memory capacity, please? I'm lacking in it. Me first, Save. On the contrary, goldfish have excellent memory. Okay, well, I need a mouse. What animal has got dog shit memory? Got your spoilers on. Hey, thank you for the catnap tea, sweetheart. And I return the favor. Here you go. It was appreciated, dude. It was fun to yap for a bit. It was great to talk to you, sweetie. Renata, thank you for coming in with the raid as well. For Save and his amazing community, in case you somehow don't know me yet, and that, I shouldn't have said that because that makes me sound really shallow and vain, but I just know that Save raided on Friday and today. And so, hey, Strat, thank you so much for the spoiler warning. I'm gonna do an announcement on that right before we get started on Persona, but Tao's unbelievably busy marsupial. It's crazy how little free time this wonderful person has for herself. Yeah, I don't really have any free time, tragically. We'll be joining back in soon. Hope you and all the pals are doing well. Going to be a lurky turkey until then. I'll say please be sure not to spoil stuff, pals. No hints or do this or do that. Don't even tell her stuff about the characters. Please don't bring things up until Tao asks for help. I will snipe you. And Save may snipe you as well. I don't know what time it is for Sweetest Save, but if you gotta go nap, or, oh, that's something I should have said 14 minutes ago when you rated it in. But Sweetest Save, if you gotta go and do any like after stream care stuff, please, don't hesitate to do so. If you gotta go eat or sleep or shower or walk or go play some more Jubilee or go shopping for more skins or go fly around the Enterprise ornament toy thing, you would have been so disappointed in me if you had heard me the other day when I had my Save hat on and you were showing the camera your little, I think it was a Christmas decoration or something, and I was like, is that a Voyager? Is that an Enterprise? What is that little toy? Tau, people have to know about you. The way you loom over Safe's shoulder, you're a menace, in a good way. So it's a public service to let people know Tau is a-comin'. It's true though, Renata. You say teasing, you say in a good way, you say facetious, but in reality, you're absolutely right. I distribute my energy into Save's brain when I am behind him and I am like, wait, it's all just so that I can, depending on the day, depending on whether a vague, menacing threat towards his life is motivating or demotivating, that's what causes him to win or lose on Fridays. So you can't actually blame him or his gameplay. You can blame me for, you know, really scaring the shit out of him. Even if it's subconscious, it's there. Collapses to the ground of dehydration, starvation, and fatigue. No! Finally! Freed of this circle! Go flying around the Enterprise things while making whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was the Protector of the Galaxy Quest, because I asked about it. The Protector from Galaxy Quest. Oh, wait, is that the ship in Galaxy Quest? I'm trying to lull the unbelievers into a false sense of security. Aha! Okay, in that case, everyone forget everything I just said. Good job, Renata. Good job. Yeah, right, she's amazing. I'm so excited about the new Tenchi Muyo, all ready to buy it. Yay! I'm so excited for you, Ryoko. You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not spoil. I'm telling you why. Tau Chat is coming to town. It's true. Daniel, uppies for you. Welcome on in. The SEA Protector. Tau Raid 72526 H.MP4 already exists. Oh, I is the next letter in the alphabet while I clip every 97. I'll stop. We're approaching 20 minutes now, so I better stop for the sake of your hard drive space. Hey, Precious Parra, thank you so much for the 45 stream streak. Absolutely amazing, darling. Thank you so much for your dedication and support. Thank you. Okay, we do need to, we'll finish up our D&D thing, and then, for Saves Community, today is our, Persona 5, Royal stream. I'm gonna make a very strict announcement, after, like, right before we get started. It's gonna sound really mean, but, we got through a really important part of stream, last week, and I had to not look at chat for, like, 30 straight minutes, because there were, like, so many people being like, that's a spoiler, don't spoil things for Tau, that's a spoiler. And I'm like, I just literally can't look at chat then, shit. So I just didn't for like 30 minutes, and I don't wanna have to do that because I'm a very interactive person as well. Not as interactive as Save. Save's substantially better than I am. But yeah, we'll get to that. Basically, the rules are just don't fucking spoil things, please. And now that I have Save with the sharp eyes. And so when Strat is away, no spoilers shall play, because Save will... I can't rhyme anything. Make you go away! Wait, I already rhymed away. Fuck. Damn it! Fuck! Okay, sorry, Save. If you clip that, I definitely say fuck. Remember, write that in the title. Tau says fuck, be careful. Can you recap all the player D&D characters? It's been a while since you told us who they are. Yes, I can do that really quickly. Tau, far too sweet. One for each clip. So let's see how many clips you got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait, did I count that right? Can the backseating warnings be heightened too, by any chance? I mean, I'll remind everybody, but I feel like, you know, if someone's gonna backseat or spoil, then they're gonna do it anyway, and then they're gonna get banned or timed out. I think that what we might have to start doing is time people out for like, wait, hold on, I gotta Google what. Oh, I'm also lurking in my own stream. My bad. Hold on. How many seconds is 24 hours? Corrupt Zelda! Hello there, Zella Zelda. Wait, are you coming in with the save raid? Because if so...
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? No. Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in. Ooh, thank you so much for the follow, lovely Zelda. I appreciate it. Okay. If someone spoils something or backseats significantly, let's time them out for 85,000 seconds. and then if they come back and do it again, they get a permaban. I fucking hate spoilers, dude. This is such a long game as well, so any spoilers really detract from the experience. Zelda, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for coming on in, and thank you for supporting the sweetest save file. I do appreciate it. I don't know anything about the game to know what is or isn't, but the voice chat was going off about how things were vague references to things that made them spoilers. They're like Persona historians in there. Well, that's another reason that I was like, ooh, save might be a good choice here, because I think he said that he's played a Persona game, or played Persona 5. You do have the little take your time little revolvey Joker head, so I assume you played it. Politely also gigantifies the sweetness. It's true. Ferocious Politely is very sweet. Oh my gosh, Zelda, I love that. That is such a cute emote. Very baby. Okay, so we're just gonna finish this summary of my most recent D&D game with Precious Politely and Gorgeous Geeks. And then, oh, you've beaten the base game, not Royal. Got it. Okay, cool. Then you would still know, because we're still in the base. Well, the base game is like interwoven with Personas, like with Royal stuff, but you will know whether something's a spoiler or not. That's good. I know next to nothing about Persona, so I couldn't spoil even if I tried. Not that I would try. Yeah, I know. I appreciate that, hun. I love jokes so nonsensical they're unrecognizable as spoilers, like lobsters and pancakes. That one is actually quite funny. That is quite funny. Okay, so quick reminder. Our characters are Valor, the Undine Trident, which is Politely's character. She's our absolutely monstrously powerful fighter, Echo Fighter. I am Valayan. I am a Eladrin warlock, Dow warlock. We've got Blue, who is a technomancer, techno-gnome, sorry, techno-gnome engineer, I think. And then we've got the amazing Cacto, who's a great streamer and an outstanding guitarist, which is playing Ernest. And I forgot what Ernest is. But he's awesome, and he's more or less the face of the party when I am like eating corn, which is what happened last night. Okay, so just real quick, let me see. Okay, overall, there's a sense that the people of Brasswater dislike the hegemony due to them ruining the land with this technology they've got called maglev. It's like this levitating metal that their silver rail, which is a really advanced piece of like train tech, uses. Also, the old rail runs parallel to the silver rail and into Fort Resolute, which we're obviously going to want to go into. So next time, next session, we want to continue exploring Brasswater. There's a few different buildings we still haven't hit. I want to know who Jasper is, because Ron mentioned that fella Jasper, and we didn't get any clarification on that. We want to meet Tasman, who is the rail worker. We want to go see the sheriff, and we want to meet the mayor. So that's everything for now. I want to see a Techno Gnome live. That would be pretty cool. Storm, thank you for the gigantified cutie pie emo and I'll Precious Politely. All right, you guys. Well, one final time. This is your last chance. Follow Save. It's not your last chance, but you really should follow him. Thank you so much again, Sweetest Save, for the raid. I really appreciate it. If you guys, Save, thank you for that cute swaying politely emote. Yeah, I'm 25 minutes late to this, but if you don't know me, hi, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am also a professional artist, so on Fridays, if you come on in, which is the last time that Save rated into us, like an absolute sweetheart angel, we are working on art that you guys get to help me decide, whether it's like chibis or commissions, things like that, and you get to request music oftentimes. Then I'm also a professional voice actor. And so if you come on in and we are playing a game that does not have voiced dialogue, I will do that for you. We're playing first time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and also Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. Please no spoilers for those. I will get into the strictness of that when we get back from a quick break. We gotta go on a quick 3-minute break. Save assimilates everyone. Eventually. Assimilate. Become a part of the hive mind. Trust me, it's the happiest hive mind ever. Every hour, we go on a quick 3-minute break. It's not very long, but it is just long enough that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe and you want to give that over to save instead, I recommend it. That's totally fair. Then you don't have to worry about it though, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer. I run ads and then, yeah, and then we come on back and we make more content together. All right, let's go on that quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your mental mind in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots, I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Yep, okay, cool. Just had to get that set up. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, no, my... all right, let's fade out our beautiful... See that in an instant replay? Orders, Dondu, MLG. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. It's too good. You must be lip syncing. Gage, you're so sweet. Thank you. Mamma mia, way back on the shelf. Love those songs on my Spotify playlist after I saw it. Let's see.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Lizard! Yes! Let's fucking go. Oh, there she is. No! No, don't do it! No, don't do it! Oh my god! I'll save them! Wait! Wait, don't! Wait, hug time! No, please don't go! No! Oh. It was just a bad dream. Hug time! You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where? Where Timkin Nuggies? Correct. Correct. Alright, let me see. Aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard! Fuck. I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway, so do straight. My guns slinging. Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Ah. One more time. Pew, 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 pew. Oh no, my cookie. Okay, well one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in so you... Oh, that's amazing. Fixie!
Hello, hello, my darlings. Welcome back. Once you guys finish this round, I will bring you over
Nothing
to
wrong will happen. Catch
Persona.
the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. Hello, awesome Aussie. Nerd, thank you for contributing to the movie. I appreciate it.
I am afraid.
It's time for Mobs to Thou with my sick hair. Hold on a second. Let me just, all right, there you go. All right, we're going over to the,
Perfectly round.
well, let me just, hold on. Let me put a timer on real quick. Hey, Dallin, how you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome.
Okay.
Let me bring y'all over here real quick. Hold on.
I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my gun.
Welcome back, Ozzy! Welcome back! I gotta also let you guys, hold on, I gotta pull up your stream avatars, there you go! We got some uppies! We want some uppies in the chat that can be arranged! Let me first put the game sound on, sorry, we got some catchy music! I'm sorry, I kinda fucked it up, my bad! Uppies for you, Ozzy! There you go, Ozzy! Welcome back, Eisen, uppies for you! There you go, Eisen! Nix, welcome back, uppies! Engage, welcome back, hey! Thank you so much! Yugi! My mirror is finally waking again! After years of suffering, I'm beautiful again! My twin! Everybody, my twin! Welcome back! I assume this was a Bostonian redeem. No, this is the mobster. This is the mobster. I did ask if you guys wanted to change it, change the name, but hey, that's all right. That's all right. 148. That's the most recent. Yes. All right. Let's do that. All right. So, not that you can take me super seriously like this, but, you guys, we are kind of far in the game, but not far enough that I'm like, yeah, no, like, spoilers are okay, ain't no way. In fact, we gotta do a really, strict, warning right now. Thank you so much for, beating the boss, by the way. Well done. If anybody spoils anything, and by the way, that means if you are not 100% certain that I have made it past this part, or know this thing about this character, or whatever it may be, you are gonna get an 85,000 second timeout. That's like almost 24 hours. So, yeah, you probably don't want to do that, eh? If you'd like to keep sticking around, you better not do it. Don't do any hints, don't do any, none of that. I have a new mod as well, and he's gonna be watching y'all, alright? Let's see, what we are gonna do, whoops, wrong button. We are gonna do a quick recap, because I think that might be helpful for everybody. Sorry, that's it, we recently got this updated. Wow, we haven't read many of these. let's read these last three, and if you are not positive that we have made it past, basically, if any of these are what you're gonna talk about, I'm happy to listen. If you talk about anything besides these things, you might get timed out or banned. All right. Hey, Nosh, welcome. I have no idea where you at. Yep. A mod that would prefer to time you out for 252 million seconds until Persona is over. I might leave that to your discretion save. I feel like the punishment fits the crime, you know what I mean? Alright, so, if you want to talk about the beginning of the game, Kamoshida, Madarame, Kanashiro, Futaba, Dark Clouds, Okumura, or Sae's palace. These are acceptable topics of conversation. Anything other than that is not. But I'm gonna read these anyway, in case you need a refresher, in case you ain't been here, you know exactly where we are. The Phantom Thieves are blamed for Okumura's death, and their popularity plummets. The police put a 30 million yen bounty on their heads. Despite his vocal opposition to him, Akechi the Sketchy declares the Phantom Thieves are not the culprits behind Okumura's death, but hints that he knows who is. The Phantom Thieves called Akechi with the hope of clearing their name, but he forces them to aid him in his plan to give Sae a change of heart. Accompanied by Akechi, the Phantom Thieves infiltrate Sai Nijima's palace. One inspired by a casino. Interesting. I'm gonna head out for zero spoilers. Absolutely. If you haven't played this game and you want to avoid any spoilers, now is the time to maybe like. Please, if you want to support the stream, it'd be greatly appreciated. And if you do, just mute the tab and don't turn the volume on the player all the way down. Just mute the tab if that's all right. But of course, I totally acknowledge and understand if you don't want to even have the chance of tabbing over. You know what I mean? Thank you for the mobster Tao, Precious politely. Hold on, let me remove my absolutely fabulous hair. Boop. Put that over there until when next we need it. All right. When did Tassie become a 4th-rate duelist with a 4th-rate deck? See, that's what happens if I try Hearthstone. I have a sneaking suspicion that I would be particularly bad at Shaman. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Howie Wheeler, it's true. Hi there, Precious Persimmon. It's so good to see you. Thank you for coming in with the ride. It's a 3rd-rate duelist with a 4th-rate deck. Oh, a compliment. A compliment. We're not 4th-rate duelists. We just have a shitty deck, and we're not great at dueling. You haven't given card games enough time. I bet you would do great. I don't know. I don't think I would. Card games, I don't think I would. I feel like card games and platformers are opposites. All right. Yu-Gi-Oh is a lot. I do believe you on that. All right. Now, professional voice time. The Phantom Thieves find and defeat Shadow Sai. However, Tao is arrested in the palace by real-world police. As he's arrested, he learns of a traitor in their midst. News of Tao's arrest circulates throughout Tokyo. Tao is taken to an underground interrogation room and rigorously questioned by police, then by Sai Nijima, bringing the story full circle. As Tao fights the effects of the drugs and remains silent about the Phantom Thieves, an assassin sent by the real culprit closes in. The assassin is none other than Goro Akechi, who pulls a gun on Tao and kills him. News reports of his death label it as suicide. The ruin Igor warned about back in April seems to have finally arrived. Except, Tao didn't die. His death was a carefully constructed fake-out. The Phantom Thieves learned Akechi was a traitor by bugging his phone, but agreed to his plans since whoever he worked for could hide a murder. They need to simultaneously prevent Tao's murder and expose Akechi. The plan was to lure Akechi to the undistorted police station outside Sai's palace. There, he would kill a fake Tao cognition and think he succeeded. Inside, the police station is indistinguishable from reality, so if someone could be led in, they wouldn't know the difference. By having Sae leave Tao's phone on after the interrogation, Futaba could remotely activate the meta-nav and have Akechi kill the fake Tao. Through Akechi, they learn the name of the person really pulling all the strings, Masayoshi Shiro, who used Akechi to kill his political rivals. Shujin's principal, Okumura, and even the SIU director all had shady ties to Shido. With the truth come to light, the team focuses on taking down Shido. There you go. All right, that's where we are. That's where we are. People have told me about Serenity. Usually I do Game of Thrones / Alabama songs. All right, so we now are going to make an effort to steal Shido's heart and infiltrate his palace. I do wonder how we're gonna get around to that. Okay, what could we get into here? You guys, this is the last time I'm gonna say it. Do not spoil anything. Or backseat. If you are not 100% positive that we have reached a certain point in the game, and or have interacted with this person and have gotten to the point in their confidency, then don't talk about it. And in case you can't tell, that level of specificity probably just means don't fucking talk about it, please. I really don't want spoilers. Let me just demonstrate real quick. We are 149 real world hours into this game. Do you know how shitty it is for someone to watch 150 hours of television and then to go to their friend who's like, I'm really interested in this season of this TV show. Maybe I'll watch the other 17 seasons. And then they go, oh, yeah, you mean like how in season 17 this guy dies and this person turns out to be a traitor? Fucking dickhead, don't do it. Thank you. I'm trying to remember, Tassie. You said Kasumi is the romance choice. She is. I have chosen her. Let me go see here. I shouldn't have done that. I need to go make an apology phone call. You should.
Your phone during the school trip? That kind of came in handy.
How so?
Well, remember how I put that wiretap app in Akechi's phone?
Hold on, I'll turn this up a little bit for you guys.
Basically, that let me see GPS info for 2 phones, yours and his. I'd be able to tell the precise moment Sai Nijima, who had your phone, ran into Akechi. That's when I saw my chance and beep, sent the signal to activate the Metaverse Navigator. But there was a chance they'd just pass each other without saying a single word.
Just trying to remember which person I'm watching and is choosing what. Yep, all good, Nexus. That's all good. And actually, that's a perfect example of finding out where somebody is. Do not say, hey, have you been to blah blah's palace? That's potentially a spoiler, and we'll time you out for it. We're gonna be more strict about that. I want my mods to definitely be more strict about that. And I would do it, but that means that if I have to read it, and then I have to time it out. That means now it's in my brain, and even though I might forget it, I might not because I'm holding onto it with spite. You see what I mean? Yeah, the proper way to not spoil something is, what's the most recent palace you've been in? What's been your favorite palace? Things like that, right? That is a much safer way of not spoiling something and still finding out where we are. Congrats on beating Shadow Sai, by the way. Even if I am sad she's no longer around. I know. You love that dark eye shadow, don't you? She's got big goth vibes. I did that to myself once in a different game. Was having trouble figuring out tough late game fight. Googled to find the answer. No, only to be greeted with, be prepared because after the battle, party member blank betrays you and permanently leaves the party. God, that's so annoying. I fucking hate that. I'm so sorry, Red. That blows. Can I spoil the ending of the Titanic? Let's not. Who do you feel like romancing in this game? That's also a good one. Yeah, I think Nexus probably asked because Nexus has been here a few times, and I think Nexus, you originally asked which romance choice I wanted, and I was like, oh, I like Makoto, but I'm going with Kasumi. And I think you were probably just looking for clarification on that one. I can't wait to see how she reacts to the dragon in the next room. Well, I won't now. This is now the reaction. Thanks. Exactly. Ah! That's exactly right. Like the number of people who I don't understand why why people do that when it's like, oh, I'm so excited for this newbie to play the game that I absolutely love and I had the best experience with. And it's my favorite game because, wow, what a killer ending and what an awesome plot twist. So what do you think if I tell you about this plot twist? I think, oh, well, I guess it's kind of a mediocre game now. I wonder why. Maybe it's your fucking fault. Hi, pal, here for one of my favorite video games because I'm still very sick. Oh, sweetest, I'm so sorry. 100 degrees? Hun, do you need to go to the doctor? What are your opinions on lobsters? I was here a few Persona streams ago, and I've been about and know what to say. Perfect. Thank you, Nexus. People have done it in our movie nights, too. Yeah. I don't appreciate it movie nights, but, like, I will hold a forever grudge against someone who, like, a movie night, yes, it's shitty. I am not denying it is shitty when someone does that. But, like, also, it's, like, maybe 2 hours, maximum 3. When someone spoils something like a TV series or a game that you've spent hundreds of hours on, I just want to I want them to disappear from my life forever. I get so annoyed, dude. Can I spoil the 1939 classic Gone with the Wind, or are we still holding off on that one? If Beaver's still here tomorrow, I'm gonna go to the doctor. Not trying to literally fry my brain. Yes, good idea, Sudasaritsa, good idea. What do you think of being made to eat fish? I think that's disgusting. You better not redeem it. Don't do it. Fuck! I knew you were gonna do it! No! Damn it! I just love people experiencing Persona 5 Royal and getting into the franchise. Royal is just that special to me that I know how to avoid certain things. Yeah, excellent. Sorry, Jimbo, you're going to the Shadow Realm. Exactly. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Neon. I was so annoyed when my friend ruined Thor Ragnarok for me. I was so excited because I worked on it and was so looking forward to the scenes. They took away all that joy. Yeah, I would hold that grudge against my friend for probably a decade or more. I'd be like, I will literally not, oh, there's a new movie coming out in 2 months. I'm literally not going to talk to you until after I see it. This game is so awesome, especially when spoilers is revealed to have been spoiler the whole time. And spoilers, the spoiler was spoiling spoilers. Oh, thanks for that. Throws game into the garbage. Or throws the person into the garbage, honestly. Steve, welcome on in. Okay, all right, I better actually play the game, sorry. Alec, welcome in. Thank you for contributing to the movie night.
That's why we needed you to tell Sai Nijima to show the phone to Akechi. This plan still surprises me no matter how many times I hear it.
I bet.
Still, I couldn't just directly hack into the metaverse nav. It's a mysterious app after all. But you know how it has that bookmark function? All you have to do is push the button.
The button?
Making the phone think he was pushing that button was totally doable.
Exclamation point buttons.
Pretty good, huh?
It's how recognized foreshadowing. Thank you for the clip, Cedar Storm.
At any rate, I'm glad you're back safe and sound. But even that's putting it too lightly. You had a rough time in there, didn't you? Only a little.
Sorry.
Akechi was after you all along. I knew it was risky, but we had no choice but to depend on him. Thanks to your tenacity, you were able to fool him. It's payback time. Let's make him regret underestimating the Phantom Thieves.
All right, let me see. People are really bad with subtle spoilers too. I love when they do with, what they do with Joey Jojo near the end. They didn't say what happens, but they've also just let you know there's a 0 chance Joey Jojo will die or such. Yeah, I genuinely did forget who it was last week, but someone said something like that where they're like, oh, no, I do remember. I do remember what it was. I don't remember who it was, but see, it stuck with me. I fucking hate my brain sometimes. No, someone had said, you're courting Kasumi? Oh, you're gonna regret that or something like that. And I was like, dude, seriously? Please, fuck. By the way, if we see that kind of stuff in chat, mods, you are welcome to time that kind of, that level of spoiler out as well. That's also a spoiler to say something like that. So yeah, don't do that, you guys. Thank you for the lurk, Sweet Storm. Gonna go lie down and listen since my hoarse throat is not healing fast enough for my interviews tomorrow. Oh, Storm, absolutely. Get some throat coat. All right. Sorry, I forgot what I was doing. I wanted to see, is there anything that we can do today?
Hey, I get that you want to go out after being locked up, but starting tomorrow, you're gonna be really busy. You should take it easy and rest today.
I'm gonna head back then.
I guess I'll head home. Go to bed, all right? I guess. Oh wait, is there actually? Can we do anything? Can I go on the internet?
Yeah. Even though it's the same old attic, it's an important place for you, huh?
Well, I kind of want to go to the dark web here, but no. Okay. All right, fuck it. I guess we're going to sleep. Talk to Futaba again? I did speak to her before.
It may not have looked like it, but everyone else was.
Oh, she has more
too.
dialogue.
Though there's no doubt you were the most at risk. I mean, you actually got arrested. But it seems like all the drugs and stuff made you forget the details of the plan. Want me to explain how it all went down? It might take a bit.
Oh. Does she rehash everything that... I don't know if I wanted to rehash everything because we did, I think it was 35 minutes? It's really concise for Futaba. Oh, okay, all right, then I'll see ya.
The rest of us didn't get captured. We had to act. We had to pretend we never wanted you to get arrested. Pretend the suicide news was a real shock. Basically, we had to act like we didn't know anything, 24/7. The enemy knows who we are, so we couldn't let our guard down even once while you were gone.
Yeah, but did you get your face bashed in and almost have your leg broken by the cops? I don't think so. I don't think so.
They had people watching us and realized what our plan was. They would have killed you immediately.
When their chat box is grayed out, it means they have nothing new. Oh, how am I 150 hours in this game and I didn't know that? Okay, that's cool. Welcome in, Viera. How are you? All the drugs and stuff made you forget the details of the plan. This line belongs in most banned documentaries. That's pretty funny. Not that you're salty about it or anything. No, I'm definitely not holding a grudge or anything like that. I have absolutely no annoyance associated with the fact that I almost died and you guys had to act. Oh, I'm so sorry you had to act.
Want to hear more?
Okay.
Another tough part was figuring out how to get Nijima and Akechi back from the metaverse. In order to return to reality, you have to go back to the point where you came into the metaverse. So, Sai and Akechi had to go through where the nav was activated, as in, the hall where they met. Akechi would just come back the same way after the assassination. The real issue was Sai Nijima. We needed to stop her for a moment before she headed back toward the interrogation room. But nothing can be sent to a phone inside a palace. So, I had to program the messages in beforehand. In doing so, I made it seem like the messages were coming at that exact moment in time.
Sneaky.
That part was kinda last minute, so I had to pull an all-nighter trying to get it set up. I'm really on a roll here. Wanna hear some more?
Okay, fine.
Let me see. Another problematic thing was...
I wish that this game didn't have random lags. Lucy, hi there, lovely Lucy. Welcome on in. How are you?
Oh yeah, tying Akechi up. That was really tough. I obviously don't mean the real Akechi. Even if we could do that, it would ruin our plan.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because his cognitive self would be in there somewhere too, huh? Yeah, Ozzy, we're gonna make our own breaks today.
The one we had to tie up was Sai Nijima's cognitive Akechi. This part's really complicated. I know you're tired. You sure you want to hear all of this now?
Sure. I love hearing when someone's passionate about something, including getting me out of a dangerous... Oh! Maid! Would you like a cowgirl model? Howdy. Thank you so much for the cowgirl outfit. It's been a while. Want to hear more? Yes. Well, that's mostly it. I had a Snickers this morning. Want to hear more? Yes. Exactly. After the interrogation, when you are in the hideout, Joker will touch his head frequently where he got stomped by the cop. Ouch. She's probably got a really bad concussion. Doing great. My night's going good, girl. How about you? How you doing? Doing well, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. I hope that you are incredibly relaxed after your big day. Wow, it's Southern Tao! Howdy, gorgeous Ghosty. How are you? It's so good to see you. Lovely Ghosty. How are things? How was Ghosting of Tsushima? Definitely.
We needed to lure Akechi into Sai Nijima's palace and have him kill the cognitive version.
Look, I got a howdy hat too. I can tip it to y'all. Yeah.
But Akechi would have entered the palace immediately after meeting Sai Nijima in the hallway, right? Because of that, there was a pretty decent chance he'd run into the cognitive Akechi. And if that happened, Akechi would have totally realized we'd lured him into the palace.
Ghost of Tsushima is also one of my favorite games of all time. We had a great time when we played through that, and I know that Ghosty's currently playing through it as well. I hope things are going very well for you, sweetheart.
Nobody actually even thought of this possibility until the night before the assassination. Makoto realized in the middle of the night, then it was a huge mess trying to figure out what to do. In the end, we chose to sneak into the metaverse while the plan was happening to tie up the cognition. Because you told Sae to show him the phone, we expected her to chat with him for at least a bit. So, we had a few minutes to strike after the cognitive Akechi showed up, but before the nav activated.
Lava gal. Thank you for the 5-stream streak, lovely Lacey. Does this have an auto timer like the Baldur Dream? It does not. Actually, I forgot if this one is a until the next break. If it's not, I kind of want to make it that way. What is the timer on this one? Does it say 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Save. Ask if we want to hear more. Yeah, I dare you. Please, just ask me. Ask me if I want to hear more, please. It's been good for both the game and myself. I hadn't had a chance to play it again recently since I did a thing with a bunch of bats last week. Oh, that's awesome, gorgeous Ghosty. It is until break. Okay, perfect. That's what I thought. Yeah, we will keep this on until break. Clever girl. Clever girl.
It was Operation Tie Him Up. Though it wasn't really much of an operation in the end. Thankfully, Nijima didn't know his true nature, so the one that appeared was an ordinary kid. It was pretty simple surrounding him, knocking him out, and tossing him on another floor.
Poor cognitive Akechi was probably like, what the fuck? Want to hear more? Want to hear more?
Skill was super amazing. I guess she does use knuckles as her weapon.
Yes, that is the way. Unless, of course, you happen to be wearing, you know, a cowgirl outfit, in which case, gun.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is, appreciate what everyone else did. I just can't help but rant when I'm talking about stuff that interests me.
I appreciate what you guys did, but I may have lifelong brain damage from what happened to me. So while I appreciate your 20 minutes of extremely skillful spy work and espionage, I may or may not go senile by the time I'm 30.
Sorry about that. Just focus on resting up. You don't have to worry about anything else. And seriously, well done.
My favorite weapon in Persona? These hands! Yes. Okay, I think that's... Oh, he wants to talk still.
So,
By the way, the police report on your death isn't gonna show up at your school. No need to worry. Seems Prosecutor Nijima worked out some kind of deal with the higher-ups or something. I mean, they haven't even said anything to me even. As long as you stay quiet, you'll be fine.
how do I
I
put
guess
this?
if they reported your death now, they'd basically be saying you were a phantom thief. They can't really go announcing what the phantom thieves are, so I'm sure they'll avoid all that. All right, everyone, just stand around me. Watch me sleep.
Guess you won't be going to school for a while.
I don't need school. I'm a phantom thief. Rah, rah.
Don't worry about it. This'll be a breeze compared to what we've had to face so far.
That's what I'm thinking, Aizen. Is she just gonna stand there at the end of the bed and watch us sleep? Classic Futaba. Struth.
And we'll have all the time to come up with the plans together. To be perfectly honest, I don't really care what happens to Shido, one way or the other. But when I consider the fact that he's your enemy, I naturally think he's my enemy as well.
Probably.
I'm going to stay with you until the very end.
Aw, that's sweet, Morgana. Clever Girl is also a rock band around since 2009. Their logo is a raptor solving a Rubik's Cube. Is this a save-ism or is this a fact? If it's a fact, surely it's named after the Jurassic Park Clever Girl. Technically Phantom X. Oh yeah, the spin-offs? Yeah, true.
Well then, we should get to sleep.
She's totally not being our sleep paralysis demon. Totally.
You know, something that Futaba said before, when you were in a pinch in the palace, she picked up a reading of someone who came to your rescue. Was that...
Yeah, it was Kasumi. This is a real thing, and yes, that's why they have a raptor. That's hilarious. I love that somebody somewhere was like, I'm a talented musician, and also, I fucking love that line. Let's just do it. Tao says no to school. Thank you for the clip, Dix. Morgie is cute. I'm kind of looking forward to when I finally decide to play Persona. Yeah, Morgana grew on me, particularly because he's played by my teacher, so I'm a bit more. He's grown on me for that reason particularly. Thank you for the care package, Elsie.
So it was Yoshizawa. Then we'd better let her know you're safe now. And I'll even lend you a hand with that.
Yummy water.
Okay, we have 2% of people who think we're innocent. Big yikes.
Apparently, Akechi
Good
arrested the
name.
leader of the
Hope
phantom.
y'all are having comfy and successful Persona stream. TauTassio the TauTass heart.
Oops, my hair's in the way. God, I have long hair and it's in the way. Hold on, I should probably start tying it up for a stream, but no. Terrific Tara. Thank you so very much for 6 months of tier 2 subby. Thank you so much for the absolutely extraordinary generosity and support, darling. Definitely having a fun and successful Persona stream. Very big thanks to the wonderful SaveFile17 for the raid and lovely Silver Marshall as well. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing terrifically, terrific trout. The time, no, that's okay. Don't apologize. You're all good, sweetheart. I appreciate you. Thank you.
He's a hero. I'm so glad Akechi's back.
I hope they can catch the rest of the Phantom Thieves, too.
He really is amazing.
There's no point in even having an election. Shido's gonna win.
I keep thinking his voice is the same VA as Venti. Don't ask. I love my favorite femboy twink bar too much. I don't know Venti, but are you talking about, Lucy, are you talking about Morgana?
Of course, he's the only reliable politician there is. Plus,
Oh, no.
the current government has been getting wrapped up in scandal after scandal. Even more importantly, there's just an aura about him. Like he can fix whatever problems we have.
Yes, I'm talking about Morgie. Yeah, Cassandra. Cassandra does a really good, like, young boy voice as well. She's very good. Erica Harlicher is also, is it Harlicher or Harlicher? Yeah, she's very good. Valiant Valis, thank you for the lurk, hon. I really appreciate it. Welcome on in. I think Venti is a drink size. It is. Shido has aura, confirmed.
Honestly, it doesn't
Unfortunately.
really matter to me who does it. I just want to see our society back on track. Especially after it turned out those Phantom Thieves were nothing more than scum in the end.
We'll show you.
Did you get to showcase your anime boy voice to Cassandra? I'm trying to remember if I did a boy voice for Cassandra. No, I think she specifically wanted the class to stick with, like, our archetype. And my archetype is, like, confident heroine and or, like, anti-hero type. That's where my voice fits, and that's where my acting capacity fits as well. So I didn't get to show her that, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe she's lurked in stream before. I don't know. PPP. When did you do this? The class? I had a 10-week class with Cassandra Lee Morris for the month of, I think it was basically like, was it May into early July? May into June? Something like that. But yeah, I got to perform for her and Johnny Drovo, and it was a really great class, actually. It was really good. Let me see here. The cute anime girl voice is great too. Aw, thank you, Strat. Your voice acting reminds me a lot of Janet Varney, aka Korra from Avatar. I am flattered. I haven't seen much of either Avatar series, but I really like Korra's design, and therefore I will probably enjoy her voice actor. Check out Tao's VA stuff if you haven't yet. It's true! Like I said, I am a professional VA. Like, I am regularly paid to do stuff with my voice. So, if you like my voice, and you like how I narrate things or how I voice act things, and you have a project coming up, let me know. My VA demos are just exclamation point VA demo away. That's really cool. Didn't realize you did all that. Yeah, I did, gorgeous Ghosty. We actually sometimes have some new precious pals who come in here because I attended the class as my VTuber. So people were like, oh, I want to watch you. I want to come watch you. So sometimes we get some tremendously talented fellow classmates. Oh shoot, I need to watch the new Avatar movie. Wait, is there a new Avatar movie? Did you check the VA stuff I sent? I think there's at least one link in there that you may be interested in. I did I've already done at least 2 of the things you sent. About a week ago, I want to say. But I will need to do the other stuff tomorrow. Tomorrow is VA and art catch-up day. I heard you went home, so I announced it during homeroom. Are you okay? That's so fucking mean! Who says that? Holy shit! I mean, she is kind of a bad teacher, in that she's courting her student in a big way, but that's beside the point. She's trying to be a good teacher, I guess. I need to get up more. I've been slacking. Oh, that's okay, gorgeous Ghosty. I know you're busy. I hope you get it. That would be awesome. It would be so sick. Are you sure the tone isn't, you're a bad teacher? Could be, you're a bad teacher. You're a bad teacher. Yeah, it could be one or the other. You're alive. The news is reporting you committed suicide. Call me when you can. I was so confused. But as long as you're safe. Don't worry about school. You just take care of yourself. Aw, that's sweet. Hey, cutie cat, welcome on in. Is it true that the leader of the Phantom Thieves died? How could the police let him commit suicide in jail? They need to get their shit together.
Cut that out!
Quiet down! You're in class! Break's been over for quite some time now! Oh, I just realized I'm not in class. That's right. That makes sense. Watch him call on me anyway. Tao! Oh, actually, Tao's not here. Tao's dead. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, a lovely life. Mr. Ushimaru is like so Valley girl. I swear, you're like monkeys in a zoo. Hmm? Oh yeah, I received word from Tiger's family that he'll be absent for a bit. Not like he fucking died. Jeez, what do you people think school is anyway? It's almost time. Sorry, I can't voice act when I've got a Valley girl voice. You're sitting in your room in the cafe and suddenly a piece of chalk flies through the window and whangs you on the head. Exactly. Hey, it can't be true, can it? Please tell me you're okay. I'm all good. Ooh, thank God you're safe. That suicide report was all over the news, and Miss Kawakami said you went back to your hometown. I was honestly worried about contacting you. Even Sakamoto was dodging the questions when I tried to ask him. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone. You better not. Or else. By the way, the fan site is a real mess right now, but I'll keep supporting you from the shadows. Good luck.
Hey.
You don't need to worry about it in You don't need to worry about it in here, but try not to do anything to draw attention. Anyway, today's a day off, so eat your curry and take it easy. You can take your time with it too. It's not like any customers are gonna be showing up. That's my boy voice.
Okay.
Let's try and think of the keyword once the chief's curry has energized you. Hey, love, how are you? It's good to see you. I didn't burn my tongue on chips. What are you talking about? Miss Kawakami said you went back to your hometown. She's a bad teacher. Gonna lurk for a bit. Might head to bed earlier than last night. I went to bed late, like, I don't know, 4 a.m. OMG, Lucy, yeah. You better get some good sleep, bestie. I hope you sleep well and have the sweetest dreams. Back to our usual diet of coffee and curry. All we need is a growing boy. Yes. Have you guys figured out the keyword to Shido's Palace yet? I've tried all sorts of stuff, but no luck so far. It is hard to understand the thought process of a criminal mastermind like him. You know, I've been wondering if he's been behind all those mental shutdowns. Doesn't that mean all the weird accidents from these past few years were his fault? Like that subway accident back in April. Now that you mention it, that accident lost the Minister of Transport his job. Wait, are you trying to say Shido caused that accident? But it's a subway! Does he not care all about innocent lives? This man seems truly unbelievable. Supposedly, there are still tons of victims from that in the hospital even now. Have a good one, lovely Lucy. We'll see you later. Night-night. The variation of Valley Girl is pretty good. Thank ya. Masayoshi Shido, how many has he killed over the years? How can we ever understand what goes on in the... Can't keep it together. How can we ever understand what goes on in the mind of such a horrible man? Hey, wouldn't it be faster if we just go there and try and think about it on site? Let's try that. If we're going to go, I'd like Taokun to join, but will that be okay? Won't somebody spot him there? We'll probably figure out the keyword in no time once we're there. Plus, I can throw off anyone who tails us with my blazing speed. All right, let's have Taokun join us then. Remember though, we're going with the intent of not being seen. Okay, well, let's meet in front of the diet building and force that bastard's palace open.
All right.
Valerie
Let's head to
Ryuchi is
the diet
sending
building.
me.
Make sure you aren't discovered, okay?
Me too. That's so true, Doppel. You're absolutely right. The food challenges are out of this world. I have a hood on. Are you going out? That's the plan.
You gotta be kidding me. You realize you're done for if you get caught, right? Ugh. The stunts you pull sometimes.
Ryuji just wants to avoid any thinking, as he should. Who wants to think, honestly?
Just don't stay out too late.
Akechi isn't here.
I'm so glad they're voicing this.
Let's begin at once. Police cars are making rounds, so we can't stay here too long. We already have Masayo Shishido and Diet Building. All we need is what he thinks of this place.
Maybe Mount Fuji, since it's the highest place in the country?
Oh my god, that's actually kind of smart. What? Who are you? What have you done with Ryuji?
What about a mansion?
See, there's a reason no one scoffed in your face, Ryuji. That was not a bad call.
Since he's going to subjugate everyone as Prime Minister, perhaps a school?
Oh my god, wasn't that so ironic?
What about an arena, like the Colosseum?
And Valley Girl disappears. Thank you very much for the redeem lovely lift.
Imperial Palace? It's no good.
I wonder what it could be. Ryuji was replaced by a skinwalker. Wait, they group up in the open trying to avoid suspicion? I know, and all I have to protect me is this hood. Bye, bestie.
I thought we would have gained entry by now. Maybe we shouldn't have called you here.
Oh, I know, a Chuck E. Cheese. It's gotta be this time.
Hey, you think he's guarding his whole palace with a barrier?
Is that possible?
Shido stole the cognitive science research,
Oh.
right? Maybe it had some special move written in it.
Like I said, Ryuji. What have you done with Ryuji?
Is that even possible?
Ryuji? Smart? I think we need Futaba to run a scan. Futaba, please scan Ryuji.
Who knows? I've got no idea.
Shido's Palace, where a kid can be a kid, or however that jingle went. What is Ryuji doing? He's being too smart for his own good. We're not used
There
to
was
it.
nothing like that in the notes I saw.
For the record, Ryuji is in my top 3 favorite characters. Top 2, maybe? Probably top 2 favorite characters. He and Makoto are like neck and neck. So as much as I'm teasing Ryuji, it's because I love him.
Anyways, what kind of person is Shido? I can't figure him out.
I did some light research on him last night, but I couldn't get a grasp on the type of man he is.
That man over there is probably a legislator, right? I'll try asking him.
He will watch you come back to the group if you talk to him. Don't do that, no!
Excuse me. I'm a member of the newspaper club at my high school. May I speak with you for a moment?
Sure.
What kind of person is Representative Shido? What's he think about the national diet?
His stance is dedication for country. It's how he's garnered everyone's trust.
Is it like a war zone? Or like...
He's an admirable man of action with a first-class determination. I'd say he's a model politician.
I'd say you're wrong. Great job on that disguise. I bet no one would know it's you with the hood of dimensional diversion. Exactly. Ryuji, I love you, but please go back to being dumb. You're scaring me. Ryuji scares me when he's not sharing the same brain cell as Arataki Ito. Who is Arataki Ito? Or do I want to know that? Is that a spoiler? I don't know who that is. Is that a different game? I don't appreciate this Ryuji bullying. It's in good faith, cutie cat. Don't worry.
I believe that he'll help create a wonderful future in which young adults like you can live in ease.
Oh, Ito is his character. Oh, his voice actor also in Genshin. Got it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Save. Thank you, sweetie. Ito is a character in Genshin who shares the same VA and very much the same personality. I love that. That's awesome. I would play more games with him in it. I love his voice actor. I think one of the main reasons I like Ryuji so much is because of his voice actor.
An exemplary answer. It makes sense he wouldn't tell teenagers anything unnecessary.
Look over there. He's on a walkie-talkie.
Wait, is it about us?
Probably. What did I say? Don't go over there! Bruh!
That doesn't look good.
No.
We should leave at once. Tomorrow's the day off, so let's have an early strategy meeting. Meet at LeBlanc, okay?
We should all think about this tonight.
What could it be? Dedication to country.
The criminals calling themselves the Phantom Thieves are no more.
He's doing a lot of talking, not a lot of walking. It's true.
However, I believe that this country's citizens are still living their days in anxiety.
Hey, buddy! You ready to go build a ramen stall on the beach? It's gonna be a huge hit! There's currently no ramen stall on the beach, so it's so obvious!
Yeah, that does sound like Ryuji. my little brained son.
These scandals only increase our distrust of the current government. As a citizen myself, I am enraged.
Look who's talking.
What does it mean to be a politician with responsibility? Working toward personal gain without consideration of the country is outrageous.
The
And
election's public notification is tomorrow. But no matter where I go, people are cheering for Shido.
Everyone's being deceived so easily.
Beep. I tried looking Shido's interviews up online. They all sound so goddamn fake!
I checked his profile as well, but I couldn't find much outside of his title and education. He's currently 53 years old, and he's gone from being a Metropolitan Assemblyman to a representative. Though he is a cabinet minister, he's split from the ruling party to form the ENVtuber party.
Shido's a cabinet minister? For real?
He was specially appointed to the position. That's his current title. Apparently, he also won a contest for who people would most like to have as their boss.
Even the news sites write about him as though he's assured to become the prime minister.
If only we could find out the meaning behind Shido's words.
In order to save this country that has been tainted by villains, social reform is essential.
True Cat. This, Shido's ideas intrigue me, and I'd like to subscribe to his newsletter. Save! Do not be deceived! I love being an English dub voice actor enthusiast. Familiar voices I can name anywhere. That is awesome, Lev. That was actually Haru there. Whoa, hey, thank you. Just to be clear, teasing a fictional character is totally fine here as long as people are not saying stuff like you were so dumb/stupid to like so-and-so character. Exactly, that is exactly right. Futaba's, is so relatable.
What's with all the love for Shido? I get no one knows the truth about him, but it still creeps me out. Oh!
I love our new edition. This is a sick edition.
Now then.
Wear a hood or something when you're in a place where someone might recognize you, okay?
Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Leave Ryuji alone! He's been our day one! Well, I love Ryuji, but I still get to tease him. He's my son. Room decoration? What? Why have we only just gotten to do that? Let's decorate. Look at all a statue, a present from Yusuke. Oh, I did, okay, sea slug. Oh my God.
I heard that there are many creatures at the bottom of the sea that people have never seen.
Yes, let's keep decorating. Wait, I already put that one.
It does look quite distinguished. What do you think?
I'll leave it there. Where's Tsundere with Ryuji? Exactly. Puts it on.
No, not me. Get that off my head. That's the swan boat in Inokashira Park, right? Maybe me and Lady Yan can go someday.
Ramen bowl. Wow, look at the angle on that bad boy.
The ramen bowl you got from Ogikubo, huh? It's so realistic. I'm getting hungry.
This is the first time you've decorated? I could have sworn that I've done this before. Maybe I haven't, but yeah, it's the first time I've decorated.
The hero figurine you got from Akihabara, eh? It seems like everyone wanted to become a hero at some point in their life.
One more, the nude statue.
A nude statue, eh? That must bring back memories of Uno.
I think that's everything we can do. Did we get all the collectibles? I have no idea. I guess we'll find out. Yusuke gives us one of those. Turns on mature content flag before Tao places a nude statue. It's okay, there's no details on it. Our room is so sparse though. Actually, somehow putting this here has made it feel even more sparse. Oh, wait, no, holy shit! Sorry. Okay, the statue is actually fucking massive. I thought it was little. No, it's gigantic. It's massive. Okay. Love getting a nude statue from my bros. Looking respectfully at modern art. Exactly. I don't think it matters now because you maxed out your stats, but you can also take care of the plant. Oh yes, I have done that, and I think I check that every so often, but I last did it too recently, so it's looking pretty healthy. When a piece of Dorito goes down your throat, leading to painful coughing fit, ow, any chip going down your throat is like, I'm about to visit the doctor. I think it's part of the DLC. I have no idea, actually. Makes sense we'd get an inconveniently sized gift from Yusuke. It does, actually. True. Okay, trained at home, played games, slept, cleaned LeBlanc, brewed coffee, made tools, watched DVD, read, and studied. Just don't do anything rash. Not like you'd listen to me anyway. You're right.
We have to think about tomorrow. We can go out another time.
I wonder, let me see if I can make any Got it. Oh, we're out. Damn. Can I make some coffee?
Hey.
Yeah. Oh. Time to take a break soon? You're absolutely right, so distracted. Oh, is this mysterious hooded figure? Want a coffee? That's pretty much. I feel like Sojiro is that type of person. No, it's really cute.
Yes. All right.
Yes. Yummy. That's me after I sip coffee. My pupils dilate, and I just go yes. 10 out of 10 innkeeper. Exactly, Sudasuri. Exactly. Looks like you're at it again. How's it going? Here, I'll have a sip. This flavor. It's Cuban Crystal Mountain, right?
Let me explain.
Cuba is the biggest island in the Caribbean. Their coffee is known for its full-bodied aroma and taste. Crystal Mountain coffee is made from only the largest beans of the harvest. It has a sweet, nutty flavor with low acidity. The flavor profile is bland. You should practice more to bring out the roast's full potential. Wow, okay. Although, I see you're preparing the cup the way I taught you. I'll acknowledge your hard work. Is he ever gonna be happy with me? Sorry about the other day. Thank you for sticking up for Futaba. You might be worried, but I want you to let me handle this. I've already made up my mind. I'll do anything for you two. Oh. I want you to let me do my job as a guardian. I'm glad I at least was able to teach you how to brew coffee that tastes this good. But you just insulted it! What do you mean? Interesting. So even if I can't talk to him directly, I'll clearly get points if I make coffee. That should put an end to the case.
It's just like Shido-san said.
We can't go wrong leaving things to Masayoshi Shido. Shido-san's gonna be in this election too, right?
Politicians like him are promising.
False it is. Sojiro is an Asian parent. He's never proud. Valid, I guess. I think Strat would empathize.
Last one. Diamond mine.
Oh, we're still working on this, huh?
No good.
Damn. I think we're actually gonna go on a quick break, cutie pies. Every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about it, because for those 3 minutes I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and make some more content. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and dongs, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'll see you guys in all of 3 minutes, and then I will return to my initial visage. Thank you. Nyx makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water. Correct. Correct. All right, let me see. Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story, I would like totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast. We can use our imagination. That's how guns sound, right? Two store at 9:30 p.m., right? I mean, if you need something, then sure. Distract. Oh, that's amazing. Fixie! Hi there, fabulous Fixie. Let's do the save dance. Okay. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go. What? Basic training? I can't even get past fucking basic training! What the fuck? I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway, see, it's almost invisible. Invisible. Ah! It's on the floor. Oh no, my cookie. Okay, well, one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. Oh. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where? Where Timkin Nuggies? Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Ah. One more time. Pew, 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 pew. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. When Dead Redemption. Pew, pew. Still have memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted. Is Save a furry? Yesn't. They're not the romantic kind. They just go, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights. All right, let's fade out our beautiful. Rough. Love those songs on my Spotify playlist after I saw it. Let's see. Lizard. I'm gonna get it. Oh, thank you, Nix. Makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water. Correct. All right, let me see. Nothing wrong with laughing. Hello, my darlings. Welcome back. I'll let you guys finish your words, and then we'll get back to the game. I have a cute, fuzzy puppy dog that I get to pet. Welcome back, sweet Strat. Are you an NPC? Again, I am struck by how many of these clips are just me laughing for no reason. Hi, Asamazzi. Woof. Savage. Let it be even more savage. All right, let's get back over to see I'm glad. There. It brought you in, so you I had to wait for it to load, sorry. Hello, sweethearts. Guess what? I'm back. Oh, and you guys beat the boss just in time. Well done. Excellent decision. Excellent work. Uppies for you, Ozzy. Whoop. Good, Ozzy. Uppies for you, terrific Talon. Eee. Good, Talon. Incredible Ison. Uppies. Yes. Good, Ison. Did you get a snack? Nah. We're only a couple hours in the stream. I don't need a snack yet. Nix, Uppies. Yes. Good, Nix. Only time Sojiro is proud is when Fanart's How is being a lady killer. Uppies for cutie cat. Okay, here we go.
How many do we miss?
Actually, I'm gonna turn this up a little bit more for you guys there.
Perhaps he truly does have a barrier up.
Welcome back to the city.
Right?
That's not something to be excited about.
Ryuji's just like, look, I'm smart! Look at me fucking go!
We know all the way up to diet building too.
So you enter keywords into the Metaverse Navigator.
Don't betray us, Sai.
Boss, can you turn the TV on? Shido might be on it.
Sure thing.
Goro Akechi.
That little traitorous bitch.
Him and his stupid composed face.
Yeah, tell him.
So, Akechi-san, is it true you withdrew yourself from the media as part of your plan to capture the Phantom Thieves?
I truly apologize for causing such a stir. Honestly, it required a lot of courage to openly oppose them when their popularity was at its peak. I mean, people often lashed out at me online and whatnot.
Then was it also your plan when you said they weren't at fault after their popularity declined?
That was to catch them off guard. I could say I applied my profiling knowledge. Once they lost public support, someone they thought was their greatest enemy lent a hand. That's the same strategy used in romance, wouldn't you agree?
Why is he being treated as an ace detective of justice?
Yeah, why? I think I should go prep something to eat. Starving since I had to wake up at 5:30 and be out by 6 a.m. It's around 11. I guess I should just have a brunch like you do. You should. It's yummy and efficient. But no, go eat, Sweetest Strat. Netflix is turning P5 into a live-action series, right? Or is that it going to be a different persona? I think it is going to be P5. I think I did hear about that. Engi! Arr! Akira Kurisu is the other name. Oh, for the default name for Ren, yes. If it is P5, I guess we'll see what name they give Joker if they stick with Ren or not. That's true. That is true.
It's not just on TV or online. Newspapers, magazines. I see his face everywhere.
On the other hand, no one's hoping for our comeback on the fan site. Like, at all.
Phantom thieves are evil. Shido and Akechi are just. It should be the other way around.
They're manipulating information using the media.
Leaving Akechi aside, we'll get back at him later. Our main issue is Shido.
Were there any instances before when you didn't know the palace keywords?
Well, there was the time with Futaba.
We didn't know anything about her, so all we could do was make conjectures.
Then why don't we just go directly and see Shido? That's impossible. He's surrounded by bodyguards and followers all the time.
There's no way high school students can get an appointment with him either.
Well, we do have an adult with us.
No, that's still impossible. Besides, that's too dangerous a method.
Well, this is a problem.
What's with the ruckus outside?
To everyone gathered before Yongen-Jaya Station.
Uh-oh.
Isn't that an election campaign car?
Oh, right! The candidates are currently campaigning.
That voice.
I apologize for the commotion. I am Masayoshi Shido.
Wait, did he just say Shido?
What?
Yeah, he did!
Sounds like the same voice I heard back then.
Man, talk about being lucky! We can go check him out without an appointment now!
Bro.
Hey, Ryuji ran off toward the station. This way. Hurry! By the way, did something happen? You didn't seem well a moment ago.
Okay, but the exclamation mark looked like it appeared over Tao's head instead of Ryuji's when her model's eyes open. Zoinks! Hi, Sweetest Slime. Welcome on in. How are you? Don't we have a politician as a confidant? We do. I really hope that nothing bad happens to him. I am a fan of him.
It's time to rebuild this crumbling nation. Our government is littered with scandals, and criminals have taken a strong foothold in our society. Such a disgraceful past must be discarded. We must set sail into a new future of dreams and hope. So our children who carry the burden of the next generation can be proud of their country.
I think it's really interesting that they've set this for him to say that line and there's a kid on the other side of the screen.
So our nation can once again become a powerful one with abundant wealth and luxury.
Cutie cat. Welcome on in, hon. How are you? Welcome, welcome.
So our beautiful home will be acknowledged as the best country in the world.
These sentiments are way too familiar. Oh, well. Guess we're going. I guess we're going.
I humbly ask that you cast your vote for me, Masayoshi Shido. Let us all set sail toward a happy future, together.
Shido, not Shido. Also, Netflix absolutely butchered Kakigurui's adaptation. Among other anime, One Piece being the sole exception, I have zero faith. From what I remember, the Persona anime adaptations usually aren't good compared to the games, as the games are the original.
Fair enough. Red, authoritarian playbook. Blame criminals, which probably don't exist. Obsession with power and strength of the nation. Yeah, so true. So true. Basically saying making Japan great again. Yeah. Yep. 100%.
Is that the guy?
That's the guy.
You guys wait here. I'll go get intel for us.
Ryuji, please don't. You are way too ham-fisted, buddy.
Hey, yo, Shido-san.
Oh my god, Ryuji, buddy. Holy.
Stand back.
Fuck.
I just want to talk to him for a sec.
Oh, Ryuji.
He's a busy man.
The hell? Ain't he supposed to hear a citizen's comments?
Oh my god. Ryuji, master of subtlety. Hey, fuckhead! Ryuji needs to be on a leash. Sheesh, he does. Let me guess. His next promise is kicking out all the gaijin. Probably. Probably. Phew. Oh!
That's enough, Brad.
Okay, don't square up. Don't do it. I would do it too, but don't do it.
You're that asshole we met at the hotel before. At the
Oh
elevators.
my god, Ryuji, you cannot. Oh my god, dude. Show our entire hand, please. I beg you.
Sorry. So you can butt in front of other people if you're in a hurry?
What are you talking about?
That moron.
Yup. Ryuji, making the problem worse.
Come on, stop.
But these guys...
Ah!
Hey, kid. You don't want to know what happens when you cross me.
Ryuji, you dumb of ass. Dumb of ass indeed. That voice.
It seems the customer base has changed since I was here last. Have they started a daycare?
Oh, God.
This ain't a show. Get lost, kid.
Keith Silverstein is so good at playing menacing characters. He is. Ryuji be like, sorry about the gasoline spill. Hold on, let me light a match so I can see better while I help you clean it up. Exactly. Exactly.
Damn brat! I'll sue!
This man. There's no mistake. He's the same man as the one from before.
What are you looking at? This country is filled with clueless children. I worry for Japan's future. Let them go. My next appointment is coming up.
What a piece of shit. So what do you think after seeing him in person?
Ryuji, my boy, I agree with you, but you're such an idiot. He's the one who accused me.
Wait, he's the jerk you told us about before? The same guy? For real? Seriously?
You're sure, aren't you? Shido's the one who ruined your life.
Holy shit. I don't believe it.
Wonderful white chapel. Thank you so much for the care package, my dear. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Yeah, I remembered. I actually did remember him last time. I was like, I think that's the same guy who was harassing that woman. So this is not a big reveal for me, but I'm glad that I remembered something from 150 hours ago. That's the longest my memory's ever gone. Hi, wonderful Whitechapel. How are you? Can I get a shout out for the wonderful Whitechapel? Whitechapel is an outstanding pixel artist, you guys, and such a sweetie pie. He exclusively streams art, in fact. So if you want to go and see how a game is made, he's doing that. And also, like I said, outstanding animator. Really, really exceptional knowledge of animation and smudging and keyframes and tweening and that stuff. Yeah. But yes, please do check him out. And he's such a sweetie pie too. Hi, wonderful Whitechapel. How are you? Also, Shido, God, I hate the young. I hate the free thinking. I hate the poor. He does give that vibe. It's true, Cat, it's true. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go follow him now. Oh, I've done it already? Let me make another account. Yes, as you should. No, don't do that, but yes, good, chilling and vibing. I'm so happy to hear it. Wonderful Whitechapel. How's the art from when you last came in? How is that going along?
Let's get going, okay? Shido's the guy who set you up?
Surprise! Jazz hands.
What kind of fate brought you two back together?
I want to know myself.
Talk about a destined connection. Shido was involved in the cognitive research too, right?
My best PNG vote did go to Whitechapel. Me too.
God, what the hell's going on here?
Shido was already a politician then, yet he sued a student and ruined his future? He must have pulled some strings so that his name wouldn't be mentioned. Furthermore, he also would have had to force that woman into making a false statement.
He would do anything. We're talking about a man who ordered a hit inside the police station.
He can't sit still until he crushes whoever opposes him, no matter how trivial. He's always been that way.
What a piece of shit. Children are the future, my ass. What he's saying and doing are completely different.
I did just think that. I was like, okay, so you're talking about children of the future, and then a child approaches you, and you're like, ew, fuck off. Shido casually ruins a kid's life on a whim. What a guy. What a guy.
But now that we found out who did it, can't something be done about his record?
Once the courts have made a judgment, overturning that decision will be difficult. It'd barely be possible even if proof of innocence is presented and Shido admits to his crimes.
Wow.
At any rate, we need to trigger a change of heart in him.
Be that as it may, Shido's outer appearance and his true face are wholly different. It's beyond hypocritical. It's as if he's an entirely different person.
He speaks about the good of the country. It makes me wonder what really is on his mind.
That man's full of ambition to rise in the world. He only thinks of the weak as stepping stools for his success.
He treats himself as an elite man while looking down on others. That's the worst.
I assume the keyword for what he believes the Diet Building is will be despicable too.
I wonder if it's a prison. A prison would make sense. Yes, actually, thank you, Sweetest Strat. For those who haven't voted yet, we do have an award for small VTubers coming up soon, so please go and vote for your favorite VTubers. There's different categories, and they're not like genre categories. It's like your favorite 3D VTuber, your favorite 2D VTuber, your favorite PNG tuber, favorite model mama, model papa, stuff like that. So please go and vote if you don't mind. You would help out your favorite VTubers. And just in case you're curious, I am a 3D VTuber, but that's beside the point. Go and vote, okay? Wow, Save, that's actually such a darkly accurate quote. I believe the children are our future, unless we stop them. Yes, that's so very accurate, and it's tragically accurate too. It is tragically familiar, you know, like in the game and in real life. Man, that is a haunting quote. It's good though. It's really good.
It must be something self-centered and completely different from politics.
Prison.
Someone like him needs to be punished as soon as possible.
Speaking of punishments.
Let's head to the Diet Building again right after school tomorrow. I feel we'll get it this time.
Stewing over it won't get anywhere. We have to do this.
The guy behind everything turned out to be your arch enemy. What an oddly poetic twist.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, those clothes. You'd stand out if everyone else is wearing their school uniforms. It might be a good idea to wear a uniform when you head out.
There's nothing else to do here, is there? We have to just go to bed, I assume, yeah. Yes, indeed. Is there any, Wait, actually, can I do some shopping? Ah! Shady commodities onto the dark web with us. Okay, what do we got here? I'm still wealthy, but I'm not 300k wealthy, which I wish that I was. Shroud possibly worn by a saint. Medium chance of bless insta-kill, curse insta-kill. Godly Magatama, Blast Magatama. I have some of these. I wonder how much more money I have to spend. A mirror that darkens the mood around you. Completely forgot the Joker casually surfs the dark web. Yes, he does. A hand mirror that frightens those who see it. I wish that I could see. So these are with skills, but I'll grab things I don't have. Oops, I have that. I have 5 of these. Maybe I should get an electric damage one. Black robe with the power to transmutate. I only have one of these. I'll grab this. I'll spend all my money on this shit. I only have one of those. I want that. Medium chance of first. I'm not gonna do the insta-kill stuff because I have Nue for that. Do we all the healing items we need? We once did fall short on them. No, we've never fallen short on healing items, but we've fallen short on SP recovery stuff. But this doesn't have SP recovery stuff, unfortunately. Good news, Mr. Joko. You've spent over 100,000 yen. Your member rank is now Chaos. Now you can purchase all of our Chaos tier products. You've reached our highest membership rank, so this is our full lineup. We can't thank you enough. Your order will arrive soon. 100,000? I've spent so much money. Yeah, it was SP. We failed to access the palace at every turn. There's only one solution. Ryuji's gonna run for office! You know what? Ryuji would be a terrible politician, but a good person, maybe. I don't know, he's a bit too impulsive, possibly, but 100,000 is like 1K, by the way. Hey, I found a trustworthy dark web website, clearly.
Yeah.
I should wear my school uniform when I head out tomorrow. What if I don't? You gonna make me?
Seems like there'll be a higher voter turnout at this election.
It'll totally be an easy win for Shido-kun. He really got famous from all that Phantom Thieves business. He's on track to be our prime minister. Guess I should be by Shido's side. On Shido's side, I suppose. Thank you for the care package, Radiance.
I've actually been paying attention to the news lately. Aren't you proud of me?
Don't you leave it on hoping that Akechi will be there? Not that I blame you. He's a real hero. I think Masayoshi Shido is even more amazing now. He's the first politician I've ever believed in.
Oh, I know Shido-san too. Sounds like he really wants to improve the country.
Can't we see they're being lied to? We have to do something.
It's not true that the Phantom Thieves leader died, right?
Don't worry.
Thank goodness! There's no way that Phantom Thieves could be defeated. Man, it's such a relief to hear things are okay. Well, if you need anything, I'll be at the arcade.
I still really want to go through King's story there, but I don't know if I'm gonna have time with it closing in. Hey, yes, it's my boy! It's my boy! The Phantom Thieves have been on the news recently, so I was wondering how you're doing. Are you going to give up without accomplishing your goal? No problems here. So you're okay. That's a relief. I've been expecting great things from the Phantom Thieves. If you need anything, I'm happy to help, my comrade. It feels pretty weird seeing you around on a weekday. You're taking off tonight, right? Such a risk taker. Listen, make sure nobody notices you, okay?
We have to do something about the keyword for sure this time.
I'm going with prison. I wish I could type it. I wish that they'd be like, oh, you're so smart, Tal. I like when people think I'm smart.
Security
It's
guards
rare,
became suspicious
but
of
I
us
like
last
it.
time, so we can't stay here for long.
Thank you for the lurk, City.
But we still have no hit.
Think it's a barrier after all?
Where'd your enthusiasm from yesterday go?
Get him.
Shut up. The real game starts at 2 outs.
Enough chatting. You should only be thinking about the keyword.
The citizens are secondary. He only cares about his own well-being and that
Correct,
of his lackeys.
correct. I'm gonna be like...
Wants to become prime minister, even if it means trampling on others.
Dude, I'm gonna be... if I'm like, yes, I'm 100% sure it's prison. And then they're like, oh, it's kingdom or something. Precious Bucky! Hello, Precious Bucky. How are you? Hello from day 2 of Offkai. How is Offkai going, sweetheart? You guys, if you haven't checked out the wonderful Pocket Chalk, she recently finished all of Persona Royal as well. It took her a couple of years. She took some breaks in there, but she finally did it. And she said it was an amazing experience, and I am so excited. She's also a big gacha game player. She does Neverness to Everness, which you guys should definitely check out the dub that we got to do. It was an abridged version that she wrote and directed and voiced in and assigned roles to her friends. I'm a friend. Please check her out. She is hilarious. She's super interactive. She is super high energy. She's got like my energy, but she's way funnier than me. So please go check her out. And she's an off guy. So if you go see her, tell her that Tao says hi. Sorry, you failed. The correct answer was kenmusho, the Japanese word for prison. I wouldn't put it past the game, but yeah. How are you doing, Precious Bucky?
Fortune, rich people. Hey, can you think of anything based on what you've heard from him? Just try saying anything. It doesn't matter if you guess.
He could think it's a prison or a kingdom, but wouldn't it all be very poetic? Because we are imprisoned in the Velvet Room, so I feel like if this is like I have no idea, and do not confirm or deny this, please don't. But this feels like a penultimate showdown, right? So like if this is like our the moment of realization, right? I feel like it would be very poetic for it to be prison. Been a lot of fun getting to meet so many friends in person. Visited a zoo and went to Korean barbecue with some Vtuber friends. Bucky! I'm only a lot jealous. One day I would love to go to Offkai. Have you gotten to meet a bunch of viewers and stuff? Sounds so fun. Makoto, now is not the time to be a smartass, or is it? But I'm so glad you've been enjoying it, Precious Bucky. Are you gonna go back next year, you think?
Incompetent fools like you just need to shut your mouths and follow where I steer this country.
Steer?
Steer? A pirate ship or something? An airplane? Is it a ship? Aha! Okay, fine. It's not a prison. I actually still think that a prison would be really good. But fucking fine! We're going on a pirate ship!
The Diet Building's a ship?
Yep, met Velos and many others there. That's so cool, Bucky. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Definitely hope to be there next year. I would love to go. Gosh, that'd be so much fun. It'd be so expensive to get there from Australia there, but that'd be amazing. Are any of your Australian VTuber friends out there, Precious Bucky? And Joseph, you're back from the rave. It was aight. Now I'm just sobering up. Sounds good, hun. I hope you had fun. Lots of water, okay? Boat, 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 boat.
What kind of scenery will that be? The actual buildings on land.
I can't even begin to imagine what it will be like.
Well, whatever it is, looks like there are no
It's not
barriers.
a spaceship. Well, Kumara had the spaceship. Oh, great! Seasickness! Oh,
Let's hurry up
God.
and go in.
Is this gonna trigger my thalassophobia? Hopefully not. Probably not, but...
Are we clear of the guard's sight?
Hugs for you, lovely Joseph.
Get closer to the wall, just in case.
Exactly, Talon. That's what I'm afraid of.
Do it.
Ugh. Ooh, I think you'll be fine. Subnautica, this is not. Yeah, that's a good point, Steve. On that day, Futaba threw up her spleen from seasickness.
We went in, right?
Security guards seem to be gone, but it's difficult to tell for certain. This seems to be similar to what happened with Sis's palace.
Actually true.
But this time, the Diet Building remains unchanged.
Yasmin Raichu here. She's also my emo artist. That is so cool, Precious Bucky. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad that you're having such a good time. Oh man, that is awesome. Okay, new goals, Offkai. Offkai! At some point. I would love to. She said the flight was like 16 hours from Australia. It is, and that's like minimum as well. Like, God forbid you have like a layover, or if you, I don't know, live in like WA or something. I think, is WA, I'm trying to remember, do we leave off the west or east coast when we go to the US? I don't pay attention. I think by the time I get on the plane to go international and overseas, I'm just really excited and I just start watching movies. Can you sleep on planes? I can often. I don't sleep great, but I can do it. The security guards watch a group of kids disappear off the streets. True. Yeah, you're West Coast. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that does make the flight a little bit shorter than if you were to go from like Western Australia to like New York City. You might be fucked. I'm not sure. Thank you for the care package. I have drunk it. Thank you very much. And Cutie Cyber, welcome on in. Thank you very much for contributing to the Funny and Game Challenge. That's awesome. Lovely, Pucky. How much longer are you gonna be there? Yeah, are you going on Sunday? Or are you done with the con? You'll be there tomorrow? Ah, that's so cool. Joseph, if you go see Pucky, I'm not gonna say give her a hug. I don't know her boundaries there, but like, just say hi. Wave at her vaguely and be like, Tao says hi! Don't mind me, just lying here wide awake at 7 a.m. again. Oh, I'm sorry, Saiba. Never slept on a plane, wasn't long enough to actually sleep on one. Yeah, anytime that you go, anytime you leave Australia, you will pretty much be on the plane long enough to sleep. Or if you go from West Coast to East Coast, that's also long enough. Thank you for the head pat, lovely Nexus. Thank you, thank you. Hell yeah, maybe I'll see you there too. Ah, that's so cool. I'll say you say hi. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate it. I'm so proud that an anti-ice demonstration broke out in front of the SDCC cosplayers rock. I bet those photos are absolutely amazing. Gonna head back to bed now. Oh, good, lovely Nexus. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Please don't send me sardines. Please don't throw them at me. Don't do that. You wouldn't want to do that to me. That makes me sad. Don't do it! Domestic flights, I doze off. Bonus if it's a connecting flight. 2 or 3 sleeps in a day. There you go. Feel free to at me whenever, if you have time to find me. Yay! Pocky needs a meet and greet spot. A meet and greet spot for Precious Pocky. Okay, you don't have the points? Listen, that's okay, Nexus. I'm thrilled that you don't have the points to throw fish at me. All right.
The gate wasn't open earlier, though.
Ah!
Wait, look! Mona's appearance is different.
That means we're definitely in a palace.
Come on, let's go take a look.
Cutscene!
How's it look over there? See anything?
Nah, it's totally normal.
Look how the girls
I'll
are over
check it
here.
out.
The boys are over there. Thank you for the lurk, Nexus.
What's up, Futaba? Futaba?
What is it?
What happened?
The hell?
Huh. Whoa. Whoa! Yo, that's crazy. It's a battleship. Holy fuck.
Even though this country may sink, he alone will survive.
Oh!
That's what this cognition is about.
I just got chills. Holy shit. Wow, that's crazy.
This is bullshit. A country that children can be proud of my ass is completely sunken in his head. If a guy like this stands above everyone, we're seriously done for.
This is beyond ridiculous.
The same goes for Akechi. He should have seen this scenery as well. Yet he still aided Shido.
Red, Tao, I think you mean holy ship. I do mean holy ship. You're absolutely right. My bad. I had to wait before saying this because spoilers, but the evil politician having a mega yacht palace is so on the nose. It is, but it's really good, isn't it? Bad pun, well done. Yes, absolutely excellent. Bad pun.
Whether it be for glory or for simply a reward, my father died because of someone like this.
We gotta sink Shido instead of this country.
A palace with not just the center of the distortion, but the entire
How
country.
do spitting bars?
I
True.
can't believe there's someone with this tremendous of a desire. Be careful. This will be completely different from past palaces.
We're definitely gonna take his treasure.
Business as usual.
Come on, what a lame way to start this off.
No?
How dare you?
I think that's how it should be. We haven't failed yet, so if we calmly give this our all, the results will surely follow. We must put an end to this by December 17th, the day before the elections.
Let the infiltration begin. Time to pay him back for setting us up into a trap.
Wait.
Yo, the music's sick. This is awesome. Oh my god, I love this song. Strat, what a realization. Seedle, when spelled backward, is very close to Oddish. We'll be having Shido eating sheet, though, soon enough. Hey, I like that, Joseph. No, that's good. If our clothes aren't changing, I guess you don't see us as a threat yet, huh? Speaking of that, shouldn't Tao have been disguising himself on the way here? Seeing someone in a disguise with a bunch of kids in school uniforms would be super weird.
Well, we won't have to worry about any of that once we steal the treasure. Let's do this! Whee!
Just through the front door, hey?
Indeed.
Masayoshi Shido's palace. I wonder what awaits us within. Let's go find out. It's time we begin our infiltration. Aha! Sick. I understand why he might already see us as a threat. But why are even the passengers wearing masks? You think they're trying to be phantom thieves like Noir was with that beauty thief stuff?
That's quite enough.
It looks like.
Whatever the reason, it reflects Shido's mentality. Surely he doesn't view others normally.
You're right.
Given the insane nature of his distortion, I'm surprised they even look like people. This cruise is pretty grand.
It's very likely we'll end up in battles from here forward. Be on your guard, everyone!
Okay, you know what I need to do? I need to go to the Velvet Room soon. Because I think I still only have like 4 of my 10 possible personas equipped. Yikes, yeah. I really need to, I need to update that. Whoopsies. What does this girl say?
What an odd costume. Is that what you young people are into nowadays?
Hi, Amazing Umbra. Welcome on in. The tavern crawl is continuing. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's good to see you. You guys, this is the illustrious Umbra Kit 31. This cunning kitsune seeks to spread joy and power throughout the realm. Recently, they braved the treacherous island of Dead by Daylight, perhaps in search of new subjects to add to their court. One can only hope they survive the experience unscathed. Welcome on in, Zalin. How are you? Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Thank you for coming in with a raid. Sweetest save, sweetest strat, amazing Umbra, of course. Awesome Aussie, and Nick Smithos slash Jamslex. Thank you guys so much. Umbra, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be and what you will be streaming? Who are you? Don't think you can talk to an honored guest to Mr. Shido so casually.
Huh? What?
Joker, an enemy. It's attacking us with all these people around! Cool, Chimera. Goblin, thanks for coming in as well.
Persona.
Okay, that won't count. Do I know what this thing is allergic to? I feel like I do. No, I don't. Okay, never mind. The guard dog of Hades. I guess I don't have this one. I thought I had one that's similar to it, though. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Osei.
Okay, that was not great. Okay, well, resist sees resist.
Take that.
Fuck. That one looks awesome. It doesn't.
Hey Tau, strap into full pouch of pals. Have a good stream and happy time zone. TauTass pad, TauTass pad, TauTass pad off to work. See y'all laxy poof.
Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. 31 months is nothing to sneeze at either. That's incredible. Thank you so much, Radical Razor. I hope that you have a wonderful time at work. And thank you for your generosity, kindness, and support. Thank you, darling. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being here. I was kind of expecting sea creatures. I bet we'll get there. No idea what I will be streaming or when, but looking at least maybe around 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time on Thursday. And probably something spooky, as we have been on the spooky grind lately. Awesome! You guys, please check out the lovely and illustrious Rocket31, who is probably going to maybe be streaming at 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, doing something spooky. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in, lovely. But if you gotta run away and go and do some after-stream care, please don't hesitate to do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, and I really appreciate the raid. Thank you so much, sweetie. This one confused me. It's a cat, but it's a Cerberus, but it only has one head, and also a robot tail. It does, actually. That's a good point. It's a lot taller than the other Chimera, huh? Got a dip, but you lovelies have a wonderful day/night. You as well, lovely Joseph. Take good care of yourself after the rave, okay? I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully we don't have to go underwater. Crossing fingers. Eep. So much eep. Eeping while lurking to stream. Oh, absolutely amazing, Umbra. Sleep well, sweetie. Sweetest dream. Masayoshi Shiro is an anagram for sadism Yahoo? Is? Sadism Yahoo? His. Certainly this will help you. It does save. That gives me a really good hint for what this is all about. I like, where's the question mark in his name? Hugs for you, lovely Joseph. All right, let's see.
This is a part of me.
Are you gonna be, okay.
Umbra! Some uppies for you. There you go, Umbra. Good, Umbra. Go sleep, okay?
Dude, spoilers.
I'm not done.
Hiker. Thank you so much, Flippy. Cowgirl redeem twice in one day. I'm impressed. Thank you very much, then. Alternatively, you can move one letter for hi, sadism yahoos. Wait, sadism yahoo serious? Oh, wow, that's just friendly. I like that. Nick, thank you for the care package.
Let's go.
Okay. Logic states that if he's fire type, maybe he won't like ice, right? Right? Right.
Joker.
Gotcha,
Looking
bitch.
cool.
Can I talk to him? Is this? No.
It's no good. You can't talk to it.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I guess we just gotta attack it then.
All out attack.
Hey! Is anyone weak to? Oh, obviously I am. Oh, fucking owie! No! Oh my god! Shit, dude! Oh, wow. I think that's like the third time in our entire playthrough I've died. That's crazy. Fuck! Okay, ignoring the 28 times I died to Okumura. Water the towel. I was so close! Fuck! Damn. Yeah, no one counts those, yeah.
The game is over.
Same. This event will please the sadism yahoos. Okumura deaths don't count. I'm so glad we're in agreement there. So yeah, I think this is the third time in the whole game, besides my Okumura deaths, that I have died. Well, I'll restart the fucking battle. Let's do that. God, I hate when the computer gets that brief flash of brilliance and remembers it wins if just Joker dies. Yeah, it's fine. We learn from our failures. Sometimes. Yeah, I'm gonna need to do that. Let me be a little bit smarter about this. I didn't know that guy was gonna absolutely fucking murder me.
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool.
Whop! Ah. The sadists are currently saying, Yahoo! There you go. Attack someone who's not me. All right. Let's see. Defense for all allies. Let's go. Shall we? Reflects magical attacks for one ally one time. Guess who that's going for? Guard Dog of Hades is so pretty. It is actually quite pretty, isn't it? I will not die again!
Ooh, Joker,
Yeah!
you're looking cool. They're done for.
If I recall correctly, the CPU gets progressively smarter the further you continue through the game. Oh, that's smart. That makes sense. You got this. I do got this. Check it out. I just... We're gonna... I didn't die. What are you talking about?
Oh, is this a show of sorts? Mr. Shido never fails to keep his guests entertained.
Indeed. Those privileged enough to be on this ship are all on the winning team.
What is with these people? Why do they not feel any danger after what they just witnessed?
It seems they think no harm
Okay,
will come to them
stop.
because they're here on Shido's ship.
I'm very classy.
They're not even sensing the danger. Come on, let's make him see what this ship really is.
Set it on fire. Oh, good. They're all pretentious assholes. Oh, good. I will never get tired of that laugh. Hey, Ultima, welcome on in. How are you? Good to see you. Game goes well, darling. Game goes well. Let's break this shit. Oh, okay. No, it's oh. I don't know why I know that. Wait, why do I only have... Oh! I only have 3 people. It's just struck me. It has just hit me. I probably should have 4 people. That would be good. Let me just... yeah, I should probably do that. Fuck. Do I need to go outside for this? Hold on. I'm gonna... Yeah, let me just... One second. That laugh reminds me of the bully in Barnyard. You're on the ship! Epic! I just tried to walk through the pillar. Okay, who are we getting? Oh, hello. Okay, really quick, just really quickly. Let me just get a couple of personas. Just wanna make sure is using the word snooty fine? Oh yes, absolutely. That is my my snooty laugh. I can't stop. I can't stop once I've started. We are playing it with 1 less character because the game isn't hard enough. That's right. It's just too fucking easy.
Now.
You're looking for an Ameno Uzume that has the skill 3. Oh, right. I haven't even... No, I really am not interested. Sorry.
How
Enter development room.
fares your progress in our
you avoided
game?
getting the game over this time. Stop it! No, you can't! You can't know that! I'm flawless in every way! No!
These are the paths you have walked.
All right, I need to refill this this team here. I reckon that'd be a real good idea. Real good idea. What am I doing? Level. I wanna look at my levels. Did we get any more Umumusime yet? I don't think so. It's a great question, Strat. I don't think we have. Snooty is fine, but is Snooty Patootie? Snooty Patootie. Yes, it sounds good when I say that in my Snooty Patootie way, so I think yes. All right, what are we? Level 55. We are level 55. These are all DLC guys. All DLC guys. I won't make any more friends until... Who is Sasfarati again?
Is this what you want?
Oh, it's you. It's you. I don't have anyone with electric on me. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. But God, she's expensive. Maybe I should, You have that OP Nue that can insta-kill? I do. He's on me still.
The inmate needs our guide if you wish to perform an execution. What path do you want?
Pale Rider.
But not
He's so
impressive.
cool.
Select
He's
the
so
skills
cool.
you'd like
Wait,
to inherit.
who do I have to kill for this? Oh, you and you. Okay, I'll just res both of you.
Select
afterwards.
the skills
Yeah,
you'd
let's
like
do
to
it.
inherit.
What is he? Foul stench increases chance of inflicting ailments. Just want to make sure. Yes, absolutely. Let's see. Chance of inflicting ailments decreases SP cost of fire skills, which doesn't make a lot of sense. We don't have fire on you. SP cost of curse skills, which I do repel. So having that could be helpful, but I don't even know if this, yeah, there's literally none of that. Actually, you know what? You know what I might do? I might just wait until we have a, another red, alert.
Done already?
thing.
What?
I think we're gonna do that. Yeah.
It is time, inmate.
I want insane, I'm having a freaking moment. I want the red guy, the red place to roll for the boom. Thank you. We need a tanky healer. That would be great. Well, if we wanted to go with Morgana is spec'd into healing. I don't know, because I've got Nuke Girl and I've got Psych Girl. We haven't had Ryuji back on side in a while. She's fire, but I have fire stuff. Maybe I'll have Joker. Ryuji. We haven't had Ryuji for a bit. You can choose team on the stat menu. Oh, can you? Wait, sorry, stat. Oh, you can. Oh, and then you just go boop. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's good enough. Thank you. Appreciate that. I will sit here. It should appear soon enough. It's been a while since the last one. Oh, wait, since the last what? Thank you very much. Next, I'm gonna call it a night. Absolutely incredible, Eisen. Thank you so much for spending like 3.5 hours with us. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams, cutie pie. Thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, Strata, it doesn't have to do with how long it's been. It's the number of battles, I think. Or like it increases the more battles you do. So, I need to kill more stuff in order to get to the red.
Show me your true form.
Whoa, you can now use shadow factorization? What the fuck? What the fucky? When you highlight a target in battle, you will be able to see which attacks are nulled, repelled, and drained. However, if the enemy's attribute affinities are displayed as question mark, the status of the attack will not be shown.
Let's settle this, shall we? Beat him up!
Whoa! Okay, interesting.
I don't know its weak point.
Oh fuck, that is literally not what I meant to do. Sorry, we got a Tetra Hammer. Okay, go for it. Yep, do the thing, do the thing. Hell yeah. I give up. Mochito. Hockeys. Show me the money. Nice, so you'll forgive me if I hand you money? I'll gladly pay the price. 17 grand? You can do better than that. You are a cheeky child. Don't you know how to tell when you've had enough? More money! I'll take it. Get out of here, bitch. Crazy. Boom! Okay, I can res a persona now. Can you please use your gun when you have guns in game? I think it would look cool. We can only do it when I've got the current cowgirl outfit on, but
I found a chest.
I might also forget. Ah, chesticle, yes. Ooh, fear vials. Okay, wait, there's a doggy! A little puppy doggy. Hold on, I want to, wait, I'll talk to this guy. My, that was quite a show. Are you entertainers?
Hey!
Joker, we should go. It would be a problem if we started drawing attention to ourselves. Sorry, I'm just pulling a Ryuji. Oh my god! Gamer! Why are you lagging?
Okay. Huh? Oh, a treasure chest.
Show me your true form.
Surprise attack successful.
Nice.
Let's
nice. I'm glad to see that. Okay, wait. So that's an X, which means no? Or repel? Or resist? I think it must be no, because there's a full-on X, so I will just do it. You can ask for money and then still kill them with an all-out attack for XP. I know, but I just really wanted the Mooney. I wanted the Mooney!
Go!
I'll try. Onto the next. I'll use my persona. Charge, Johanna!
Wow, holy shit, that's crazy. Okay, are you gonna be my friend, puppies? Join my cause. You good with words? About as good as me. Me remember. Me am not a shadow that belongs here. Me exist in the sea of souls of humans. Me am serverless. My power is your power. Use it how you want. I got a cute lion dog. It's cute.
Your power's incredible, Joker.
Did not expect a Wagiana in this game. I know, you thought that was exclusive to Monster Hunter. Okay. Nah, we got crossovers. They're just quiet little crossovers, though. Hearing why the Shadow people are all wearing masks is because Shido views everyone as a threat. Oh, that's also possible, actually. That's a good theory. Kibby! Cutie Kibby! Little kibbies. Okay. I don't want to accidentally get blindsided by... Oh, like that? Sorry, please walk away. Okay.
Show me your true form.
Got him. Ooh, another doggy.
Beat him up.
All right, now I know everything about you, right?
You can go for a sweet
Go down.
Pepper break. All right.
Cool.
Wow! Thank you so very much, Lady Pie, for the for gifting that sub to the amazing Ultima. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity and kindness. Oh, hello. Wait, I got the wrong eyeball.
What's my next move?
Thank you so much, CD. So, enjoying this pleasure cruise? I certainly am.
Let's go.
Woo! I have the power! You do.
Pardon me. Let's do this. Okay. You're not done yet.
We must nickname the Cerberus Coda. It's true. He'd be a cute little puppy. It said there was a forbidden number amount of subs to go till the next goal, so I had to fix it.
Who's next?
Just like I thought.
Best showtime ever. I do like that one. It's really funny.
Okay.
All right, let me just break this. And let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you guys hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a Mezzominder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon in just about 3 minutes. Mwah! Great, awesome. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in so you kiss, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Wait, I want to get in the car. I want to get in the car. Why no car? Why no car? No car. No car. Oh, I'm on a... Oh, thank you. Nix makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water. Correct. Correct. All right, let me see. Tau likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay. Forever. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
The train's in trouble.
not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jocelyn. Thank you for that. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where? Where, Chimkin Nuggies? What? Basic training? I can't even get past fucking basic training! What the fuck? I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from, you're not even on a bed anymore! Light, no! Roth, I'm a dog. Roth. I'm currently logged in, but hanging with friends on my server. We'll travel if there's group content. All good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, it's okay. You can hang out with other people. That's totally fine. I'm doing all. I can also do. Straight. My gun slinging. Yeah. I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway, I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of. Is Save a furry? Yesn't. Not the romantic kind. They just go. Turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights. All right, let's fade out our beautiful. Okay. Good job. Oh, that's amazing. Good job, people. Pixie, hi there, fabulous Pixie. Let's do the save dance. It's too good. You must be lip syncing. Oh, I got food. Well, not food, but yes, food, but not proper food. Some nuts and some raisins and some. Welcome back, sweethearts.
Keep it up, good job.
Patricia. Oop, welcome in, Patricia. Sweetest set.
Keep it up, good job.
Keep it up, good job. Excellent decision. Awesome Aussie Ubbies. Good Aussie. Welcome back, sweetest Strat and Nick Smith slice jump slice Ubbies. Some snackies, yes. Terrific Talon, Ubbies. Good Talon. Hey there, Valiant Vaz. Good to see you, sweetie. Uppies for you. The not food that you're eating sounds delicious. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Tell me that you have seen the Transformers anime movie from 1986. I'm not a big Transformers fan, so I have not. Are they perchance wet nuts? No, I finished the wet nuts. They have been washed and dried, and they are gone now. Also, holy shit, I'm so sorry. I totally missed this. Sweetie, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the community. I really appreciate it. That's very, very sweet. Thank you, lovely. You are too kind. Thank you for incredible generosity. And exceptional engage gets ubbies. Yes, good engage. It's not gonna time for a reminder of, oh yes, spoiler/backseating. You guys, we are really cracking down on this shit. We're 150 hours into this game now. And I don't want any spoilers or backseating, okay? That includes things like, oh, have you entered blah blah's palace? That is a spoiler. That's not how you ask that question. What is your most recent palace? What's been your favorite palace? Can you tell me most recent palaces? What? Storm! Thank you for contributing to the, oh, my hand broke again. To the binaural microphone. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you, lovely. Sorry, my hand is... Okay. Thank you so much, Storm. I really appreciate the very generous contribution. Let me see here. Yes. So, I have told my mods, of which I believe there are 3 in the chat. 2 are definitely active. If they see any of this shit, things like that, or like, here's another example that actually did happen, that I mentioned earlier. Something along the lines of, oh, you're gonna regret doing that. You know, you're gonna regret pursuing that or courting that person, or oh, you're gonna regret going into that confidant, or oh, the ending of this is so good because you know you'll understand more about them, blah blah blah. Even that could be a spoiler, so just don't do it, okay? Because I've told them to time you out for 85,000 seconds, which is like 23 hours. So yeah, don't do it, okay? And if you come back and you do it again, you're banned. I really don't want to deal with spoilers, you guys. It's such a fucking buzzkill, so don't do it. I know you're excited about the game. I'm excited about the game too. But do you know how unexciting it is, as Save said, when we play for 200 hours and then we get to the point where you're like, okay, now watch this. This is what I told you about 25 hours ago, where this person dies and this person betrays you. And I'll just watch and go, yep, that sure did happen. And then you go, well, isn't it cool? And I'll go, no, it was actually really shitty because you are shit. Because you fucking suck for doing that. So don't do it! Yeah. Let us not live in the future. Yes, not live in the future. We will live in the present. Can I break this thing? That'd be really amusing if I could do that. Alright. This palace probably has my favorite theme song. I really liked it too. As soon as we like entered the palace, I was like, damn, that's actually fucking sick. Okay, hide. Okay, ambush.
Show me your true form.
Is the volume a little high? Oh, are these like nymphs? They're cute. Oh fuck, I definitely should have, I didn't realize that was a time sensitive thing. Had a nice lunch at the pub. Was worried I would miss this stream. Currently walking the dogs. Decided to come on in. Fair enough, Precious Patricia. I hope you enjoyed. Do I know anything about this? Is that my bad for not listening to it? Okay, it's fine.
Trial and error time.
You are excellent at ambushing this game. It's very helpful. It's very helpful. It's not overpowering your voice. Okay, cool. Awesome.
Prepare yourself.
Ooh, that wasn't even something that they were.
Behold! That's all of it. You did great, Noir. Let's continue. Good work, everyone.
She's so efficient with it. Yeah, I just get around by pressing A over and over and over. Nice, we got zero expectation of robbery. Of robbery. Okay, I gotta go up another floor. It's the fault of Save File, but the only song that matters is Whims of Fate. That is a banger of a song, it's true, and I may or may not have spent enough time in Save's stream that I'm like, yeah, I'd really, that song is really extremely super duper catchy.
I can feel it.
Oh. What's this then? We can climb. Ah. Oh, there's a doggy! Wait, can I go get the doggy? Doggy. I want to jump down on the doggy. Nope. Well, have we even checked this? Hold on. Oh, we can go in there. Oh. Uh-oh. That's it. Uh-oh.
This is...
I can sense the treasure's presence.
That was fast.
It's that way. Let's go, guys.
I actually will not do that right now because there's other stuff to be done. Oh, dude, no! I wanted to see what the other place was.
Hey.
Uh-oh. This is totally a trap that... Okay, so for some reason, Morgana is not finding this to be incredibly trapped. But this is super trapped. Damn it, Morgana! The exploration is really good. It is quite good. Although, the fact that they're like railroading me into, you have to go this way. Representative's chamber. Please move directly to your Disney FastPass queue. Exactly. Don't go that way. Please move directly to your Disney FastPass queue. Please move directly to your Disney.
These huge doors are obviously suspicious. Wonder what's through here.
There's slots to stick in something like a key card. Whoa, there's 5 of them.
475 people in favor, 0 against.
Wow. Hey, the treasure's this way. I think the story demands it, but should open up once you're done with the segment. Yeah, most JRPGs end up doing that. That is true. Oh, have a good one, Swedish Shadowgun. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling.
I hear something.
Since there is no one against the plan, this bill will be unanimously passed as drafted.
Uh-oh.
Passed? What's going on? Was that Shiro's voice?
If this truly is the representatives' chamber as written, beyond here must be the main assembly hall.
Authoritarian playbook. Keep up the semblance of democracy, but every vote magically is always unanimous. Somehow. True. True.
The what now?
It's that large conference room.
Oh, good. I'm glad he's still a little
usually seen
dumb.
on the news.
Oh, that thing. Gotcha. So, what are they doing inside?
Shido would be a scary
Most
political
likely a
leader. He
meaningless
would.
vote, one in which whatever Shido proposes will always go unopposed.
So he's doing whatever he wants by keeping only his supporters in there.
What do we do to get in, though? Should we find these keycards?
Maybe we need some kind of qualification. One that vows to be his follower or swear loyalty.
So basically, we need to prove that we're on his side.
We have to pretend.
You sure move on quick.
It's
What's this
pretending,
qualification
hun.
thing about?
I am not moving on.
Guests on this ship.
I'll hate this guy for the next 30 years. Great idea.
That thought never crossed my mind.
Asking around doesn't sound like a bad idea. The guests here are the cognitive versions of them in Shido's mind. They'll know any secrets he shared.
True. You have a point.
That said, the ruler here is that evil Shido. It wouldn't surprise me if they did turn hostile.
Right. Yeah, wouldn't they attack us?
We should prepare for the worst, of course. But I think we'll at least be able to talk to them. This ship is most likely an ark loaded with those that Shido believes are worth keeping alive. It'd explain the luxury cruise ship. I doubt idiots who can't even hold a conversation would be here.
We can at least gather information. It helps that everyone's wearing masks. We'll blend in even with our attire.
He must believe that no one shows their true face to anyone else. Just like him. Well then, let's split up and ask around.
Ryuji is a good example of why I'm glad that politics is a mandatory subject until you're 11 in Victoria. Fair. I'm not surprised that my brunch, which involved chocolate chip cookies, was not enough to satisfy my hunger. Yes, that would definitely not do it. As Brett said, get proteins. It keeps you full longer. Yeah, go cook up some lean white meat chicken breast. Ooh, that'll keep you full. Chicken and eggs. Yes, good idea. Do that. Do that. You can do it now, Strat. You don't have to wait until the end of stream. I don't want you to starve for stream. Yusuke, I thought you were smarter than this. Evil Shido implies the existence of good Shido. That's true. Good point.
It looks like everyone's taken off to go gather intel. There's no doubt. I can sense the treasure behind this door. Looks like we've already hit the jackpot. Let's go talk to the others.
Huh? One of the VIPs used to belong to nobility. Yes, that must be why he can enter the sacred place. I heard he's not easily seen either. But why would someone of his stature always be by the poolside? Well, he must like that for some reason, but I don't think it's the swimming.
Hey.
Beyond this door is the VIP area, and the main assembly hall is a sacred place. It looks like we can't get inside unless Shido accepts us. We go that way? Oh, we can. Ah. So that is the president of a TV station.
Indeed, Mr. Shido has quite the large set of acquaintances.
Seems you must be at least that important to be considered a VIP. I'm truly envious.
Why don't you go play the slots for him? That might get his attention.
Indeed.
It appears these people all want to be accepted as one of Shido's special customers. By the way, I've gained some information on the VIPs. We should discuss it later. The music's so good here. Let's see. I'm not a big fan of egg salad, but Tao, these voices are awesome. I'm glad you like them. I forget between. Oh, fuck!
There's a shadow! Causing a commotion might ruin our ability to gather intel. Let's leave it alone for now. Ah!
Ew. My, even Mr. Uwe is a VIP. I just saw him at the restaurant. To think an important politician like him has been invited here. Well, support from the political world for mental shutdowns are as viable as ever.
I am quite envious. I wonder if there's a way I can get to know him better myself.
If you wish. Dude, I love voice acting. Star for stream. That should be on a shirt. Dedication. Star for stream. Snake for life. Thank you for the care package, Z. Hearing people speak so casually about the mental shutdown business makes my head spin. But it seems as though we need certification from 5 VIPs to become a special customer. These people are willing to share anything. Perhaps it's because their faces are hidden.
I'm not entirely sure how to speak to people here. I either remain silent or spoke in simple pleasantries during Father's business relations.
You're some kind of sadist for making me get info from complete strangers, Joker. But I'll do it. I'm going to avenge my mom. Look! A safe room.
This might be a good place to discuss once we gather all our info.
Excuse? I would like to... A treasure chest. I would like to save there. Zelka! Hi, cutie. What is this away? Ah, you! Oh, you just have the elegance and refinement so sorely lacking in this ordinary citizenry.
My, such flattery. A high-class aura emanates from you as well.
So you noticed.
Most certainly.
Hey, these guys totally ignore me when I try and talk to them. Do I look that much like I don't got any money? Or is it because of the skull mask or something?
Joker, there's something I've noticed too. I actually saw what looked like a map on our way here. Why don't we check it out?
It's so nice of them to have treasures all over the place. I know, they're so supportive. Hey, she did a laugh. Oh, you missed it earlier, Seto. I did it like 8 times.
Just as I thought. Nice. We'll definitely be able to use this to our advantage. Let's take it with us. Well then. We've gathered a good amount of info. We might want to regroup and go over it all now.
Ryuji canonically smells like being broke. How did it go for all of you?
Not great, but not bad either.
Well,
I was able to get a bit of intel as well. We should sort through what all of us gain for now.
Well, I took a look at the map we obtained earlier and found what appears to be a safe room. Right here.
Ooh, it's close! Perfect. Let's go over our intel there. Joker! We gotta head over to the safe room so we can, like, discuss and stuff.
Still, this is a surprise. All the cognitive guests in this palace seem like real humans. The casino earlier looked pretty real too. But talking with these guests was a whole nother story.
you have that right.
This ruler's observational skills and insight are off the charts. Shido's a formidable foe.
Come on, no need to freak out.
I'm not freaking out. I was just thinking it'll be easier to make a plan since they can talk normally. All right. Let's put together the information we gathered.
Gotcha.
So, we gotta get a letter of introduction from the 5 VIPs? And those letters become the key cards.
You're right.
Exactly. Now, let's go over what all of us have learned. First, according to my intel,
it seems
one of the VIPs is an influential politician by the name of Uwe. He's supposedly seen at the restaurant at night and sits at a table near the window. I'll go next. I heard about a prominent VIP who used to be... nobility? They said he's usually by the pool.
Please hear me out.
Next is my intelligence. It seems the president of a television station is also a VIP. He also plays slots at night. It would seem he spends his money quite lavishly. Crap! I'm starting to forget people already!
Hey, listen.
Next is my turn. For real? Even you got info? Of course. I eavesdropped. Supposedly, one of the VIPs is the president of an IT company. He's always in his room and reportedly enters from an exclusive hallway.
Listen up. Well then, I'll close us out.
How the hell did you get info with your looks?
It seems like some guy they call the cleaner is another VIP. I've heard that he's cautious, so it's probably best if we check the other VIPs first.
Cleaner? I wonder what they mean by that. Wait a minute. After all the VIPs we listed, this one's a cleaner? Is he really a VIP?
Supposedly.
I'm sorry. I couldn't get any information. Me neither, so don't worry about it, okay? Let's just work harder during the battle. You're right. I'll do my best. But there's a bigger problem, you know?
Hello,
my memory's not so great. Anyway, who was who? Hi there, dear Straza. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. And Trimmer. Welcome. How are you? It's good to see you as well. Yeah, hi, dear Straza. I hope you're doing well, sweetie.
I can only remember about 2 of them. What about you, Joker?
How things going? Terrific, Trimmer. Zalrog, thank you for the plug on my commissions. My memory is pristine. All right, now is the moment. 150 hours into the game. Do I play myself or do I play what I wish I could be? Do I play myself or do I play safe? Ooh, I fucking, okay. I can't remember, sorry. Great relationships with their cleaners. Hey, there you go. For once I can relate to Ryuji. I tend to forget people in a flash. Yeah, no, I'm not great at it either. Right? I totally get you.
We're up against 5 people.
There we go.
The politician Owe, a former noble,
okay.
a TV station president, an IT company president, and a cleaner. We get certification from them and obtain letters of introduction that'll serve as keycards. But only go for the cleaner after the other 4 have been dealt with, right?
Whoa, now that's impressive. You go, genius.
If we can't remember the details on the VIPs, let's reconvene inside a safe room.
All right, let's get this done quickly.
Thank you for the merch plug, Zalrog. Save.
Hey.
We know how to get into the main assembly hall now. Should we head home? Huh? You want to go back already?
There are people in here with special letters. That means Shido trusts them to a certain extent.
It would be best to consider them as powerful individuals. We do not want to get too hasty. Let us take our time here.
Well, I guess we do have a little time to spare. Well then, let's head back for today.
What? No, I don't want to. I want to go back in. There was other stuff I wanted to explore.
Hey.
Hold on, Joker. We should leave for today. I don't think we should. Bruh, there were bits I wanted to go see. Lovely Light. Hi, Lovely Light. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Fuck. Okay, fine. I guess we're leaving.
Okay. All right, Joker. Let's retreat.
I hate that it does this. I don't want to leave yet, but I can't go back in, so I guess we're doing it.
Yo.
Oh, you're back. So this is it, huh? It's for Vtuber too. Thanks. Do what you need to. I'll try to help in any way I can. Just don't be reckless. Got it?
Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep.
That palace is an accurate portrayal of Shido's nature.
What do you mean?
I have to agree. I'm sure he's quite used to traveling, especially on extravagant ships.
And it should be obvious he's not using his own money for it. There are all sorts of rumors online. Oh, I get it! He's using tax money! Not cool, Shido! That's right, Ryuji. Good job. I think he believes that that which belongs to others in turn belongs to him. Even people's lives. That is correct. This country will be a miserable place if Shido becomes prime minister. We have to stop him. Right! We gotta pay him back for what he did to Tao, too. Let's do it! I don't suppose you guys will let me go outside or anything, huh? No. It's a good thing I'm maxed out. Actually, I wonder if...
Hey.
I know I don't have to say this. Keep Futaba safe. I'm counting on you. Do you have kare? Kare. Ow! You haven't refilled the kare ingredients forever. Fine. How about a little coffee? More coffee. More coffee. This is one of the critiques I have with P5 story progression, that it wants you to do something else. It just forces you and makes it so you can't keep going. Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. I don't need that. I need uppies from I need uppies from Sojiro. Sojiro. Yay! Uppies from Sojiro! Yay! Kare desu ka? Surely. The smoothness. There's no mistaking it. This is Hawaiian Kona.
Let me explain.
A Hawaiian treat. Because of the rarity and price of Kona beans, a Kona blend only needs to contain 10% Kona beans. A 100% Kona coffee roast is quite expensive. Good Kona coffee is known to have a rich flavor, bright acidity, and complex aroma. The flavor profile is bland. You should practice more to bring out the roast's full potential. Although, I see you're preparing the cup the way I taught you. I found what's important to me. You two are my priorities. Don't worry, I'll protect you and Futaba. Oh, sweet.
Well then.
We give uppies too. Yay, thank you for my uppies. Kona beans are my favorite beans. Oh, Kona, never mind. 100% Kona is expensive unless your parents are coffee roasters. Valid.
Sorry, I know you're tired. It'll be a sec, just hear me out.
What's up, Ryuji?
I've decided what I want to do with Shido after going into his palace. We can't let him run free. If there's a heart we gotta steal, it's definitely gotta be his.
You may be very small as Pouch Pals, but we still manage. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. I don't want you guys to hurt yourselves giving me uppies, though. Zelrog wants uppies of their own. Good, Zelrog. What's gotten into you?
I really get it now. I want to avenge you. That's a no-brainer. But that's not it. If we let him run the country, the weak will be totally effed. Isn't it our duty to protect them?
We'll protect them till the end.
Remember when I told you that heroes who lurk in the shadows are boring? Well, forget what I said. Those heroes are way cooler. Hey, once we change Shido's heart... no, never mind. Just forget it.
No, Ryuji, tell me.
Let's do it. Let's steal that bastard Shido's heart. I'll do everything I can to make it happen.
Oh, it always hurts my soul in games or in real life when people are like, oh, actually, I wanted to tell you... You know what? Never mind. No, please tell me! I promise to respect everything you say, please! We stack up on each other to get to uppies.
Thanks for listening to me. See ya.
Ciao. My boy. That is so real, yeah. It's not quite as bad as the, we need to talk text, but it's close to where I'm like, oh, fuck, please, no, please tell me, please, 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 please. Campaign season has begun. I bet it'll be an overwhelming victory for Representative Shido. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna vote for him. Maybe I'll actually vote this time. There aren't many politicians who are like Shido's son. That's true. Not many psychopaths.
Hey.
My cat. You can see my cat and my breath. Oh my god, it's so cold in here. Fuck. Ryuji, please, Tao's son, tell us what is wrong with... exactly. When I don't hear what someone says and then they go, nah, don't worry about it, and I have to shake them and go, I didn't hear what you said and I want to know. Yeah, exactly.
It's almost time. Were you able to sleep last night?
Not really.
I guess it must be hard, even for you. Now that we know who's behind it all, we can't get hasty. Rushing will just make us sloppy.
Did I say rushing? Rushing. It's not you, Tao. It's me. No, Lith, it's me! You won't repeat it to me because I'm me. Why won't you repeat it?
But geez, it's been getting cold lately. We might freeze to death before we can change his heart. Let's go to see if we can find anything to help keep us warm.
Sorry, I probably should have taken the hint with the delivery there, but... Oh!
A heater, huh? Oh, this is good. It's so warm. Hey, once we take care of Shido...
What's wrong?
Well, I was just thinking. This might be the last job for the Phantom Thieves. Everyone's goals and ambitions, they're all linked to taking down Shido. That's how I feel. We all became Phantom Thieves for our own reasons. We weren't just playing around. Outside of the Phantom Thieves, you also have friends who have been helping you. They believe in you. We have an important battle ahead of us, and we only made it all this way because of them. There's no guarantee we'll make it out of this. See them as much as you can so you have no regrets.
All right, I understand.
Tao, I'm with you. All the way to the end. This upcoming battle is personal, so we'll do it your way. Now you can fight Shido on your terms.
Clearly Morgana hasn't heard of the 4 Persona 5 spin-offs. That's true.
Hasn't Taiga been taking a lot of days off? I wonder if it's got something to do with his record.
Okay, quiet down.
I believe I mentioned this before, but Taiga-kun is back at his family's home. It's a personal matter, so don't go spreading rumors.
How long can we keep this up? We need to take care of things before we get caught.
We can probably build their own house by now. I don't know, I think 300,000 yen is still only about...
Hey, are you sure it's okay for him to be down here working right now?
Is that $3,000? I think it's $3,000.
I mean, wouldn't it be bad if a Shujin student walked in and saw him?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, you gotta head to bed. All good, gorgeous Ghosty. Thank you so much for joining us, sweetie. It's been a pleasure to have you. I miss you. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you very much for being here. 300,000 yen is not that much money. Yeah, I thought it was like $3,000, which is definitely not enough to buy a house, unfortunately.
Welcome.
Oh. Oh, fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god, she jinxed it.
What did I just say?
Nah, still fine.
Oh! Actually, that's true.
Senpai?
I just forgot that, she literally saved my ass.
You're not like a stunt double or something, right?
Oh. Long time no see.
Same to you. Wait, that's not my point.
Kasumi, our goat! It's true.
Well, are you pleased? I'm the one who set this up. A little surprise from me to you. I asked Vtuber to do me a favor.
And I asked Ryuji to pass the message along to Kasumi.
I knew you'd be wiped out for a while. So
roughly 2.6 thousand Australian dollars. I wish I could buy a house for 2.6k.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm just so happy.
Aww. She's very close.
No one cares about my scheme.
Morgana, you did good.
Well, it looks like you know what's been going on with him. Hey, take a seat, why don't you? No reason to stand around. I'm going out for a bit to grab some groceries. I'll let you all get caught up with each other.
So you're Yoshizawa-san, right? Well, what's up? It's a pleasure
What's
meeting
up?
you.
Yes, nice to meet you as well, Sakura-san.
Could you at least figure out whether to be polite or casual?
Shut up! Don't you underestimate my people anxiety. Mona tells me that you helped him out in that palace a while back. We are awfully grateful for that.
Oh no, it was my pleasure. He's usually the one who helps me out. Not only that, I'd promised to repay his kindness to me, no matter what.
What a refined response. Are we really around the same age?
You know, there's something I've wanted to ask you, Yoshizawa. Why were you in that palace in the first place?
Actually, that's a good question.
Yeah,
why? Why?
I was wondering that too. Of course, I'm extra grateful that you saved our leader, but if our plan had somehow leaked, then we need to change our tactics from here on out.
It all started about a week ago, when we had lunch together on the roof of the school.
But that day's when...
I got the feeling that something big was going to take place that day, so... I'm so sorry. I was actually following you the entire time.
Wait, we were tailed there?
Slightly stalked.
We definitely had no idea about that.
It's like
Sneaky.
night and day compared to when Makoto was following us.
That's because Makoto was like, I'm following you, I'm following you, I'm following you, I'm following you. Just in case you didn't hear, I'm following you.
I've been considering for a while now. Perhaps I should be fighting alongside you if I have special powers like yours, Senpai. I wondered if an outsider like myself should even get involved. But I couldn't just stand back and do nothing.
You saved me.
Oh, it was nothing compared to how much you've done for me in the past. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not done here yet, are you? Then perhaps I ought to lend you a hand.
Well, we could definitely use the additional firepower, but...
I'm thankful for her offer to help, but Shido is more dangerous than any of our previous targets. It'd be wisest to avoid dragging Kasumi into this fight.
Senpai?
I appreciate the offer.
Well, you say that, but...
Honestly, we have no idea what risks you would face. Our enemy this time is more dangerous than anyone else so far. Also, we pretty much brought this entire mess down upon ourselves, so this is on us. We're delighted by the offer, but we really can't drag you into this any further. Moreover, you have something to do yourself, right?
I believe I'd be acting selfishly if I were to press any further. Very well. I understand your reasoning. If that's the situation, then I'll wait for you to return. But you have to promise me this. You'll come back safe no matter what. I don't ever want to feel as horrible as I did when I thought you...
I'm sure we'll be fine.
I really do believe you. It's time I get going. I've got practice today, as usual. Well, be seeing you.
You can never promise somebody, if you're off to do something dangerous enough to get yourself killed, you can never promise somebody that you're gonna be back. Makoto deadass had her face buried in a magazine and was team meaties behind us. That's true. Hi there, Alec. How are you? Sorry, my hand just got stuck on my hands. This voice actress also played a different Kasumi in Ranma 1/2. Talk about getting typecast. So voice actors in their like portfolios or resumes, it'll say something like, you know, mid-low tone, or like mid-low pitch femme, confident, journeyman or something like that. Hers just says Kasumi. I play a good Kasumi. I don't care. Don't even tell me about the character. Is her name Kasumi? Exactly. I'm on board. Thank you for the care package, Chelsea. It's the easiest promise to make. If you're wrong, you won't need to deal with it, but then the person will have trust issues for the rest of their life. That's why police officers and medical professionals are legally not allowed to promise things to family members of victims or patients. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Man, sure must be nice to not have to go to school. Is that aimed at me? Don't know what you're talking about. A dead man cannot go to school, you know.
This would all be for nothing if they found out he's still alive. Doesn't it suck to live like a fugitive, though?
Always having to hide your face? It's a thrill, though. It sure is. No doubt it's hard as well, but please bear with it for now. Don't try too hard to hide yourself. You'll only stand out more. That's always the hardest. Try hard, but not too hard. In any case, we're ready to put the plan into action. Now, all we need is your signal.
Okay.
Okay, so, you'll stand out too much during the day, so we need to go at night. We're about to face our toughest target to date. Don't skimp on your preparations.
The plan for changing Shido's heart has begun. Try to steal your target's heart by the deadline. He's tough and knows the metaverse well. Be sure to strengthen your bonds so that you're prepared. I will wait until... I will wait, and as usual, I will finish the palace before I do anything else. Interesting. Is that how VAs get selected by hirers looking at what type of voice they have? Yep. That's, well, obviously, there's obviously also, if you've been in something that they're like, oh, damn, I really like them in that, or you come recommended or something. But yes, when you're first starting out in voiceover, you do not want to be like, I can voice absolutely anything. Like, that's a big no-no, because it makes you way less professional. Because the idea is that you impress upon them, upon casting directors, that you know your voice and you are professional in your voice. You know what I mean? Like Cassandra's, I don't know what hers says, but she did use hers as an example during class. And I think it did say something about like young boys and teenagers and children. Like, she's really good at those voices, and she certainly is. And so a lot of what she does is like bratty girls, or like young, like teenage boys, or you know, mascots like Morgana, stuff like that. A thrill? What a thrill with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill, I'm searching and I'll melt into... Wait, what is this song, Sly? What is that? Hey, sorry to bring this up now. I know you have your hands full, but Phantom Pals can do it. I have faith in all of you. Anyway, here's the info I have. This one is cruel. There's a group of scammers out there specifically targeting old people. Apparently, they're using some sort of spiritual mumbo-jumbo to trick them into paying up. How horrible. It really is. Anyway, they keep moving around, so it's been difficult to reliably track them. Apparently, the police have just stopped trying entirely. From what I've read online, their representative is a guy named Yoshihito Wakasa. Sorry, I don't have any more info than that. Good luck. Oh, that's Metal Gear! Oh, it's a Snake Eater song. Aha! No worries, Nix. I have had an absolutely lovely time. Oh, good, darling. Have a good one. Thank you for joining us, and have a great night. That song you hear when on the longest later ever in gaming. I have never played Metal Gear.
It might be tough for us to go at a time like this, but the info itself is pretty worthwhile. If we have the chance to head into Mementos, he'd make a great target.
Yeah, but I'll wait until after I'll wait until I have more time to do that. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing about the palace? We not going in today? Couldn't hurt to find the treasure sooner rather than later, yeah? Haha, my boy, that is exactly right. I hope our little heater there doesn't blow the fuck up. Those things look like they're very dangerous.
Is everyone here?
Our operation has only just begun, so let's remain calm as we go about this.
We're going in.
Yes, let's do our best.
Thank you, Precious Patricia. I fought a random named enemy in PoE 2 called Meat Fur. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good.
Come on, let's go.
We'll head to the central corridor first. That's where the doors to the main assembly hall were.
Got it! Let's get going!
Let's give it our...
What?
Just at this.
We're saving. Save file 9. We have 9 of them. We still have 8 until... Wait, is that right? I'm really bad at math. Fuck. Until 17. We have a certain number until 17. I'll let you guys figure it out because I think it's good for you to I'm testing your maths. Yep. Ah,
Shadow
fuck!
ahead. Take caution.
Hey, I see a shadow.
Oh,
Be careful.
Wee! I will just avoid. Ah, fuck! No, shit! Ah, fuck! Nice, you did it! There's a giant bug that sends out swarms of mosquitoes. That sounds deeply unpleasant.
Persona!
You can go for its weak spot.
Ah. What about these guys? Do I not know about them? Hold on, sorry, that's not what I meant to do. I keep on fucking up. Ah, you're weak to nuking. Let me see if I have any nukes. I only have 4 things. I promise we will get better about that shortly. Okay, I promise.
Go down.
As soon as we get a red a red alert, I will.
Nice, Joker.
All right, let's do this. As soon as we get a red alert, I promise that we will go and refill our personas. Oh. The answer to your question is a certain number. That's what I thought. See, that's what I thought. Thank you, Sam, for the alert. Alert. Condition red.
Okay.
Thank you for gigantifying the alert to make sure I saw it. Okay, I really want to get up on this. Run. I want to get up on this thingy because now I've now had trauma associated with being railroaded into not checking out the spot. So this is the first thing we're gonna do. 1000%. Boom, boom.
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool.
Hey, why don't you lend me your power? Give me gimme. Yes, give me some experience.
Loser.
Just like I thought.
Ryuji. Such a bully sometimes. Ha! Losers. Rude.
Somewhere.
Okay. We're doing this. We're doing this. We're doing this. There's that chest. A black rock. And a couple of goodies on the sides. What is happening? I hope I get to gift these to people. Hopefully I don't die before I can do that. I'll go down this way. No, I won't. I'm joking. Wait, no, I'm not joking. No, that's fine. Okay, all right. Okay, fine. My concern about maybe missing out on like a,
well then.
Fuck, what's it called? A will seed is for naught.
Now then, let's keep going.
We know the identities of the 5 VIPs. Yep. A politician, a former noble, a TV station president, an IT company president, and that cleaner guy.
Huh. According to the map, there should be a restaurant up ahead.
Indeed.
That's where the politician should be, yes? Let us go check it out. Are there no bad guys in here? There's some stairs here. I do wanna, can we take out the bad guy up here? Oh wait, he's not here. What? There was a dude up here. What the fuck? Ooh. Purple door. It's all masked dudes in here too?
We might be able to gain intel from talking to them. Just don't ask any suspicious questions, okay, Ryuji?
I didn't say that, but I'm saying that. Oh, we're hiding. He's gonna see me. Here, patrol this way, patrol this way, patrol this way. Fuck you. Okay, fine.
Show me your true form.
Nate.
Surprise attack success.
Boom.
You have something
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Go down.
That's not.
Okay. That beach blocked them. Nice.
Go, Queen, go!
I actually have no idea. What's Ryuji, if I die, make sure Kasumi gets this tortoise hairpin I found by punching something in a politician's imagined mental yacht. But see, she'll appreciate it because she understands how cognitive space is. I hope. That is my hope. Ah, dude.
This is a part of me.
Ah, nice.
Let's get your breath. Good work, everyone.
Lots of talking over each other.
Okay. Let's see it.
That was easy.
I don't suppose I can just talk to anybody. Like there's a guy over there. Is there any... Am I gonna get jump scared? My, this ship is such a comfortable ride. I must say, I am absolutely impressed. It's no wonder the stability is superb. This is Congressman Shido's vessel, after all. Quite true. I may have undergone hardships in my youth, but now a life of leisure is finally mine. Was that everything? Yeah, that's grayed out. gonna get super scared if a dog. Get the dog! Get the dog! Get the dog! Dog!
I'll
Rah.
reveal your true form.
So I have a change of plans. I have some leftover rice, which is perfect for some fried rice. And so that is what I will be going for. I don't know about you in chat, but I like a bit of garlic punch to mine. I feel like it elevates the flavor. I do agree. Why are you... Oh, because right, this makes sense. Ooh, a tech! Ooh.
Go down.
A lot of... Oh, fuck me! Of course, the one time I do a tech... Oh my god, I'm so stupid. You do it. You do it!
Persona!
Oh my god. Okay, that's the stuff. Thank you. I'm just gonna let's just fucking do this.
Beat him up.
Love fried rice. My favorite way to use leftover meat and veggies. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, next.
All right, next indeed. How can they even hear each other with the speakers blaring everywhere? Is that really it? There was no. Is that a safe in the middle of the evil? What is that? Or is it an explosive? I guess. Wait, this is where we came from. That's where we came from. What the fuck? We're supposed to ask around, but I guess there are stairs, huh? I guess I can use the stairs. Yuck. On Shido's yacht, I was certain that there would be some sort of an elevator. Ah, fuck! Ah! No, fuck! Ah! Damn it. I was trying to hide someplace. I couldn't find a good hiding spot. Ooh, a treasure demon.
Trial and error time.
Okay, are you guys going to murder me? What is this gonna...
But don't use electric attacks.
Persona!
Don't use electric attack. Oh, do you hear that, Ryojay? Ah!
There.
Oh my god, I need to heal.
Do you see that scary
I
one?
need to heal.
This would be perfect now.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Next break is gonna be the last one. Yeah.
Persona.
Will indeed.
Shall we? Not too
Nice.
shabby.
Woodland Persona! Hell yeah!
Gone. Do it again.
Thank you for the care package, Lizzie.
Persona!
Fire!
Some other way.
That nymph there looks like I could burn it.
Okay.
So let's do it.
You're mine.
Please don't reflect it.
Yes. Took one out.
Ooh,
Hey, I can take the shot.
go for it.
Amazing, Panther.
Yep. Emperor's amulet. Yummy.
You've got a
Yummy.
new mask, Joker.
Oh, good. She got gun boost. Strengthens gun skills by 25%. Is there anything that I want to remove for that? Probably that. That's super useless to me.
Okay.
The chances are just not good on it unless you have some kind of a boost for accuracy. That reminds me, have you tried the restaurant ahead? Not quite yet. I hear it has received high praise from a famous congressman. Correct, you are. The good service is almost every day. Well, isn't that nice for the good sir? What's that say? Ein Arc of Elite. It looks like the kind of text that AI generates, but I know it's not because this is an older game, which is somehow very comforting. Bad guys. I need him to turn around. And oh fuck, he's not turning around. Not yet. Okay, now we'll turn around.
I'll reveal your true form.
any skills that'll hit its enemies beneath us. It should be easy if you stay focused.
Well, actually, new way.
You're mine.
Pretty lady. Fuck! Pretty lady. Watch Agent Kim Reactivated. That's all I've been watching weekly. It's got a range of emotions and is just a fun show. I wish I hadn't watched it when it was released. I had to wait over a month to have all the episodes out. What is that again? D5 Strikers has a character who is literally an AI, but designed and voiced by real humans. I don't mind AI that is like as a character, right? I don't mind when it's like, oh yes, this is a character that is AI that we wrote to be AI completely by people. I have no issue with that, but I have you. That's fine. But no, it's Gen AI that's the problem. Characters that are AI and written by people 100% are not my concern at all. Heavy wind damage 1 foe. Finally, I was waiting for that. Gotta remove that one. Okay. Replace it.
I can feel it. Cake.
It's a piece of cake. Pearl necklace. What's through here? Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, there's buttons.
This door.
It is locked. Oh, it's a K-drama. That's right, it's a K-drama. I remember you mentioning that. Do you know of the exclusive restaurant up ahead? I wonder how you become a member.
I haven't the foggiest idea.
My connections only barely secured me a place on the ship after all. I suppose we're just ordinary citizens in comparison to some of the other patrons here. We should probably be thankful we're even allowed to dine in this lounge to begin with.
I can feel it.
Interesting. Wasn't there a, was an additional spot here, wasn't there? Another door? Yeah, there's a door over here. This must be the restaurant? Yeah, that's the restaurant.
Oh. Huh? What's this sign for?
A members only restaurant? Restaurante Elite? You really can't read that either? Aren't you supposed to be a little Miss English or something?
No!
Yeah, Ryuchi, that's not English. It's Italian. So anyway, this restaurant is exclusive to members. Those without a membership card will be rejected. What? You gotta be a member just to eat dinner? That's such bull. Well, we're going in anyway. My AI character always eats spaghetti with his 13 fingers. Oh no. I shall be a lucky turkey again. Okay, sounds good, sweetest. Enjoy. Hey there, Wabbajack. How are you? It's good to see you. I am doing the good. And how you do? I do good. How's adopted son being an intelligent dumbass? That wasn't him. That was on. Sir, if you wish to dine at our restaurant, please present your membership card now. Oh yeah, we heard about that thing earlier. What a pain. I believe our staff should have explained it when you boarded this ship. Apologies for the inconvenience, but may I please check your boarding pass, sir? This is bad. We should retreat. It seems we won't be able to get inside peacefully until we can obtain this membership card. Fuck!
There are a lot of people around here. Wouldn't somebody have to know about the membership card?
I'm not sure, but either way, it seems asking around is our only option. Lurk to support you with the lurks. Thank you for the lurks. I appreciate it, honey. And thank you, Daniel, for contributing to the movie night and the funny and game challenge. Keyword peacefully. That means that violence is the answer. I mean, I think so, but hey. That reminds me. Have you tried the restaurant ahead? Wait, didn't we do this one? I guess it's just rekindling those, Have we been up here? Did we take the down? Did we take the... Yeah, I think we did. Hold on. What's our map looking like? There's still a baddie over there. Is there anything down here that I missed? Fuck. Okay, so that over there is that's the restaurant. That's locked. I wonder if there's like a
I can feel it.
I wonder if there's a what's it called? Oh, what was that? Oh, it just okay. I wonder if there's like a vent. We got some Among Us shit going on or not. Maybe we should go back to the rest of the room, or is there a? Maybe we have to kill the bad guys in this area, and we'll get one from them. Let's just test this theory real quick.
3 enemies. They're weak,
Let's
but
go.
don't let your guard down.
Not this. It's
This
tough.
is your chance. Hit him where it hurts.
Ravage them!
Nice. Joker took
Wow.
one out.
Ooh, that is a powerful move. I'll just do it again.
Go down!
Nice. Joker took one out.
576. Holy.
Ravage them!
That chews up the SP a bit though, huh?
All right, Joker.
That's
Good work,
okay.
everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
Fast.
Okay, no, there's
I'm getting
nothing. I
sleepy
thought
with
that they
nothing
might
to do.
make a comment on it, but it doesn't look like it. And what about you? Life of Leisure is finally mine. Yeah, these are just repeats. So, I guess we'll go back up this way. I wonder if someone else has an idea of where we can get like the membership card. Because I don't want to like just spend all the time in that one area and then keep on talking to people, keep on respawning the enemies, and then I'm not supposed anyone put one right here. No. Or is that literally what you have to do? I thought there would be more spaces. It looked like there was like spots to descend further into the bowels of the ship. Oh, nope. Damn. Guess we do have to go up there. Unless there's something out here. Are they gonna comment on it if we leave here? And they're like, okay, this is a good place to get the membership card. No, psych. Is there anything I'm missing up here? This music is such a jam, though. No. Okay, we're going back to the restaurant. Yucky! Annoying! I see nothing that we haven't explored is all, How gaudy are those purple doors, though? I'm sure they look good in, like, certain spaces, but they are pretty gaudy in this. Maybe it's just like
Show me your true form.
Surprise attack successful.
Bloodthirsty demoness. I still don't know what that one speaks to.
They're weak, so
Sona.
don't let your guard down.
I'm just gonna heal up real quick. I just realized that I probably should have done that out of combat. Oh, wait, no, I won't. She's my, like, soul healer, semi-healer.
How do you see the vent on the floor? Have you ever heard of Among Us? You need to vent. I know it will be hard. You need to be Seuss. Reference.
I would love to attempt venting, but I do occasionally use like the Sixth Sense option thingy, and I'm not seeing anything. Oh! We are so going back. Yo, hold up. I wanna replenish my personas anyway. Just as we were about to go back there and just like see what we can do about that, let's do this instead. Let's do this instead. Have you guys ever been on a cruise ship? Like, especially in this
We can take a breather here in this secure spot.
Did we not already find this one? Yeah, there's an active
do it.
alarm in the Velvet Room. You better fucking believe it. Red alert! Let's go! Yeah! take that break soon. I'm wondering if we even need to, because we'll probably, well, it'll probably give us a little bit of freedom. Oh! Oh, that's so cute! She's just chilling on the bed. That's actually quite pretty. I gotta confess, that's really quite pretty. Never, sadly, but it'll happen one day. Would you like to go on a cruise, Aussie? Absolutely. Where would you want to go? And how long would you want to be on the cruise for? Better if you want to extend for a bit because of the story. That is a good point. Yes, that's true. All right. When we get back, we will... Let me actually register this before I forget, because I will forget. I'll just register all of them. Yeah. Okay. So...
Justine, this one's all you.
Take a look.
When we get back, we'll probably do... we'll grab a few of these. In the meantime, you guys, if you are going to if you're not going to subscribe, or you cannot afford to subscribe, or whatever, you don't want to subscribe, whatever it is, we're gonna go on this 3-minute break so that you don't have to. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And, darlings, this is also your meds and mind in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Anywhere but Australia for like a month or two? Holy crap, that's a long one. Okay, fair enough. I think you want to go like cross the world a bit then. I actually want to send my parents up for a cruise trip for their anniversary. I've been saving for years. Oh, Strat, that's so sweet. Where would you want them to go? I did once, but I was too young to remember anything, as all I remember was the ocean. That's fair. Europe! Very cool. Very cool. All right, kitties. I'll see you in 3. Mwah! Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Seems like Luna. Look away, say we have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a this doesn't have an option for controller. Okay. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in, so you. It's on the floor. Oh no, my cookie. Okay, well one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where? Where Timkin Nuggies? Nishima, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Oh man. Woof. Savage. Let it be even more savage to lie about what he... I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No! Poor squirrel. I would never. I would never! What? Basic training? I can't even get past fucking basic training! What the fuck? Aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard! Fuck. I can also do... Oh, there she is. No! No, don't do it! No, don't do it! Oh my god. I'll save them. Wait, no, hug time. No, please don't go, no! Oh. It's just a bad dream. Hug time! I am afraid. Don't be afraid! I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Red Dead Redemption. Pill. Still have... Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? Jesus Christ, dude. The 360 no scope edit. Oh my. It's too good. You must be lip syncing. Gage is so sweet. Thank you. Mamma mia. Way back on the shelf. How could I ever resist the elf? They're not the romantic kind. They just go, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights. All right, let's fade out our beautiful. Hello, hello, my darlings. Welcome back. I will let you finish your words, and then we will resume. Oh no! Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked. It doesn't have an option for controller. All right. Let me get my guns.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Hello, Booty. Welcome on in. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Just so you know, just based on your username, and I do not mean to generalize, but just so you know, this is a community where objectification and lewdness is not very much appreciated. Okay, so I'm just letting you know that just off the bat. All right, but I hope that we will have a long and platonic friendship here. Hello, motherfucker. Hi there, dearest Doth. Welcome on in. And no spoilers either. That's true. Absolutely no spoilers. No. Exceptional Engage. Welcome back, uppies. Yee. Good Engage. Lovely Zeller. How are you? Nix, Matos, Slice, Gem Slice. Uppies for you. Yee. Good. Nix. And Aussie. Uppies. You go. Good, Aussie. Terrific Talon. Welcome on back, uppies. Good Talon. All right. Let's see. About the question earlier, I would let them choose where they want to go for the trip. I just want to save the money, or to have the money to afford it, no matter where they decide to go. That's so sweet. Oh, Strat, that's lovely. Welcome back to Desedu. Let's turn raids off in like half an hour. Yeah, half an hour, because we'll probably go a little bit under an hour. So yeah. No talking about those things on the backs of sports cars. I wonder if we've got any. Thank you, Strat. I appreciate it.
There is an alarm in
itemize.
Always strive for more.
What is this Emperor's Charm? A royal magical gem with the power of an emperor. Automataru. What does that mean? Everyone? What? Taking the day to chill and relax, which basically just translates to me just watching Bluey with my godbrother. That sounds really cute and sweet. Oh, Zeller, I hope you have a great time. They clearly just like eating treasure. Yeah, I think that's true. Is there a way to... hold on. Maybe I should keep that guy. You know what? I'm gonna...
Done already?
You wish to view the... Take a look.
So conflicted about this. Mataro Kaja. Mass attack up. Oh, okay, gotcha. I don't know if I need that. I wouldn't equip that to anybody is the problem. What is this guy again? Is this the worm? It is. Correct? I do like this worm. He's cute.
I will require the proper
It's so expensive. I guess I could force people to... I could mug more personas and have enough for all of this, actually. We are back above 300k just because of that. Who's Pazuzu? Oh yeah, Pazuzu is the naked lion. Let's get him.
Your power.
Yar, where's my booty, you scallywags?
This persona.
She's
I will
cool.
require the
I'm just gonna grab some of these.
This
oh,
is the
Valkyrie!
one who wished to summon with this
I
is
just
your
wish that she
power.
was like not as basic. She's not. I would love to
Correct?
amp
I
her
will
up a bit
require
more.
Take it then.
Okay, I'm poor again. Are you
This is
proud
the one
now?
who
This
wished to
power.
summon This. Calm down.
So many expensive personas.
Finished already?
What?
All right, no, we are not heading back. It's just chocolate coins.
A lot of time, inmate.
One of my favorite duties.
Choose wisely.
Tau just wants her horse. I just want an entire group of horses. This is what I want. It's true. Okay, what about the Emperor's Amulet? What if we, Raja Naga?
That's a pretty
I don't
strong
know
one.
if we know. Wow, he's cool! He's cool! I don't know if we've got him. Who do we have to? Oh, my Kit Kat. My Kit Kat. Choosing which personas to take is the hardest part of the game. That's true. He's pretty sick, though, this guy. Let me see what we can get if we can do this. He is... Okay, he nullifies electricity, so decreases SP cost of electric skills. Do I want, like, an electric specific... Do I even have any... Oh my god, he doesn't... He's not gonna get any electric shit. Fuck! I hate when that happens. Okay, what about Fornius? Fornius.
You can't handle it.
What? I can't handle it. It looks like a dragon, like a stingray dragon. I want it though. 63.
It is neither
Athena,
remarkable nor unremarkable.
you need a horse. Akashic Arts. An interesting move name. What are you taking with you? My cat, not my cat. It still bears the power of its original owner. It shall be a great help to you. Wait,
Choose
what are
which
you?
skills to inherit.
What are you? Grace of the Olive. Grace of the Olive decreases HP SP cost to 0 during one more. That's awesome. Oh wait, that's a P3 persona. Oh, okay, it's one of the DLCs. Okay, yeah, no, I want to stay away from that. Why doesn't this one say that? That's annoying. Whoa, Nebiros 74. I'm not even close. Hanuman. Oh, I'm not close to that either.
Bring about ruin.
That's not a horse. Aw, man.
Is this something you need?
Aw.
I see.
You know what?
Choose
Fuck it.
which
I'll
skills
do
to inherit.
this. He won't be electric, but let me see what else he's got. He's got ice and a bunch of evasion stuff. Rigid bloodline, immunity. I mean, that could be helpful, actually. Prevents being inflicted by ailments, like, all the way. Yeah, let's do it. It's my favorite character. No spoilers. That sounds good. Okay. Heavy fire damage. Actually, I kind of want to keep my Kit Kat if I can. So, reflecting physical attacks. Iodine, heavy. Maybe I just have heavies. Maybe we just do heavy everything here.
This could bestow an extraordinary power.
Nice. There can be no doubt. This fusion will result in extreme amounts of power. Do it!
I see.
Yeah, there be no chocolate in these coins. Just disgusting gold. They gave us fake chocolate. No. My poor Kit Kat. What say you, Snake Man? All right, is this gonna fuck up all of the moves? I always like to, yeah, I like to live dangerously, so let's see what happens. Oh, okay. Are you not gonna switch anything else? Something is about to happen to a skill. Is it just that one? It is. Mapsiodyne. Is that? Oh, heavy side damage to all foes. Don't mind if I do. Thank you very much. The Temperance Confidant is awakening your persona's hidden power. Level 60, level up. Oh, damn. Increases chance of inflicting shock. I don't know if I need that. Is there anything I want to get rid of instead? Heavy. Oh, negates. Yeah, let's put shock boost there. Ah. Fuck. Barrier that reflects magical attacks for one ally one time. I'll leave that alone because Noir already has that. Thank you for the care package. Oh, see. I knew you'd scroll to Athena. I saw it first and thought you'd avoid it, but I was wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. I think that probably belongs where Zyodine is. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Evade wind. I mean, he's not weak to wind, so I'm not super fussed, but turned out great. All right. We'll keep him. He's a level 62, so he's definitely gonna, let me, before I forget, let me register him.
This was all you.
Is he already registered? Oh yeah, no, he would already be registered.
There is a lot of
Feast by results. Let's see here. Not that it matters, because I think this is probably going to... Is it only if you use the persona that you just made again that it breaks immediately? Or, ow, what? Rude, Alex. Elroida. I'm still level 5.
You can't handle it. You okay with this?
Another horsey!
Choose which skills to inherit.
What are you weak to? You're weak to light. Well, that's not very shocking, is it? He's strong to wind. Increases chance of inflicting ailments. And he repels, purrs. Oh man, there's really not a lot of stuff for this inheritance, hey? Hello, Alex, how are you? How's collecting all the horsemen of the apocalypse? I certainly am.
It is neither remarkable
Nor there's like so many ways to make this guy.
It is neither remarkable nor unremarkable.
No, I don't want to kill my Valkyrie. I just want a better Valkyrie.
You okay with this?
Ooh, Scotty. Oh, it's our bird, our our absolutely incredible, unattacking and unattackable bird. Woke up over an hour ago. Fixing my sleep schedule is harder than it looks. Oh man, I bet.
To inherit.
Woof. I hope that you're able to fix it soon. The sun, basically. High chance of ally avoiding attacks by foes inflicted by ailments. Wow, that's a long... Blood stained eyes. Bum, 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 bum. Does anyone know that song? It's the literal sun. It is. High chance of ally avoiding attacks. Decrease SP cost. Let me see what it needs. Oh my god, dude. Fuck. Well, the good news is it repels. Actually, this might be a good idea because we can be rid of the evade curse and the evade ice. So maybe this is the way. This is the way. Let me just see. Rare antibody. SP cost fire skills. Fuck it, we'll do that. Okay, and then we will do evade fire, evade wind, and electric, and bless.
This should bestow great power
yeah, get him.
Reborn.
You could avoid everything with that bird. This is gonna let me avoid everything too, because by default, he's got okay, never mind. This is not how this is gonna work. The untouchable. Time for a chainsaw. Whoa! Holy fuck, that's cool! What is that? That's Asterius! Become your mask. Very well. But if you let your guard drop, I shall crush you. He's so scary. That's fucking awesome. Holy fuck. I get the appeal of gacha, you see. That's awesome. The Frenzied Bull. That looks like a DLC persona. Listen, I'm allowed to have it if it gets made organically. That's so cool. Wow, wow, wow. Wait. Okay, that's really sick. What the fuck is he? Asterius. Wow, that's so cool. I don't think any DLC persona are fused that way. Okay, good. I thought that was a final boss. I guess not. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't. That's crazy. His name is that of the Minotaur in the Theseus myth, by the way. Oh, Asterius. That's a cool name. A very cool name. Hold on. I think there's at least a couple of things I want to res real quick. I want to res them.
Do you have...
Let me grab...
Justine, you handle this.
Okay, fine.
These are the paths you have walked.
Fuck, I should have favorited someone. Who do I want to keep? I think there was my cat. I wanted my cat back. Oh, I wanted a Cerberus.
This persona?
Not that Cerberus though. Oof, I didn't mean to. Oof, yikes! I did not mean to save that one. Oopsies. I like the ice one. Wait, no, that's no. Never mind. That's no. I'm thinking of cat. Nope, that's the DLC one. Byakko. This one. I want this. Yes.
This is your power.
Did you make some changes to your enhanced broadcasting tracks? Do you have 160p again? I have no idea. I just uploaded.
Hope you're having an amazing weekend. Ta-tas, heart, 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 ta-tas, heart.
Darling, thank you for your amazing generosity and support. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you, sweetie. How are you, lovely Shredder? It's so good to see ya. We have a power outage just when I thought I could chill in the AC after roasting in the kitchen. Always go for a gas stove for sauteing stuff, for quickly heating it up over an electric one. It's a lot easier to control. It is a lot easier to control, but it's actually really, really bad for your lungs. So we've moved away from gas, even though it's way more like convenient. But yeah, it's really bad for your lungs. So we don't have one anymore. You're longer. Oh yeah, this guy. He's cute. Horse?
You want?
Oh, look, it's my bird of invincibility! Was there anybody else? Queen Mab.
Persona?
She's scary. Darth, thank you so much for the care package, honey. Yum, 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 yum. Bird up! I don't think we need bird. Because we have an alternative that has all of Bird's best stuff. I hate that thing so much. Even if it was my most powerful persona, I would not use it. Horsey!
A fee is required.
I like Horsey. Horsey!
Then accept this persona.
Oh wait, there's a unicorn!
This persona?
I like the unicorn too. Oh no, now my persona's available. That's alright, we're out of here. Sweet Estrada, hello! Apologies for not being around recently. Sweetie, you never have to apologize. It's just a privilege and a privilege and a pleasure when you're able to drop by. A piece for you. Good Shredder. Gas from gas stoves can also cause cancer. Me personally, I do not like an open flame, so I will always go for electric stoves. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, no, gas. I haven't looked into the cancer-causing thing, but I know that it can really thoroughly impact your lungs over extended duration. So I will never have a gas stove again, even though I like them. Let's leave. Let me out! Let me out!
Done already? What?
Back we go.
Time, inmate.
All right, let's get in there and destroy everyone. We need that membership card. All right, we will go and
let's do it.
I wonder what let's do it. Carcinogenic, I think is the word you're looking for, Alex. All right,
we're here.
Pretty much anything
So
that you're
next?
inhaling that's not like oxygen is not good for you. That, yeah, carcinogenic.
I can feel it.
I need to wander this world with my sixth eye, or I guess third eye. As much as I'd love to switch to electric, I won't settle for anything other than induction. Conduction electric is just too unpleasant an experience all around, but it's hard to get as a renter. I forgot what kind we have. We have the kind that, like, it's electric, but it only heats up specific things. Like, if it's not touching a specific type of metal, it actually doesn't heat up. That way you can't accidentally start a little fire. You know what I mean? Air fryer is OP. I love an air fryer. That is induction? Okay, yeah, induction. Yep. Yeah, we have an induction, and it's really good. I like it. I like it. Well, wait, I should clarify. I like it when it's working. It's actually broken right now. We're waiting for some tradies to come and help out with it. We're waiting for the resupply, but just the stovetop is broken. The associated oven is fine. Induction is good. There's studies out there suggesting long-term exposure to the gas without proper ventilation can cause harm to the lungs. Yeah. Yep. Fortunately, I have both options available. That's great.
Surprise attack success.
Persona!
You can go for its weak spot.
Go down.
My brother's been telling me to get an air fryer. Probably give it for my birthday. It's bomb. I love an air fryer.
On to the next. Persona! Charge, Johanna!
The pretty lady is back. She's also about to be murdered. I'm gonna give you a friend of mine's details. He's an electrician with his own business. He's done a few stoves throughout his job. Oh no, that's all right. Thanks, hon. It's still in warranty, so we got a direct free thingy from the people, from the manufacturer.
Okay, let's move on.
Thank you for the offer.
Okay.
A decisive victory.
Because I'm so decisive. No, I have trouble making decisions sometimes. Sometimes I make decisions and I just sound confident, but I'm not actually confident. It's very, very unfortunate. But oftentimes, it works out okay. Dude, where? This place is huge! Where's a Greg clip when I need it? Ah! Rah, 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 rah.
Show me your true form.
How is the work going on? Aren't the tradies done with their job? We've gotten a couple of them done, but we're still waiting for like 2 of them. Boom! Devil's advocate though, there's accusations that a study is presenting intentionally extreme conditions that won't happen in a normal condition. Kind of like the study's trying to find if aspartame was harmful, but we're pumping up the test mice with 50 times the amount of normal human would even think of consuming. I thought that some of the studies were done on, particularly families from the 50s and people who were spending a ton of time, well, not like a ton of time, but like they were cooking at home like 4 or 5 days a week, which I think is a fairly reasonable amount of time to cook at home. Over the gas flame, no? You made progress. I hope the rest goes smoothly. Me too. Those studies were mostly done on children. Right. What is this? Why it look like this? Hello, Deathly. Welcome on in. You mean Persona, or there's not a lot of data on the impact on adults, but I mean, like, I suppose after they were, after they grew up, right? Get 'em. I need to do more,
Here it comes.
Not.
I'll help you finish him off.
Boom. Sure, why not? Just because it's fun to see.
Fist of the Phantom Star.
Sorry.
I love how full of rage Makoto is. The stream, I mean. What happened to the regular, like, the way it looks?
That was great.
Whoa. Did you come up with a raid, Desley? Or, because the stream, this stream is exactly how it's always been. And by always, I mean in the last, like, 2.5 years.
Okay.
Like, since our upgrade to a 3D model. Okay, that's still broken. Is there not a... Hold on, let's look around real quick.
Opening. Can we go around to the other side?
No. No. If ventilation is the issue, I think most kitchens do have an exhaust, or like mine, an open kitchen. That is pretty cool. An open kitchen would be sick. Okay, let me see if I can... Still haven't obvious idea. Connection, security in place, blah, 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 blah. We already talked to you. Wait, no, I was going down. I still need to keep going down, sorry. Ah, why the laggies? Arr!
Focus. Show me your true form.
Yeah, if we average about
The advantage.
5?
Don't rush.
About 5 hours. And we've done 150.
Some other way.
Hey, you can go for its weak spot.
Do I not have a different Pokemon that has fire? Hold on. Wait, Akadine, is that the same one? No, that's the same one. You!
Go down.
Devil's advocate. I think one of the studies was also them finding that most US kitchens actually do not have good ventilation hoods, and it's causing harmful concentrations of gas. Yeah, that sounds right. Also, let's make friends. Narcissus. I know that person. Depends on the way your kitchen is built. Fuck. Who do I want to replace with you? Probably no one, to be honest. I don't really care for you all that much. Pazuzu. Rangda. Actually, probably you. Yeah, we'll release you.
That's a new one, isn't it?
The only thing that's changed in the last 2 years is Tau now streaming at 1440p with H.265. I love higher quality encoders. Let's go. Yeah, I need to.
Okay.
I need to.
I have something.
I don't actually know if anything happened to the stream. I don't know if anything happened to the stream simply from updating OBS, but I did update OBS today, literally right before stream, which is a brave thing for me to do, considering that oftentimes doing that without any recourse means a belated stream, but it actually worked today. My mom is a tea person, but she has been enjoying this Irish coffee ice cream, and I just finished the last of it. You better, yeah, you gotta get a new tub. Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, what the fuck? How the hell? Wait, there's something. Okay. Is there another? Am I missing a staircase? Is there a staircase over here? There is, but it goes up as well, right? Yeah, they both go up.
Somewhere.
Can I jump down? There's like a spot that. I'm stuck. Oh, hey! Seems I've dropped my card for the restaurant somewhere around here. My, you won't be able to dine there without it. Have you tried consulting the staff? Not yet. I doubt there's any need to worry, though. I'll try asking around the bars later. I know Mr. Cheeto personally, so I'm sure he'll issue me another if I can't find mine. How wonderful. I didn't know you had such lofty connections. No wonder you exude such dignity. Hey, isn't this a good chance for us? He said he dropped his membership card. I'm not keen on this, but we may be able to take it from him. If we can find it first. Hell yeah! He dropped it, so we gotta swoop in and take it. Let's go. I knew you'd get it. Thank you, Steve. Luckily I've killed. Oh, look at these footprints! My Witcher senses are tingling. Wow, this dude is, disorganized. Wow. Okay, alrighty, okay, here we go. Oh, hello then. Welcome, sir. How may I help you? OBS received a hotfix apparently. The new update had an issue with hooking into games for game capture. Oh, Such a very useful doc in the VTuber related channel. You should take a look when you have the time. Thank you, Strat. I'll try and look tomorrow. Has anyone turned anything in? Mm-hmm. And what article are you looking for in particular? A membership card. Ah, so it was yours. Please do not worry. We've been holding on to it for you this whole time. Here you are, sir. Please go enjoy your meal, sir. That was actually pretty easy. Should it have been that simple? Who cares? It's all thanks to that dick Cheeto thinking everyone around him's incompetent.
So he doesn't believe in anyone. That must be why there are so many membership cards around.
Well, it's not that bad that it went by quick. Let's head to the restaurant and grab a letter of introduction. I mean, it's a little bit bad because I was very slow to figure that out, but that's fine. That's fine. Am I in the right spot? Because that's locked on the other side. Aha! There we go. Hello there. Welcome, sir. May I see your membership card? One of our targets, the powerful politician, should be at the restaurant. What's your call, Joker? Let's head in. Thank you for displaying your proof of membership, sir. Please head on inside. Seats marked with a blue flower reserved for special guests. Please refrain from sitting there. Special guests? Who cares?
This is...
A reserved seat is special information. That may lead us to the politician we're looking for. For real? That possibility didn't even cross your mind? Ugh. Anyway, let's head in and find a seat. Man, things are pretty damn luxurious in here. Even the food looks super good.
Oh my.
Try not to get too excited, okay? You're embarrassing us.
That must be the table.
Note that the music in here is just a slow piano version of the rest of the palace's theme. Oh, hey, true.
Right.
that influential politician comes here.
Why don't we have a seat at the table next to it and wait for him?
Wow, those are blue flowers, holy.
Maybe become guarded if we go in a big group.
Wouldn't it be odd with just one girl sitting there, though?
Does someone want to come with me?
I'll go.
Hold up, Joker. Let me go with her. I mean, dude, it's a restaurant.
What are you, a preschooler?
I was wondering why you were so excited about this.
He wants food!
Why isn't anyone asking me to do this?
You're a cat, hun.
All right, we're going in. Everyone else stay nearby. I'll give the signal when the time is right.
Man, what should I eat?
You can't get full off of food in a palace.
He's as dumb as ever.
I can't read this.
It's in English, huh? Or French? Italian.
I'll have the sautéed foie gras, a
Okay, that's
salad
French.
garnished with truffles, and roasted lamb, please.
I can't believe you can order so easily like that. Say, ain't we kind of young compared to the others here? They're all involved with Shido, yeah?
They seem to be major figures in the political and financial worlds.
I feel bad for Ryuji. He just wants to eat. It's true. BRB, all good, sweetest rat. They call that meal the heart attack special. That they do. Thank you for the care package. I'll see.
On whose permission are you sitting there, brats?
Whose? I don't see any reserved signs or nothing here.
It'd be a nuisance if you'd make a racket next to my table.
Wow,
I wish to
this guy
dine
blows.
leisurely. Children like you who are simply hungry should leave.
What was that?
Skull, be quiet.
Sorry.
I apologize for our discourtesy.
Tatal, I believe I am hitting my wall, so I will be slipping away to bed. You have a good one. Thank you so much, lovely Red. It's been a pleasure to have you, as always, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Ciao for now, darling.
If you understand, then go home.
Excuse me, but might you be Mr. Oe?
Indeed I am.
This will be an impudent request, but would you provide us a letter of introduction to Mr. Shido?
From the looks of it, you appear to be minors. Why do you need an introduction?
We wish to be granted an audience with him. His political ideology resonates so much with us. Of course, the same can be said about you, Mr. Oe.
You have quite the silver tongue for one so young. Not that I mind it. Are you a high school student?
Don't be creepy.
Yes, sir.
Don't be creepy. Don't be
Speaking
creepy.
of high schools, I've heard that some principal somewhere kicked the bucket. He supposedly tried to leak Mr. Shido's name.
Ah.
Had he simply obeyed, he could have remained in the upper echelons. To think he would cast all that away. An elite such as myself can't even fathom why someone would do such a thing. If you pledge your loyalty, you're given the honor of selecting those who would have mental shutdowns.
Did you ask Mr. Shido to trigger a mental shutdown in someone as well?
Ooh.
More or less.
Considering your
Confess.
caliber, I would assume that the target must have been someone quite important.
Important? No. The target himself was nothing that impressive.
Oh, you must be being modest.
You recall the subway accident early last spring?
Oh.
The one I had targeted was that engineer.
It was his fault.
That was you?
It was to take out the president of some company and a diplomat who sided with current government.
Wow.
I see. That was very useful, Mr. Oe.
Hmm?
Actually, my sister is a prosecutor at the public prosecutor's office. I could pass on what you just said to her.
Huh.
How about it? Won't you give us a letter of introduction?
Is that a threat? Who are you two?
The letter of introduction, please.
Don't get cocky, brats. I'll never give you one.
Looks like you have one, though. Well, guess it's time to use brute force.
Guys,
Get him! Whoa! Is that a fucking Hydra? That's actually very fitting. Wow, so he's responsible for the very first mental shutdown that we heard about in the first like couple of hours of the game. Shit. Shadow politician. We have no knowledge on this guy, do we? Nah. Where's my... I have a super powered... Is he my super powered? Yeah, he's got, like, heavy everything. Do you think psychic damage would be... Purrs, maybe? Is this gonna reflect back on me? No, but it didn't do Persona damage either. Feel my rage! Uh-oh, I don't think I want you to concentrate. Persona! Did I just use a psych thing on him? Hold on. If I did. No, we actually don't know. Okay, no, alright. I was gonna say, I feel like a psych attack would be pretty good. Why game do be lagging? It just always, it's always lagged. It's kind of annoying. Actually, we do need to turn off the raids. Give me a sec. Whoop. There we go. Boom. Looks like a Yampa no Orochi from Japanese mythology. Snake monster. Okay, so he's definitely allergic to psych. Who's the name of it? Her. She'll do some good stuff.
Let's go. There.
Bit of a waste of my SP.
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool.
Let's go.
Rah.
All out attack. Persona.
Let's increase some defense in case and when this thing attacks us. No one has taken any damage though, so we're good on that. On that front. And again. Imagine if we didn't have Sire. That would really, really, really suck.
Not bad, Noir. Good choice.
Beat him up. Any other apps in the background that could be causing this? Oh, well, you know, I've got like 10 things open because I'm a streamer and I'm a VTuber. So I have like, I have a bunch of shit, but it is very strange. Like it's, it doesn't happen with, it doesn't happen with all games, but with some it does. Like, I don't think we've had any problems with Final Fantasy or most of our demos, or definitely didn't have any issues with the Alabaster Dawn. No issues when we do art. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. It's really odd. Chance of inflicting shock. Hopefully this doesn't reflect back onto me. That would be tragic. Oh! Go, nice.
Come.
Do I have anyone else who has like a single target style? I do, you.
Ravage them.
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool.
Do it.
So it's just P5. It's not just P5, but it's P5 in like another game that we played on demo day. All I can suggest is change some graphic settings. Yeah, we did try to do that because this has been happening for 150 hours, so like it's never not been laggy. With the occasional lag, but ooh, what's the one? Ah, Johanna. What have we got? Fully restores HP to one ally. That's awesome. That's all allies. I don't really use Nuke Break ever.
All right, we got a letter of introduction.
Can confirm while rewatching on YouTube, it has lagged since the first stream. Yeah, we did try for I think about 20 minutes. We tried in those first few streams getting it to not and messing with the graphics and stuff. It doesn't do anything. The news about PS5 going completely digital was so heartbreaking. It wasn't too long ago they were proudly talking about owning your game. Yeah, it really sucks. Yeah, it's pretty much just P5 for like this constant random lag.
Please keep the truth of that subway accident a secret.
Don't mind if we don't! Fuck you!
Fine.
No, Ryuji, no.
In any case, it turns out Principal Kobayakawa was connected to Shido after all. No wonder he was so adamant about me digging up information on the Phantom Thieves.
Still, I can't believe Shido just killed him so nonchalantly.
The entire nation is underwater in his palace. He must feel nothing toward one measly educator.
I've not been noticing. Yeah, 150 hours of it. It's hard to deal with at this point. Physical makes up like 5% of their sales. Yeah. Alright, let's see.
In any case, even though that politician was cognitive, he turned into a monster. Up until Kanashiro's palace, cognitive beings were nothing more than weak presences.
No, that Oe fellow just now wasn't a cognition.
What?
But he had the memories and appearance of an actual person.
He was probably a shadow fused with a cognition.
Oh.
It's like making the shadow wear human skin.
Oh, sorry, Draza. That's such a stupid, weird thing. Sorry about the weird, auto mod there.
I've never seen anything like that before. Such power is normally impossible.
Wasn't Shido the one who destroyed the research done by Oracle's mother on cognition?
I have no idea what happened there. I'll tell you. It picked up tiny piece as being offensive for some ungodly and unknown reason, so I'm very sorry about that. I don't know why it did that.
Oh, do you think that when he did, he took the results for his own purposes?
What the fuck? Yeah.
Shido. For all
Mm.
we know, Shido could have some hidden trick that allows him to tamper with his own palace.
Wow.
We need to be especially careful from here on out.
I reckon each of these guys is gonna be a revelation.
Yes, of course. I will continue accepting them, even after I am inaugurated as Prime Minister.
As expected from you, Mr. Shido, you are truly a reliable man.
And in return, I only ask for your continued support. Standing up to the world does require money.
Of course. I'll make sure to prepare compensation as thanks for your help in cleaning up.
Yikes.
The incident with that accident in spring was very beneficial. This is all thanks to you, sir.
If the study of cognitive science progresses, I believe it's possible to increase the target range.
I bid you good luck with that endeavor. I hope you will continue to assist us.
What is Sketchy Akechi doing?
Hey! Who should we target next? We still need 4 more letters.
According to the map, the elevator ahead will take us to the pool deck. If our intel is correct, there should be a womanizing former noble there. Womanizing, huh? I am so not up for this. Aw, shit, we're gonna get some fucking creepy dude who's gonna hit on and or Makoto and or Haru. Ugh. Beyond this point is an elevator leading to the upper floor of the passenger cabins. I'll go this way, then. This insignia is very creepy. He literally views himself as like the eye that watches over the world and has all of the control over it. Ugh. Oh boy, pervs, my favorite target practice dummies, right?
I can feel it.
Alright, let's see.
Huh? Is there a safe room around here somewhere?
There is, I'm just fucking blind. Sorry, it's right here, I ran right past it.
Ah, a safe.
Mid-starboard hallway.
I'll just
Save
add
time!
this.
Now let's...
Wrong way. Up we go.
Oh, hold on a sec, you guys.
Oh, mice? Oh, aw, we're so cute.
Monstrous. Or something like that. Go to hell, Inari. Can you just come back here?
Thank goodness. We're human again.
Looks like we turn back when we leave the affected range. It's not really a big deal.
Like how we top it already
Most
knew.
certainly is a big deal. Explain what just happened to us.
It seems like people who Shido views as intruders turn into mice near those Shido statues.
So we're nothing but rodents to him, huh?
Wow.
That's irritating.
That's
I agree.
crazy.
We need to be extra careful when we're in mouse form. We won't be able to open doors, and any enemy we try to fight in that state will beat us to a pulp.
So all we can do is hide? I guess we'll have to change to a completely defensive strategy. I hope we can find a secret passage to get through there.
Not good at defense. Hey, Magnificent Mama, how are you? It's good to see you. Woo, we barely squeaked by there. Hey, also, Lith, thank you for Mobsta Tao. Hold on a second. I just gotta get my, get my Joey stickers. All right, you got 5 minutes. A new redeem. Sadu, it's been around for a minute. Been around for a minute now, hey. It's actually a limited time redeem, but I'm letting you guys have it for a whole dang week. Just in case you wanted to, know what I mean? Liz, thank you so much for the 167 biddies. I appreciate it, hey. All right, can I not? I can't attack it. Well, that sucks, hey. That majorly sucks, hey. What the? Ooh. Save! You got 5 minutes! Oh no! A masterpiece! A masterpiece in Wake! My twin in hair! Why you talking with an Italian mafia accent? Because it's funny! Okay, how do we gotta, where's the, oh, this is gonna make it quite difficult. I don't think I have the ability to just click A and not, shit. Well, shit. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, no, it's cute. Aye. Little mousy paws can't break it. This feels like a rat race. It does. What do I say when the police show up? Tease it! It's the cops! All right, we gotta just do a little scamper. Aye, all right. Okay, we better keep on going. Hopefully we, Did you find the will seed? Hey, I think you did. Hey, what the?
Not opening. Can we go around?
Ay. Can I lure them in here? I don't think so. I think as soon as I get out of here, they're gonna be, we're mouse mode. Yeah, we're in mouse mode. Balls. All right. Gotta be careful. There's so many of them. Way too many of them. Ah, shit. Oh, God. I didn't see him there. I swear I didn't see him. And I can't go through there. Is there not a... Ah, fuck. No! That's really cute. That's a cute animation, though. If it wasn't potentially gonna kill me, I might think it's, I might consider repeating it a few times. Hey. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Maybe they don't notice me as much when I'm down here, you know? They're not looking for, like, pint-sized, oh! What's in here? Have I been here? I think I've been here. Have I been here? Ah! Okay, we've made it through there. Now we gotta go this way. Can I please have the satisfaction of, yes, breaking something just for one time. One time! This feels like a rat race. Digital phrase. I did. You've reached my favorite part of this palace. It's very funny. Do say, well, come on in. How you doing? It's so good to see you. What did I come back to? It's so cute. Isn't it cute? It's so cute.
It's locked. Put that on the back burner.
Everything's locked. I need a key card to let me through everything, please. What the fuck? No. Wait a second. Okay, wait, if we go through here. We are a big mouse, though. Let's be honest. Have I tried? Oh, no, I can't get through that way either. I gotta figure something out. I don't rightly know, maybe I gotta pay better attention, hey, to the, maybe I gotta pay better attention to the vents and the little holes in the ground. Be the mouse I was born to be, you know?
I have something.
More mouse time, yay! A lot of mouse time, in fact. Can't get through there. Oh, wait, maybe no, wait. I wish I could, like, push this. That would be pretty, that'd be a clever little puzzling mechanic. Where's, oh! I can't even push it open! No! Oh, no! Do I have to kill him first? Maybe I gotta kill him first. Can I? Okay, let me try something. No, I don't think so. Do I gotta break it? Do I gotta break the statue? This feels kind of impossible otherwise. Okay, let me see if I can, no, wait.
Show me your true form.
Haha! Ah, I gotcha! Ay, okay. We are not mice.
Don't rush this.
A scandalous queen. Oh, very nice. Oh, timer's up. Thank you for my little mobster lith. I appreciate it. And thank you so much again, so to save for my amazing Joey hair. Nice. You got an ambush. Yeah. Let's go. Check the map. Okay, I'll have a look at the map. She's cool looking.
I knew their affinity.
We're evenly matched. Just don't let your guard down.
Yeah. Hopefully this doesn't reflect. Don't reflect back at me. Don't reflect back at me. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Ow.
Beat him up. Persona.
Oh my god, please lag! You're gonna make me select the wrong move.
This is a part of me.
Sorry.
Oh, what? You can't miss. Bruh. Oh good, she's shocked. That's a good sign for me. Damn. Assuming it hits.
All right.
Okay, let me, now that I can actually round in here, is there a way to, like, no, okay. All right, let's look at the map. I can't open these fucking doors. You see the emote save sent? He is taking off the wig from your head. Yeah, I think he is. I'm putting it on his own. That's funny. I like that strat. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Wait. I found a hole. Wait, I've been here before. Fuck. I don't think I want to. Oh, bruh. No. I was so excited. I was like, ooh, a new spot. No. It is, in fact, not a new spot. It is, in fact, an old spot. I was able to open that, though. I haven't really felt safe going around and finding... Anything on the... Oh, wait, there's... I don't suppose I can grapple when I'm in mouse form. That would be really cute and very funny, but I don't think it's possible. Wait, I see it. Oh, get in there, quick. Ah, made it. Woohoo! Okay, wait, I see on the on the map. Where'd my hair go? Whoa, mice! Okay, turn around. Yes. Ooh. Get him!
Your true form.
I just love the animation for every ripple our steps create. It looks so pretty. It does look like one.
That one's dangerous.
Let's go.
This is your chance. Hit him where it hurts.
I don't want that one. I want a different one. Where's my fire? This fucking guy, he's crazy. Wow. Titanomachia. Titanomachia? Wow. He's so cool and scary. And I'm gonna run out of SP before I know it. All right, pass it along. I don't know if we know what we need SP recovery. I'll just hand it over to you.
Not done yet. My turn. The baton pass powered you up. Persona.
It isn't a major threat, but don't use electric attacks.
Vercatos. Am I saying your name right, hon? Welcome on in. Who's your favorite character? Have you romanced anyone? I gotta pay you credit where it's due, lovely Vercatos. That is exactly how you ask something without spoiling stuff, and I really appreciate it. We were just having a conversation about this near the beginning of stream where I was like, please nobody spoil stuff. That is exactly how you ask things and don't spoil stuff. So, to answer your question, and also once more appreciate your considerateness. Yes, my favorite character is probably either Makoto or Ryuji. They're tied. And I have romanced someone, the lovely Kasumi. She's adorable. Yeah, we are very, very anti spoilers. I know most people are, but like, please be nice and careful about it. I get the vibe that you are careful. I appreciate it. Do you remember? I do. Kasumi, I finally know my girlfriend's name. It took me forever. Nope. Yes. Good. We get an explosion from that, and then boom. Nice.
Oh, so damage!
Thought I was about to be attacked. Wait, why you're skill slots currently full. Megaton raid. Severe physical damage to one foe. Nate's favorite was Makoto as well. Yeah, he loves Makoto. He's romanced.
Okay.
Like the 2 times he's played. I think he's played twice
already.
Oh.
Hey, something caught my eye.
Yeah, what's that? We don't have a. There's no statue in here. That's what caught my eye. Oh, a button. Ah!
Indeed.
Something moved. What was that button for? It's impossible to tell from here. Let's look around. Valid. But now I can't be a mouse anymore.
I can feel it.
I don't know, there was a guy screaming and being abusive and following behind me. Oh, Jesus. I crossed in front of cars. They were moving slowly. It's a car park. To keep away from them. Oh, no. I'm sorry, hun. It's scary to be around someone who's having, who's unfortunately struggling with some mental health issues, but I'm glad you're all right. Let me see. Aha! We can open this door now. I'm gonna be a mouse here. Wait, no, I'm not? Wait, oh, okay, yeah, got it. Okay, so that well and truly is what that button was for. It turned, wait, did it get rid of the statues or did it just turn off their effect? That guy looks like he's gonna kill me, but I'm gonna try and kill him first.
Shadow spotted. It looks strong.
Yeah, we can do
All right,
that.
I'll reveal your true form.
That was fun. I like that. Thank you for the care package, Elsie.
Calm down. Zone up.
I don't know its weak point. It's trial and error time.
Trial and error time indeed. Shall we try?
You're mine.
Fuck! Ow. Okay, never mind. We won't do that.
No holds barred.
Please don't. Okay. Note to self. We are not using Sio. We can try gun. We can do gun. Fuck! No, we can't. No, we can't. No gun. I take it back. I take it back. Dearest duck. Thank you for the ooh. In case you wonder where the Moogle is from, that's a Twitch event right now for FF14. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. Nice shot.
The enemy is electrified. Melee, it's strong and guns won't help.
We can try a physical hysterical slap. We can do that. Tech! Got him! Boom! FanFest Europe in Berlin was this weekend. Oh, cool! That's really cool. That was way too close! Oh my god! Okay, let's fucking heal, please.
Much obliged. Sorry. Persona.
Alright, okay, so... God, he repels too much shit, dude. Physical attack. I think he's gonna do a physical, and I need to make sure that Joker definitely survives, so let's put that there. And he doesn't get super phased by electricity, but it's enough.
Eat this! Not bad.
All right, what haven't I tried? Wind, ice, fire. We haven't tried a lot of things. Ooh, we do have a fire. Oh, he doesn't have evade physical though. Our big boy. Big boy. Do you see reviews about the next expansion? Nothing too massive because Yoshi P has been holding back because people have been pressing him. They don't want spoilers, but it's not truly spoiler-free either, if that makes sense. Viewers finally dropped below 100. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Pseudocity, so I hope it stays that way. Oh, wait. We've got a... Do I have anybody who's resistant to... Ooh, he nullifies guns. I don't think I've got anyone who nullifies... Oh, wait, he repels physical. Okay, I don't need the insta-kill thing, but this I can use. This I can use. Fuck, it blocks it. Damn it. Oh no, it's a, oh fuck, it's a heat. Oh, he's got a heat wave. Oh no! Oh my god, it's so unfair that you can do all of these. Oh, let's do it, please, 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 please. Ah, girl, do it.
Time to get a little crazy.
Stay focused.
Go for it! Thanks, ma'am.
Crunch. Nice. 470 is good. That's good.
Persona!
I think I need.
It's strong.
Do I have? Is this gonna be powerful enough? I don't think it will. Oh, he's got shocked! Yes! Thank God! Okay, Jeff found 102 HP. I will... Wait, doesn't it reflect? No, it doesn't.
Let's go.
Okay! Nice.
You did that with style.
Really? Okay, God, it's still shocked. Oh my God. Scary, 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 scary. You take him out. Thank God. Oh my God, we gotta res our girl. Gotta res our goyle. Hey there, beautiful Billy. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Had to get a biopsy on Thursday and then managed to get sick the next day. Oh, I'm sorry, Billy. I hope that the lovely cat is taking care of you. How, you originally from America? I am originally from the US.
I got a new power.
Heavy fire damage to all foes. Boom. How do you feel about Australian bacon? Seems it often elicits a bit of culture shock because it's mostly middle bacon. I don't like ham, which is what we would mostly call that kind of bacon. I do miss what you guys call streaky bacon, which is our standard of bacon, unless it's called Canadian bacon in the States, which you guys call bacon. I don't really like Australian bacon very much, but I also don't like Canadian ham bacon either. I don't really like a lot of pork products. Sorry. Yeah. But hey, I respect those who do. You're allowed. You're totally allowed. Just as I am allowed to not like it. I get that. And yeah, we do have streaky bacon. Yeah, that's true. You guys do have streaky bacon, so that's That's soothing to my soul. But even still, I don't really eat a lot of even streaky bacon. I'm not a big, like I said, I'm not a big consumer of pork products. Some thick cut US bacon, shiver me timbers. Save her life. What are your favorite characters outside the Phantom Thieves? I've really enjoyed the storyline of, I've been enjoying King's storyline, actually. I haven't finished it, though. I think I'm only, like, confidant level, like, 3 or something with the... He just has to keep walking all the doors. What a petty guy. He's the kid, and I actually kind of like his story so far, even though it was a bit of a pain to start with. Nice. What? I wanted to break that. Break it! Break it! And grab!
Your true form.
I'm trying to think. I know that if we run across them, I'll. Who did I just constantly want to improve my confidant level with? I think there were 1 or 2 of them that I was just like, I really, really enjoy their stories. I actually really liked Akechi's confidant increase. He's not my favorite character, particularly because he's a fucking traitorous bastard. But like, I found his confidant like arc really interesting. Mariki's a sweetie, but kind of sort of nothing in a way. Oh. Fuck, I really need to refill my SP. Akechi is baby girl, I swear. He's kind of fucking evil and a psychopath, but you know, to each their own. Do I not get SP refill when I do that? That blows. Oh shit. Oh my god, I didn't realize the time. I need to go to a safe room. It's called Laru. It hails from China and it's made from air-dried, cured, and spiced pork belly. Quite dry and very concentrated. Has a bold and, depending on type, sometimes smoky flavor. Ooh, nice. Any plans to play the P4 remake? So one of the things we do on this channel, Beautiful Billy, is whenever we whenever we finish a game, we let you guys vote on what the next one will be. There is an exception in this particular instance because I really want to play the Blood of Dawnwalker that's coming out from some ex-devs from CDPR. Like Witcher, like parallel world Witcher kind of with a Dampier. But generally, I do let you guys pick, and if you guys vote on another Persona game, we will play another Persona game after I finish Blood of Dawnwalker for sure.
All right, a chest. Joker.
That's great, but can I please get a safe room first?
Huh?
Oh,
is there a safe room around here somewhere?
Oh yes! Oh good, this is perfect timing. Blood of Dawnwalker looks sick, doesn't it? I'm so excited. All right, we gotta save and finish up here, but it's expensive, but really 50G is more like 100G of regular, grams. Sorry, of regular bacon because it's dried. That makes sense, yeah. Okay, we gotta save 3 times. That was the second time, and this is the third time. I'm also excited for the upcoming Game Freak game on the 4th, Beast of Reincarnation. Oh, I've heard about that. That does look really cool. It does look really, really cool. All right, cutie pies. Well, a week from today, we will indeed continue on from here. Save 17 times because save is here. That's a good idea, but it would take an extra 15 minutes. Yeah, Beast of Reincarnation does look really, really cool. Anyway, next week, we will be continuing from here. Going to the pool. We're going to the pool to, rage out against a complete dickhead a complete dickhead noble. Massive thank you to our incredible raiders, the lovely Marshall Silver, the amazing Umbra Kit, and of course the sweetest Save File 17. Thank you so very much, and I really do appreciate it. You guys are way too kind and generous, and I really cannot articulate how grateful I am. We are getting a little bit closer to partner every day. And I would absolutely love to get there before the end of the year if possible. I think that would be sick. Give me just a second. I'm kind of looking at who we might go and see real quick. Ghost of Yote is confirmed not coming to PC. I did see that, which sucks. That's a shame. You know what I might do? I might drop you off with a fellow D&D player, the amazing Cacto. Cactus Room is a truly incredible guitarist. I'm expanding everybody's thoughts and feelings into flesh tubers now. So we're gonna go and see the fabulous Cactus. He's literally a competitive guitarist, like enters actual competitions and shows and stuff, which is pretty sick. So we're gonna go and see him. Yay, yay, yay. Be nice. I mean, you guys always are nice, but yeah. Also, absolutely massive thank you to our very, very generous top tier Patreon supporters, the incredible Red Tempestus, the incredible Hiyuki Yurino, the amazing Umberkit31, the cutest of Catashaxes, and the lovely Lavender Rose 26. Thank you guys so very much for the absolutely incredible support. It really does mean the world. And I will have your tutorial on how to draw cloth up on the Patreon in the next few days. Yeah. All right, we will give you some global uppies for all of my precious pals. And my darlings, if you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you have to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. Remember, you need to start putting your Storytime stream stuff into the Storytime channel. I am 85% positive we're going to be having it on Saturday, okay? Thank you so very much for joining me, cutie pies.
Surprise
and remember to take the best care of
communism.
yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you. I'll see you guys on Tuesday for a demo day. So also make sure you deposit those into the demo day forum thread thing. And on that note, I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Mwah.
Bye-bye.